The last thing I heard in my old life was a wine glass ringing on a table. Not breaking, ringing. That thin, nervous note crystal makes when the floor under it decides it has other plans. I was 28 years old, standing in the lobby bar of a hotel in Davos with a drink I hadn't paid for, in a suit that had cost more than my father's house, surrounded by roughly 400 of the most expensive human beings on the planet. Then the mountain moved. The chandelier came down first. The ceiling came down second. I remember thinking, with the perfect stupid clarity you only get in the last half second, that I had spent 8 years digging myself out of a dirt floor village and I had been rich for exactly 11 months. The universe said, "That's the whole ride, buddy. Thanks for playing." Then I opened my eyes and got hit in the face by the smell of fish. Not restaurant fish. Not a nice piece of sea bass with a lemon on it. I mean a mountain of small silver bodies flapping in a bamboo basket 8 inches from my nose, in a shack with a roof that had opinions about rain, in the year 1978 in a fishing village on the Kowloon side of Hong Kong, and I was 16. I had been 16 for 3 days at that point, and I still hadn't gotten used to my own hands. They were small. They were covered in tiny white scars from fish spines. They belonged to a boy named Li Wei, who had passed out on his father's boat with a headache and gone into the water, and whose father had gone in after him without taking his boots off. That boy did not come back up. I did. Ah Wei, Ah Wei. My mother's voice. Liu Fang. 41 years old, and she looked closer to 60 because the sun out here doesn't negotiate. She was watching me the way you watch a dog that got hit by a car and walked away and hasn't blinked since. "You're cutting them wrong," she said. I looked down. I was gutting a fish. I had been gutting fish for 11 minutes without noticing, and I was doing it perfectly, 3 flicks and a scrape, because somewhere in the back of my skull was the muscle memory of a man who had spent 40 years running a seafood empire out of Rotterdam and had personally filleted at his own launch parties as a party trick. That is the part I still have trouble saying out loud. When that hotel came down, everyone in it died. Everyone in it also apparently went somewhere. And a very small amount of somewhere landed in me. Not their souls, nothing that dramatic and nothing that useful. Their files. 400 people at the World Economic Forum, chief executives of companies you have heard of, 3 central bankers, 2 oil men who could move a war, a Swiss private banker with a memory like a filing cabinet, 4 professional bodyguards nobody was supposed to notice, 1 novelist who had sold 90 million copies, and 1 gentleman whose declared profession was consultant and whose actual profession was knowing what a pair of dice were going to do before they landed, all of it sitting in the back of my head, not talking to me, not whispering advice, just there, indexed, waiting, like a hard drive nobody had asked me if I wanted. Ask me a question and the drawer opens. Don't ask, and I'm a 16-year-old holding a fish. My little sister Li Xiaohua, who was 12 and had exactly 1 facial expression and it was suspicion, leaned over and looked into my basket. "You did more than Ma." "He's not right in the head yet," my brother Li Cheng said. 14, voice cracking on every third word. "He fell in the sea." "I fell in the sea," I agreed. My father came around the corner of the shack with the net over his shoulder. Li Yang, 43, white at the temples. Hands like something you'd use to open a crate. He did not ask how I was feeling because in this family, you didn't ask, you looked, and he had already looked, twice, from the doorway when he thought I was asleep. "Sun's going," he said. "Finish up." And that was the first thing I want you to understand about where I started, because everything after this is going to sound like bragging. That night we ate rice and fish heads and 1 egg divided 4 ways, because I said I wasn't hungry, so my brother and sister could have more. My mother mentioned, not for the first time, that Li Hao's mother had it easy now, and my father said, "Don't talk like that." My mother said she wasn't complaining. My father said he knew. Neither of them said the actual sentence, which was that they were both in their early 40s and both looked like they'd been left out in the weather for a decade too long, and that this was going to go on until one of them couldn't get up. Then my mother put her hand flat on the table and said, "Ah Wei is going to university." My father nodded. "Ah Wei will be more successful than any of them." They said it like a prayer. They had been saying it since I was 6. They had a jar behind the stove that they thought I didn't know about. I sat there and let them say it, and I did not tell them that I had already decided to quit school. Cool, great. Love that for me. Here's the thing though, you can't just walk into a family like mine and announce that you're dropping out because you have the collected memories of the Davos guest list in your skull. There is no version of that conversation that doesn't end with a doctor, so I gave myself a deadline. 50 days until the new term. In 50 days, I had to put something on that table so undeniable that the word school never came up again, which brought me to the only real problem I had, and it was a beauty. I knew everything. I had nothing. Every single one of those 400 sets of memories was a machine for turning money into more money, and every last one of them required money to start. I couldn't trade. I had no capital and no account and no legal age. I couldn't get a job worth having. 16, no school certificate, no resume, and a face that made grown men call me kid before I finished a sentence. I could have walked into any bank in Central and explained the coming oil shock, and they'd have called security. I lay on my mat that night listening to the roof leak into a pot, and I did what I have done every single time since, which is stop asking what I want and start asking what I have. What I had was a hard drive, and on the nightstand, borrowed from a neighbor with the cover half off, was a Feng Yan novel. I sat straight up in the dark. Somewhere in the file cabinet was a novelist, not a good one, a monstrous one, 90 million copies, and more useful than him, sitting right next to him in my head like they'd been shelved together, was every serialized novel the Chinese-speaking world would fall in love with for the next 40 years, in order with the release dates. In 1978, Zhou An was a man who had not written a word and would not start for 11 more years. I picked the shortest of the three big ones, A Step into the Past. 1.6 million words about a modern man dropped into the Qin dynasty who decides that since he's here, he may as well fix it. In the world I came from, it was a monster. In this world, it did not exist and would not exist for over a decade. I found a pen. I found the back of a school notebook, and I started copying out of my own head. 10,000 words in 3 hours. 55 words a minute by hand until my fingers stopped being fingers and became two hooks that hurt. 3 volumes, 190,000 words, 4 days. I am not proud of this part. I'm just extremely willing to do it. 4 days later, I got on a bus to Oriental Daily News with the manuscript in a cloth bag on my lap. Oriental Daily was the biggest paper in Hong Kong. 170,000 copies a day, which nobody else was close to. It was owned by the Ma family, which is a sentence I will be coming back to a lot, and it paid its writers better than anybody for the simple reason that nobody respectable would put their name in it. The receptionist looked at me over the counter and did that thing where the smile arrives before the contempt, and then they both stay. And what kind of good novels can a child write? The kind on paper, I said, and went up. The manuscript reading room had a table in it, and on the table was a mountain. I'm not exaggerating for effect. There was a mountain of other people's dreams about 4 feet high, with a middle-aged man behind it who did not look up when I came in, did not look up when I said good afternoon, and did not look up when I put mine down. Put it on the table, he said, and swore at something else entirely. I put it on the table. I said thank you. I left. He glanced at page 1 after the door shut. I know because he told the story later when it was worth telling. A modern man waking up in the Qin dynasty. He read 4 lines and made a sound and said, to nobody. He hasn't even grown his hair out yet. And he put it on the reject pile. 5 days went by. In 5 days I wrote another 420,000 words because the deadline didn't care and neither did I. No call came. So I went back. Same room, same mountain, same man, still not looking up. I asked about my manuscript. He jerked his chin at the corner of the room and said, they didn't pass. Take them back yourself. They were on the floor, not on a shelf, not in a box, on the floor, in the corner, under somebody's shoe print. 420,000 words of the best-selling Chinese novel of the 1990s, with the corners curled up like something that had died there. I crouched down. I straightened the pages. I stood up. I looked at him for about 2 seconds. I didn't say anything. There was nothing to say that would have been worth the breath, and there is a certain kind of man who will remember a look for years and never remember why. Then I walked out. Behind me, in front of a colleague, he needed to be the one who ended it, so he said to my back, you good for nothing. Down the hall, a younger editor who had actually opened the thing was going through the reject pile looking for it, because a man from now walking around in the Qin dynasty was the most interesting idea he'd read all year. It was already gone. On the bus home, I did the arithmetic, and that was the part that actually changed my life, not the humiliation. 400,000 words. Even at the best rate in Hong Kong, even if a paper took it, I was looking at $8,000. $8,000 for 11 days of my hand not closing properly. For a novel I knew was going to sell in the millions. That is when I stopped trying to sell the book. If $8,000 is what the newspaper pays the writer, I thought, then what exactly is the newspaper making? I was going to need a newspaper, which required capital, immediately, in quantity, from nothing. I sat on that bus and opened a drawer in the back of my head that I had been very carefully not opening, because opening it meant admitting what kind of person I was prepared to be. The consultant, the gentleman from the 4th floor of the hotel with the very quiet suit. I got off 2 stops early and bought a set of dice and a deck of cards from an old man in a stationery shop who took my money, put it in the drawer, looked me dead in the eye and said, gambling will ruin your family, boy. Yes, I said, it will ruin somebody's. I went to an empty lot behind a warehouse and I threw those dice for 4 hours. The first hour was garbage. The knowledge was in there, but the hands were 16 and had never done it. By the 3rd hour, I could call it before it landed. By the fourth, I could put down any three numbers you asked me for, 4 times running, and then I shuffled that deck one-handed and dealt myself 3 aces off the top and sat down in the dirt and laughed until I had to stop and breathe. I want to be honest about this because it matters later. I did not feel clever. I felt like a man holding a loaded gun in a room full of people who thought it was a toy. There was a gambling den in a dead factory out past the container yards. The gate was half open, which in that part of Kowloon is a sign, and there were 2 men outside pretending to smoke. "Kid," one of them said, putting his hand flat on my chest, "this is not a place for you to play." I took out $12 and fanned it, badly, the way a boy would. He moved his hand. Inside was 100 people, and it sounded like a vegetable market at 7 in the morning, and along the walls were the ones who mattered, big quiet men walking slowly, not watching the money, watching the hands. So here was the rule I made for myself before I put down a single dollar, and it is the same rule I have used on every single thing I have done since, from a $5 dice table to a $1.5 billion takeover. Never take the whole thing. Take 1 brick and walk out while the wall is still standing. I listened for the dice, not looked, listened. 5, 5, 4. I put 50 on big, and it came up big, and I made a noise like a kid who'd gotten lucky. Then I lost 1 on purpose. Then I won 2. Then I lost 1 on purpose again, and when I lost, I groaned, and I slapped the table, and I said something about my mother, and it was the finest work of my acting career, and nobody has ever given me anything for it. I never held more than $500 in my hand at one time. Everything else went into the inside pocket of my coat in flat-folded bricks, a little at a time, all night. At 5 in the morning, I walked out past the 2 men at the gate, muttering loud enough for them to hear that I was out of money for food. I had 14,360 Hong Kong dollars against my ribs. I went back that afternoon and made 16,000 more. My parents asked me once where I was going. I told them a story about a friend's uncle and a warehouse, and they took it because in 16 years, that boy had never once given them a reason to check. I have thought about that a lot since. The most valuable asset I inherited from the kid whose body I'm wearing wasn't the family or the name. It was that nobody in that house had ever had a reason to doubt him. At night, I kept copying the novel. My brother caught me at it once, hunched over the notebook at 2 in the morning, and instead of hiding it, I let him read 3 pages and watched him forget to blink. Good. I was going to need a witness. By the end of day 3, I had 120,000 Hong Kong dollars. I also had a problem, which I felt about an hour before I could have proved it. The big quiet men along the wall had started walking a slightly different route. One of the dealers had begun looking at my hands between throws instead of at the table. So I lost 4 rounds in a row, on purpose, badly, and I went home and I never went back. Not once, ever again, to any of them. People always ask why I stopped when it was working. Here's why. Those places talk to each other, and the people they talk to have addresses for everyone, and I had a mother and a father and a brother and a sister in a shack with a bamboo door. I had my brick. The wall could stay up. Next stop was the stock market, where the stealing is legal. I opened an account at HSBC with a paper bag full of small bills and a clerk who counted it 3 times and looked at my face and counted it again. Then I walked into the Kowloon Stock Exchange, which in 1978 was one of 4 separate exchanges in this city, all of them shouting at each other across the harbor. I bought one of every newspaper on the rack. I read a dozen of them in half an hour and threw all 12 in the bin, and I was not reading the news. I was reading for one specific shape. I found it on page 11 of a paper nobody respected. Jusheng Commercial was the leader in a tiny sector and was about to announce a new product. Blue Water Commercial was the weakest company in that same tiny sector, and Blue Water Commercial had no idea what was about to be dropped on its head. I shorted Blue Water with everything I had at 5 times leverage. $600,000 of exposure from a boy who 3 days earlier had been gutting fish. Now, the funny part, and it is genuinely funny, is that I got the timing right entirely by accident. Somewhere across town, the manager at a rival brokerage who had built his whole year on that Jusheng announcement saw a second 600,000 short land on Blue Water, and he panicked, because in his mind there was exactly one explanation for a second player showing up on his private information, and that explanation was that somebody at the bank had sold him out. So he forced his own 2 million order out that same morning at a worse price, and then he called a gentleman he referred to only as Mr. Wang and told him to release the news at noon, instead of tomorrow. The Jusheng announcement hit the TVB midday news. Jusheng went up like it had been fired out of something, and Blue Water, poor Blue Water, dropped like it had taken a laxative. 3 days later, I closed it out. 120,000 had become 520,000. Every instinct I had said let it ride, compound it. Do it 4 more times, and you're a millionaire by August. I withdrew all of it instead in cash, and here is the only piece of advice in this whole story worth anything. I did not have a money problem, I had a time problem. I had 50 days and I had, in my head, the shape of the next 30 years, and every single week I spent making the number bigger was a week I wasn't spending building the thing that would make the number irrelevant. Money is a tool. If you spend your life sharpening a tool you never use, you're not rich. You're a very well-organized poor man. So I took the $520,000 and went shopping for a newspaper. I looked at every paper in Hong Kong, not the good ones. The good ones weren't for sale, and I couldn't have afforded them if they were. I was looking for a specific kind of corpse. I found it. Hong Kong Island Daily, founded in 1936. From 1946 to 1950, it was the #1 paper in this city, and then the founder died, and his son inherited it, and his son was the sort of man who could set fire to a building from inside a nightclub. By the time the third owner, a man named Gao Jianming, got hold of it, it printed 3,000 copies a day and was drowning so completely in debt that he couldn't even give it away. 3,000 copies. On paper, the whole thing was worth maybe $300,000. Everybody else was looking at a dying paper. I was looking at something else. A 42-year-old masthead that people in this city still recognized. Distribution channels that still physically existed, half asleep but not dead. A printing plant, owned outright, sitting on its own piece of land, and 30-odd employees who had spent their entire adult lives learning how to make a newspaper and had spent the last decade watching two rich men ruin it. I valued that at $1 million because I was the only person in Hong Kong holding the key that fit it. I called and made an appointment. By the time I got there, Gao Jianming had drunk 4 cups of tea waiting for the buyer. Then a 16-year-old in a clean shirt walked through his door, and I watched a man's entire face do something complicated. "You're," he said. "Li Wei," I said. "Thank you for waiting." A young woman brought tea in. Her name was Lin Ji, and she was the receptionist, and she is going to matter enormously later, and at the time I did not look at her twice because I was working. I didn't mention buying the paper, not for 20 minutes. I asked about the building, I asked about the founder, and let him tell me the story about 1946, which is a story a man like that has been waiting years to tell to somebody who'd sit still for it. I asked how many staff and how long they'd been there, and I let a silence sit in the middle of the room until he filled it. Somewhere in there he decided I was a rich family's son from an elite school, out doing a project with his father's checkbook, and that I was a terrifyingly good negotiator, and I did not correct either impression. He named 300,000, I said 180. The place is old, the roof is bad, the numbers fall every single day, and we both know what happens if you're still holding it in December. We shook hands at 230,000. I transferred it that afternoon. And that is how, 4 weeks after waking up in a shack that smelled of fish, I owned a newspaper. The staff were waiting in the print hall when I came to tell them. 30-odd people standing in a room with the lights off to save money, arms folded, faces set, all of them braced for the bit where the new owner sells the land. Then I walked in and they saw how old I was, and I watched the entire room decide it was worse than they'd thought. "My name is Li Wei," I said. Jia as in summer. Wei as in Wei the Great, who dug the channels and made the floods go where he told them. "From today, I'm your boss." Nobody moved. "You're all thinking the same thing," I said. "So let's do it out loud. You think I'm a child, you think this is a toy, and you think I'm going to sell the plant and the land inside a year and you'll be on the street. Yes?" Still nobody moved, but 2 of them stopped folding their arms. "This paper is going to be restructured," I said. "Starting with the employees." That got a reaction. That got a very specific gray color that comes into a man's face when he's 42 and has a family. "Starting today," I said, "everyone's salary goes up by 20%. The noise they made was not a cheer. It was closer to the sound of a room forgetting to breathe on purpose. "Now hear the other half. If I decide you are not worth that salary, you go back where you came from, and I won't need a reason, and I won't give you one. And if you bring me something that makes this paper money, you'll be paid for it separately, in cash, and I don't care what your job title says." Then I asked for the 7 department heads by name. Wu Bo, Finance, 40. Tang Kai, News, 38. 15 years in the building. He Guang, Editorial, 42. Tang Hui, Distribution, 34. In charge of a department of 3. Wang Lei, Liaison, 36. Xu Ming, Advertising, 37. In charge of a department of 1, which is a sentence worth sitting with. Guo Qiang, Printing Plant, 42. 7 men, 1 dying paper, 50 days. The name goes, I told them upstairs. Hong Kong Island Daily is 42 years old and it is a headstone. From the next issue, we are juding daily. Juding. The 9 tripods, the 9 bronze cauldrons cast by Wei the Great out of the metal of the 9 provinces, which for 4,000 years have meant one thing in Chinese, and that thing is, whoever holds these, rules. And the small goal, I said, is to be the best-selling newspaper in Hong Kong. Wu Bo, the finance man, laughed. He actually laughed out loud, and then he saw my face and stopped, and I liked him a great deal from that moment on, because a man who laughs at the boss in the first meeting is a man who will tell you when the numbers are wrong. Tong Kai, your news department is 4 people. By next month, it is 16. Recruit at the same salary Oriental Daily pays, and if they ask why, tell them the truth, which is that we're going to eat Oriental Daily. Guo Cheng, current capacity 3,000 copies a day. I need 200,000. Guo Cheng said, quite reasonably, that we currently printed 3,000. I know, I said. That's why I said it. Then I put a folder on the table in front of He Guang, my editorial chief, and told him that this was the layout of the paper from the next issue. He opened it and went quiet. It was a page design that in my old life did not appear until the late 1980s, and when it appeared, it took over the industry for a decade. I had it because a man who ran one of the largest media companies on earth had been in that hotel and had spent a career arguing about it. He Guang, 42 years old, 20 of them setting pages, sat there with his finger on the column break and didn't say anything for a long time. Where did you get this? He said finally. Does it work? Yes. Then it doesn't matter. They were still not mine. Polite, obedient, paid, and privately certain they were working for a rich boy playing a game. So I gave them the 2 things that would settle it. First, a notebook. My own handwriting, dated, the analysis I had written before I shorted Blue Water, the whole chain, why Jusheng would announce, why Blue Water was the weak point, what would happen and roughly when. They passed it around the table and one by one their ears went red and Wu Bo said quietly, to nobody, the man who wrote this is a god of stocks. The cover of the notebook said Li Wei on it. Second, the manuscript. 420,000 words, in pen, in the same handwriting. And by the way, I said on my way out, on Tuesday I had $120,000. On Wednesday I had 400,000. That was the meeting where they became mine. The last ever issue of Hong Kong Island Daily ran a full front page. 42 years of trials and tribulations, grateful for your companionship. Underneath it, in smaller type, a promise that what came next was going to give this city a shock. The other papers ran a paragraph each. Let's wait and see. Very gracious, very safe. Oriental Daily ran half a page. Hong Kong Island Daily, bought by a teenager as a toy? It was a genuinely well-written piece of work. It explained, with real affection, how a 42-year-old institution had ended its life as a plaything for some child with a rich father, and it predicted bankruptcy by the end of the year, and it was signed by the paper that had left my manuscript on the floor. I read it twice at my desk with a cup of tea going cold. They had put their faces out where I could reach them. It would have been disrespectful not to slap them, but I wasn't going to do it by writing an angry letter. I was going to do it with the first issue, and for that, I needed a story that would make every serious person in this city pick up a newspaper they had never heard of. I went through the filings, not the news, the filings, which nobody reads, in a room where nobody was. And on the 4th afternoon I found it. Ming Heng Industrial, a mid-sized listed company that everyone liked. And in its financial statements buried in the relationship between 2 lines that no ordinary reader would ever put next to each other was a hole you could drive a truck through. Their accounts were falsified, not aggressively, elegantly. It was good work. It was going to hold up for another 3 or 4 days, and then it was going to come apart on its own, and when it did, there was going to be a crater. So I did 2 things, in this order, and the order matters. First, I shorted it. 220,000 at 5 times leverage, 1.1 million of exposure. Then I wrote the story. Then I went downstairs and told Guo Chang to print 100,000 copies of the first issue. There was a pause in the print hall of a length I still think about. Boss, he said. We print 3,000. 100,000. Tang Hui, my distribution chief, who had 3 staff and a bicycle, went the color of the wall. He said with enormous care that on his best day in the last 5 years he could move 5,000 copies and that 100,000 newspapers was not a print run. It was a fire hazard. I never said sell them, I said. They looked at me. What if we gave them away? Tang Hui said very carefully that giving away 100,000 newspapers would cost me money and get me nothing. 7 days, I said. 7 days free, then we charge. And we're not giving them to readers. We're giving them to newsstands. I watched him not understand for about 4 seconds and then watch him understand, and it was one of the great pleasures of my young life. A newsstand in Hong Kong in 1978 worked like this. The owner bought papers wholesale and sold them at cover price and kept a margin so thin you could read through it. He made his living on volume and cigarettes. Every newsstand in this city gets Juding Daily for free, I said. They pay us nothing. They sell it at full cover price and they keep every cent. Tang Hui opened his mouth. Which means, I said, that for 7 days, the profit on one copy of my newspaper is several times the profit on any other newspaper on his rack. So where do you think he's going to put it? Under the pile? Or on top, in front, with his hand on it, telling every single customer to try it? I did not have to explain that twice to a man who sold things for a living. I want 2 men at each of the 4 exchanges, I said, not standing there with a stack, walking, papers pre-folded open to the finance page and pressed into hands. I don't want a single investor in this city getting to his seat without one of these in his fist. The presses ran all night, the whole building smelled like hot ink, and nobody went home. At 6 in the morning, a 20-year-old distribution runner named Chen Feng peddled 100 copies over to his uncle's newsstand in Mongkok, because that was the only way in the world he could think of to make sure at least one stand actually took them. His uncle looked at the free papers, said something unkind about charity, and put them on the corner of the stall. Then, because it was quiet, he opened one. He got as far as the novel section. 20 minutes later, a man had to say, "Excuse me" 3 times to buy cigarettes off him, and by 9 o'clock a stack of 100 newspapers was gone, and Chen Feng's uncle was on the phone to the office shouting for 300 more. The other thing that happened that morning happened at the doors of the Kowloon Stock Exchange. There was a man named Yang Sheng, 40 years old, investment manager at Manhwa Securities, and the happiest man in that building, because 6 weeks earlier, he had staked his reputation on Ming Heng Industrial, and the board had promised him shares of the firm if it came in. He was walking in that morning to buy $2 million more. Somebody put a folded newspaper in his hand. He almost dropped it in a bin. He told me later that he only looked at it because it was already open to the finance page and the headline was in the way of the bin. Ming Heng Industrial. The management has falsified the accounts. Yang Sheng stood in the doorway of the exchange with people going around him on both sides and read the whole thing standing up. Then he went to his own desk, pulled his own copies of the filings, and did the arithmetic himself twice, because a man does not throw away his career on a newspaper he has never heard of. The second time was worse than the first. He got up and told his trader to dump the entire position at cost. The trader argued. Genuinely argued out loud in front of the floor because they were sitting on more than $1 million in profit and he had promised his girlfriend a car. Yang Sheng said it again with a face that ended the discussion. They got out with about a minute to spare. The house that bought the block off them spent the rest of the morning telling everybody what a bargain he'd gotten. Then his own department head came sprinting across the floor with a newspaper in his fist, screaming at him not to touch Ming Heng. Ming Heng lost half its value that day and did not stop there. That evening, Yang Sheng's assistant said, "Boss, this leeway is amazing." And Yang Sheng, who had just kept his job with 60 seconds to spare, said, "From today onwards, he's a household name. Subscribe to every issue." Every single one. By 10 in the morning, the phones at Juding Daily had stopped being phones and become a noise. Lin Ji sat at the front desk taking orders with 2 receivers and a pencil and told me, without looking up, 76,400 delivered, 32,800 of that through newsstands. I told Guo Chang to print 40,000 more before lunch. All 145,000 were gone by the end of the day. 70,000 of them had gone through newsstands, which means 70,000 human beings in this city had actually reached into their pocket and handed over money for a paper that had not existed the previous morning. Tang Kai, my news chief, stood in the middle of the print hall with a pencil and worked something out on the back of a page proof, and then made a sound. "The 10th best-selling newspaper in Hong Kong," he said, "sells 68,000 copies a day." Nobody said anything. "We came in above it," he said, "on the first issue. That has never happened in this city. Not once, not ever." And 30-odd people who had spent 10 years watching a building die started chanting my name in a print hall, and I stood there and let them, and then I doubled everybody's salary for 7 days and told them that if paid sales cleared 100,000, I would give every person in the building a full month's wage in cash. The recruiting problem, incidentally, evaporated overnight. 2 days earlier, nobody in Hong Kong would take a job at a dying paper. By that weekend, Tong Kai had a queue. Also, that afternoon, Ming Hung closed out. $950,000, and after the fees, 900 clean. I had 1,120,000 Hong Kong dollars in an account with my name on it 12 days after I had $100, and my hands still had fish scars on them. And that finally got me a meeting with Joe Han. He was 28 years old, and he was the general manager of the Kowloon branch of HSBC Securities, and he had a double master's from Columbia in finance and business administration, and 4 years on Wall Street before that. He came out to meet me himself, which he did not have to do, and shook my hand like an adult, which nobody had done yet. I knew who he was before he opened his mouth. Not from Hong Kong, from a Wells Fargo executive who had been in that hotel and had done business with him for years. Joe Han was going to make a fortune on the Plaza Accord in 1985. He was going to run HSBC Securities for the whole of Asia with hundreds of billions of dollars under him. He was on the list, the actual internal list, to run HSBC Asia entirely. And at 45, he was going to drive into a truck. I sat down across from that man with all of that in my head and made a decision I never went back on, which was that whatever else happened, I was going to be his friend. "Mr. Zia," he said, "your account has been extremely interesting to watch. Then let's make it more interesting. I want 10 times leverage." 10 times was the absolute ceiling a branch manager could sign. It was not a thing you gave a teenager. He looked at me for a while. Then he said, "I'll want a confidentiality agreement. Nobody in this building talks about your positions." Nobody. Agreed. $1,120,000 became $11.2 million in the market. Now, while I was doing that, other rooms were having other meetings. At Oriental Daily News on the 4th floor, Chen Wenguang broke a table with his hand. Chen Wenguang was the eldest son of the second generation of the Ma family, and the Ma family was one of the 4 triad families of Hong Kong, and Oriental Daily was not really a newspaper at all. It was armor. They had founded it in 1969 because a family that owns a newspaper is a family that the government thinks twice about, and it had worked beautifully for 9 years. Day 2, Juding put 200,000 copies into the city, and 120,000 of them through newsstands, and passed into 4th place. Day 3, we did 240,000, 160,000 paid, and went past Ming Pao and drew level with Sing Tao. Chen Wenguang's news chief, a man named Xu Long, stood in front of him and listed the reasons in 4 points: the free papers, the finance section, which had made a lot of people a lot of money in 9 days, the novel, which people were now buying the paper for on its own, and the layout, which every editor in Hong Kong had already photographed. "Fine," Chen Wenguang said. "Poach the finance writer, poach the novelist, whatever it costs." Xu Long started sweating and had to be asked twice. "Sir," he said, "they're the same person." "Then poach him. He owns the paper. There is a version of my life that ends in the harbor that week. I know that now." Chen Wenguang sat in that room and he genuinely considered it, and the only reason he didn't was that the Independent Commission Against Corruption had existed for 4 years by then, and the government was already crawling all over his family, and before that year was out, 2 of the Ma leadership were going to be wanted men who left Hong Kong in a hurry. So instead, he smashed his favorite teapot, which was 400 years old, and I got to keep breathing. At Ming Pao, meanwhile, the deputy editor Song Yuan was standing in front of his boss's desk, being unhappy about arithmetic. "It took us 19 years to reach 3rd place, he said. It took him 4 days. Behind the desk, a man named Feng Yan, who most people know by the name he wrote under, which was Shen Long, had both issues open in front of him and had not said anything for a very long time. He was not reading the finance section. He was reading a serialized novel about a modern man dropped into the Qin dynasty, and he had forgotten his tea, and when he finally looked up, he said, "The younger generation is truly formidable." Then he wrote a review of it, in Ming Pao, his own paper, calling the author a coming master of the form, and saying that he would very much like to sit down and talk with him. Song Yuan nearly came out of his skin. He pointed out, correctly, that his editor-in-chief was using their own front page to advertise the competitor that was currently eating them. And Shen Long said something I have thought about for 30 years. He said, "They will pass us whether I write this or not, so the review costs me nothing I still have. The people who should be frightened are the Ma family and the queen of the newspaper industry, not us." And then he said, "Besides, the book moved me. I read that review at my desk at 7 in the morning with the building empty, and I have been honest about the gambling and the shorting, so I will be honest about this. It was the only thing in that entire year that made me feel like a thief. I had not written that book. A man named Zhou An was going to write that book in 11 years' time in a different world, and Shen Long had just put his name behind it, and there was no version of the next 30 seconds in which I could explain that to anybody. So I did the only thing I could do, which was write the most sincere and humble reply I have ever put my name to, and run it on the front page, and then go and be worth it." Sing Tao Daily, meanwhile, was having the time of its life. They ran a full spread. Oriental Daily News loses the #1 spot, and the reversal was so quick. And then, underneath, with real craftsmanship, they reprinted Oriental's own article about the newspaper that had been bought by a teenager as a toy, right next to the circulation table. I asked Wang Lei, my liaison chief, who collected gossip the way other men collect stamps, why Sing Tao hated Oriental Daily that much. He told me, and it changed the shape of the next 2 years of my life. When the Ma family founded Oriental Daily in 1969, they needed staff, and staff take years to build, so they went to Sing Tao, which was the finest newspaper operation in the city, and they took half of it, not with money, with men standing outside people's homes explaining what a shame it would be if something happened. Sing Tao's founder was a man named Guo Jian. He was old, and he watched half his life's work walk out of the door under duress, and he fell ill from the pure rage of it, and he died. His daughter took over. Her name was Han Shu, and the industry called her the queen of the newspaper industry, and she had spent 9 years since her father's funeral taking every small shot at Oriental daily she could reach, and never once being able to take a real one. I filed that away under things that will be useful, and in about a year, I am going to sit across the table from that woman on the worst night of her life. Now, the other thing that came out of Shenlong's review was that a junior editor at Oriental Daily named Gao Lei read it, went very still, and remembered a manuscript. Gao Lei had been curious about that manuscript. He had gone looking for it in the reject pile and found it gone, and he knew exactly who had put it there because the man who put it there was named Fang Hao, and Fang Hao had spent 2 years using Gao Lei as a place to put his bad mornings. Gao Lei took the review to Chen Wenguang's office and told him the whole story, and I have no doubt he told it beautifully. Chen Wenguang tapped his fingers on the desk, said, "Very good. Sent for Fang Hao." Fang Hao had already seen the review. He had been sitting at his desk for half an hour without moving. What happened in that office is not something I am going to describe in detail, and not because I'm squeamish. Chen Wenguang put him on the floor. He asked him whether his father had known what he was naming him. He explained in a calm voice exactly how deep the water was off the container terminal. And then he stopped because the government was watching his family that month, and a dead editor is paperwork. Fang Hao packed his desk with his mouth bleeding. On the way out, he stopped in Gao Lei's doorway and asked him one word, "Why?" And Gao Lei said, "Think carefully about how you have always treated me." Fang Hao laughed. He actually laughed. "Haha," he said, "I deserve it." Then he bowed to every single colleague in that room on his way to the lift, one by one, and stood on the pavement outside and looked up at the building. "If God gave me another chance," he said, "I would never look down on people again. I'm not going to pretend I felt sorry for him. I stood in that reading room and picked my own pages off a floor, but I know exactly what my first success cost somebody, and that I did not have to lift a finger to make it happen. That's the part nobody warns you about. Once you're moving fast enough, you stop having to hurt people. They start volunteering." Sing Tao ran the story 2 days later with a photograph of Fang Hao limping out of the Oriental building because Sing Tao was having a wonderful month. On day 4, I went home with a copy of Ming Pao and $20,000 in cash. My parents cannot read. My father can recognize the characters for fish and for the names of his own children and the numbers on a scale. My mother knows fewer. So I sat at the table and read Shenlong's review out loud to them, all of it, and they listened politely the way you listen to weather from a place you'll never go. They did not connect it to me at all. Then my brother Li Cheng, 14 years old, stood straight up off his stool and shouted, "Dad, Mom, my brother wrote it." My mother looked at Li Cheng, then at me. My father put both hands flat on the table and started laughing, and there were tears coming out of him while he did it, and he said, "The master was right. The master was right. My son is the literary star come down to earth." Then I put the 20,000 on the table. My mother made a sound and covered her own mouth with both hands, which is a thing I had never seen a person do outside of a film. Then she tied the bundle tighter, with string, twice, and told my brother and my sister that if either of them said one word about this outside that door, she would break their legs. I told them it was royalties from the book. I told them the paper was a partnership and I held a small share in it. I lied to my mother's face about how much money I had, and I would do it again, because at that point in her life, the truth would not have made her happy. It would have made her afraid. On day 7, we put 350,000 copies into the city, 220,000 of them through newsstands, and my account at HSBC passed $5 million, and they moved me to a different floor with better chairs. And the next morning, we started charging. Every single person in the industry expected us to fall off a cliff. That is not me being dramatic. Chen Wenguang had told his room to be patient because free is a drug and the withdrawal is coming. Paid sales, day 1, 250,000 copies. The all-time record for a newspaper in Hong Kong, set by Oriental Daily and held for years, was 170,000. 1 in 4 people who had been handed a free paper had turned into a person who paid. I went down to the print hall with a box under my arm and gave out red envelopes personally, 1 month's salary in each, and I put one in the hand of a compositor who had been hired 11 days earlier and hadn't dared ask if he counted. I said his name. I patted his shoulder. It cost me 1 month of one man's wages, and it bought me that man for 4 years. I am aware of exactly what I was doing. This is why people in power love a ceremony. Tiny investment, enormous return. Juding settled at about 250,000 a day. Oriental Daily went from 170,000 to 140, then to 120. 4th place in their own city in 3 weeks. That was when I opened the advertising, and this is the part where Xu Ming, my advertising department of one man, became a wealthy person. I did not sell advertising space. I auctioned it on 2 rules. 1 advertiser per industry per issue. If you were a bank and you wanted the finance page, you were not sharing it with another bank, ever, and no contract longer than 1 month, which meant every advertiser in Hong Kong had to come back and fight for it again in 30 days, forever. The first month cleared 1,020,000 Hong Kong dollars. Oriental Daily, in its best month, had done 500,000. Tsingtao 550, Mingpao 430. Somebody ran the annual projection in the trade press and got 12 million, and the whole industry sat down, and then a tabloid called City News printed this: stock market guru Xia Yu makes millions in the stock market. The source was an employee of HSBC Securities who had gotten drunk in front of the wrong people. I came out of my own building at 8 in the morning into 6 reporters and a flashbulb and got asked how much I'd made and said I have no idea what you're talking about and pushed through them into the car. Johan traced the leak in under a day. Then he fired the man on the floor of his own trading room in front of everybody, and the man begged, and Johan looked at him and let him finish begging and fired him anyway. Then he invited me to dinner at the Kowloon Hotel to apologize, and I said yes, and that dinner is one of the 3 or 4 most valuable evenings of my life. We both drank juice. He was driving. I was 16, and it would have made a bad photograph. He apologized properly, without decorating it. Then he told me that HSBC Securities was waiving every fee on my account going forward and refunding every fee it had already taken. That was several $100,000. I said that wasn't necessary. He said it wasn't compensation. It's an investment, he said, in you. I'd rather be honest about that than have you wondering. I liked him enormously. Then, over the fish, he tested me, which is what I would have done. Mr. Xia, what do you think of Hong Kong's stock market? Now, I had been waiting 9 days for somebody in this city to ask me a question worth answering. I told him that Hong Kong was going to be one of the 3 financial capitals of the world, and that it was going to happen inside 15 years, and then I gave him the 4 reasons. 1. Time zones. London closes, New York opens, New York closes, and there is a hole in the 24 hours where the money has nowhere to be. Hong Kong sits exactly in that hole. Build the plumbing here, and the world's money never has to stop moving. 2. Geography. Draw a circle 4 hours flight from this harbor, and inside that circle you have Tokyo, Seoul, Manila, Bangkok, Singapore, Jakarta, and about half the human beings alive. 3. The hinterland. 1 billion people who are currently closed and who will not be closed forever, and when that door opens, every dollar going in and every dollar coming out is going to walk through this harbor because there is nowhere else for it to walk. 4. Stability, comparatively speaking. Look at what happens to a Chinese businessman's factory in Southeast Asia when the politics turn. Money is a coward. It goes where it can sleep. Then I said something else, casually, while eating. Also, the 4 exchanges are going to be merged into one, and it will change everything, and it will happen sooner than people think. Johan put his chopsticks down. I knew about the merger of the 4 exchanges because it happened. He knew about it because HSBC intended it, and it was not public, and there were perhaps 30 people in Hong Kong who had been told. He asked me questions until 9 o'clock at night. Not tests, questions. Then he drove me home himself, and on the way, he said he had a friend named Shu Hong who ran the Longchang auto dealership, and that if I ever needed a car, Shu Hong could also make a driver's license appear. I got home at 9:30, and my parents were sitting up in the dark with 3 teacups on the table. Villagers had been. My father looked at me and did not do any of the softening. He said, "Wei, did you make $1 million from stocks?" I could have lied again. I looked at his face and decided that lying twice to the same man about the same thing is how you lose him. "Yes," I said. They didn't gasp. I had braced for a gasp. There was no noise at all. My mother went slack in the shoulders, and my father's face just emptied, the way a face does when a thing is too big to have a shape yet, and they sat there. After a long time, my father said, "You keep the money yourself. Your mother and I are not knowledgeable enough to have opinions about it." And my mother said, "Just stay safe." Nobody in that house slept. I lay on my mat and listened to my father not sleeping through a wall, and understood something about poverty that I had somehow missed while I was living in it. $1,000 is joy. $1 million is terror. Poverty doesn't just take your money. It takes the part of you that can hold money without flinching, and it does not give that part back just because the number changed. I was going to have to move them out of that shack before the money reached them, or it was going to break them. Meanwhile, in a room I was not in, Chen Wenguang held his 3rd crisis meeting in 3 weeks, and Xu Long finally said the only intelligent thing anybody in that building said all year. "We cannot beat the newspaper," he said. "The novel, the layout, the price, none of it can be beaten in time. There is exactly one way to kill Juding Daily. Say it. Make one of Li Wei's stock recommendations fail, not fall, fail. Make the people who followed him lose their savings. The moment they lose money on his word, they will not be readers anymore. They will be a mob, and they will come for him, and we will not have to do anything at all. And Chen Wenguang sat back and smiled and went to see a man named Zhao Qingtian. Zhao Qingtian was the head of the Wu family. He owned Mingheng Real Estate and Tianwu Securities with about 50 million under management and total family assets somewhere around 200 million. He also owned Mingheng Industrial, which is the company I had destroyed on page 1 of my first issue. You could not have designed a man who wanted to see me dead more, and Chen Wenguang knew it, and he arrived with a gift. Dafa Real Estate. It was a company I had recommended in the finance section. Market capitalization, 30 million when I wrote it up, 60 million by that week, because my readers had done what my readers were now doing. And critically, it was not a family company. It had been founded by a man named Han Tianfu, 52, and its shares were out in the world where anybody could take them. The plan was clean. Tianwu Securities shorts DAFA into the ground. The stock that the god of stocks recommended collapses in public. 20,000 small investors lose money on my name in 1 week. And when the wreck stops smoking, the Wu family buys it for the land underneath it and makes a profit on the way. Zhao Qingtian said he'd need 10 million in capital. Chen Wenguang said he could supply 10 million. Zhao Qingtian looked at him for a moment and said, "You want me to help you launder your dirty money? I want you to be well compensated." They settled at 40%. 10 million, once, never again. They started on the Monday, and both of those men, sitting in that room, believed I had about $2 million and 5 times leverage, which would give me 10 million to fight with. I had 8 million and 10 times leverage. I had 80. Before any of that started, I did the thing I'd been putting off, which was get my family out of that shack. HSBC Securities published a public statement about the employee they'd fired, which killed the story dead. I read it over breakfast, and then I went out and bought a house before lunch. Kowloon Tong, 2,600 square feet over 2 floors, 8 rooms, garden, a wall, a gate with a man in it. Fully furnished, because I did not have 3 weeks to argue about sofas. 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Flat. Signed and paid inside 2 hours. Then I went to Longcheng Auto and met Xu Hong, and I did not buy the flashy thing. I bought German. A Mercedes S-Class, listed at 270,000, which Xu Hong let go at 220 because Zhou Han had called ahead. My driver's license was arranged by 4 that afternoon, which says something about Hong Kong in 1978, and I was not troubled by it at the time. I was going to tell my parents that evening. I didn't get to, because Li Chao was waiting outside my office at 5 o'clock with the face I had never seen on him. The house had been robbed that morning. Both my parents had gone to the market. 2 men had come over the back and taken the black cloth bag from behind the stove, which had $20,000 in it, and my brother Li Cheng had come home in the middle of it and grabbed at the bag. They'd knocked him down. I got there, and the lane was full of neighbors the way a lane is when something has happened. My mother was sitting on the step with her arms around Li Cheng and her eyes red. My little sister was attached to her side with both hands, and on my brother's swollen face was a red handprint you could have counted the fingers on. My father was standing at the door of his own house with his hands hanging down. "It's my fault," he said, "for going out." It was not rage. Rage is hot and stupid. This was the opposite. Everything in me got very quiet and very organized, like a desk being cleared. And that is when my aunt started talking. She was somebody's wife from 3 doors down, and she had a voice that could take paint off a wall, and she stood in the middle of that lane and announced to everybody in it that Awei had made $1 million, so really, what was 20,000? 2 or 3 voices agreed with her. "We're all relatives here," she said, warming up, "so why not lend my family a few tens of thousands?" I watched 5 or 6 people quietly detach themselves from the back of the crowd and go home, because they were decent and they did not want to be standing in that lane while that sentence was in the air. Li Chao went off like a firework, and she turned on him, and she went straight for the one thing in the world that would make him lose his mind, which was his dead father. I stepped in front of him before he moved. I've seen what he does when he moves. "Get out," I said. "You are not welcome in my house." She looked at a 16-year-old telling her that, and her face went the color of a plum, and then she wheeled around on my father, because in her mind he was still the poor fisherman she'd been talking down to for 20 years. And my father, who I had never in my life heard raise his voice, who apologized to boat engines, put his shoulders back. "How I raise my son," he said, "is none of your business, and you are not welcome in our house." The lane went very quiet. Li Chao cracked his knuckles once, gently, and her husband took her by the arm and removed her. The rule I set that evening, and have kept: I will pay for an emergency. Any emergency, any relative, no questions, and I will not ask for it back. Somebody's hospital, somebody's funeral, somebody's roof, done, today. I will not fund poverty. Poverty is not an emergency. It is a condition, and money poured into it evaporates and leaves a person who resents you for stopping. We moved that afternoon, 2 taxis and everything the family owned, which fit. The car went up a tree-lined road and stopped at a gate with a man in it, and my family stood on the doorstep of that house and did not go in. Not out of politeness. They physically could not make themselves step on the floor. There was a crystal chandelier. There were leather sofas. There was a television the size of a window. My little sister pulled on my hand and asked in a whisper, "Brother, is this our home?" My parents finally sat down on a sofa, and then both of them jumped slightly, because neither of them had ever sat on anything that gave. "How much?" my father said. "Exactly 1 million. Li Hao, who had come along and had been standing in the hallway holding his own hat, said, "My salary is $400 a month. I'd have to save for several hundred years." That night, I drove the two of them out with $60,000 in cash in the car and tried to buy Li Chao out of the triads. He didn't laugh at me. That's the thing. He listened to the whole offer, and then he said very quietly that it was about 4 years too late. He was a red pole. He had things on him. He had enemies in 2 other societies who were not going to stop being his enemies because he handed in a resignation, and a man who leaves that life in Hong Kong in 1978 does not retire. He just becomes easier to find. Then he grinned at me in the dark of the car, and the grin was the same one from when we were 9. "Anyway," he said, "you're going to be a tycoon, and Hong Kong is a mess. You're going to run into problems that a tycoon can't solve." He shrugged. "I can solve those." Li Hao jumped in from the back seat before I could argue, and said that every tycoon in this city has a hand in both worlds whether he admits it or not, and that he was going to climb, and he was going to keep climbing, and one day he'd be chief inspector, and I'd have a friend on the correct side of the desk. And then one of them brought up the Peninsula Hotel. We used to sit on a hill above Victoria Harbor when we were kids with cheap beer and a grill, and across the water there was a building with a lit-up top floor, and Li Chao used to say, "What do you think it looks like from up there?" And Li Hao used to say, "Only tycoons get to go up there." "We can only rely on you to take us up," Li Chao said, "so don't fall over." I had $5 million in the bank. I could have driven them to that hotel that night and bought the top floor around. I didn't say it. Some things you don't say out loud. You just fix them later. We put our fists together over the gear stick like idiots. "All right," I said. "Chief Inspector Xia, Godfather Xia. From now on, I, Xia the Tycoon, am counting on you both. 20,000 each." Then another 20,000 to Li Chao separately for a bounty on the 2 men who put a hand on my brother's face. It took one night. There is an abandoned house on a stretch of coast where the road stops, and at 2 in the morning there were 2 men on the floor of it with cloth over their eyes and 4 of Li Chao's people standing around, and they told us immediately, because they were not brave, they were just poor and stupid. They worked for a man called Scarface Chiang of the Black Shark Gang, who were the mortal enemies of Li Chao's Fierce Tiger Society, which meant this had never really been about $20,000 at all. I stood there in a doorway with the sea behind me, and I gave an order about their hands, and it was carried out, and I made myself stand there and watch instead of turning around, because I had decided that if I was going to be a man who gave orders like that, I was not going to be a man who looked away from them. In the morning, I handed both of them to Li Hao, alive, and they went to prison, and that is the last I ever thought about them. I'm not asking you to be comfortable with that. I'm not entirely comfortable with it. But my brother was 14, and he had a handprint on his face, and I had just learned that in this city being right does not stop anything at all. Driving home along the coast road at 3 in the morning is when the headlights picked up a man running, middle-aged, soaking wet, in the middle of a coastal road at 3 in the morning with a boy on his back. Behind him, 4 men with things in their hands. "Drive on," Li Chao said immediately. "Smugglers. Happens every week." I had already taken my foot off the accelerator, and I was about to put it back down, because he was right, and because there were 4 of them. Then the man turned his head into the lights and shouted, in Mandarin, not Cantonese, "Stop the car! Save my son!" I stopped the car. It was an accent. In that city in that year, a man shouting in Mandarin on a beach road at 3 in the morning had come across the water, and I had spent 16 years being the boy in the village whose family had come from somewhere else. He shoved the boy through the door into my back seat. Then he turned around. I have watched a lot of violence since. I have paid for some of it. I had never seen anything like the next second and a half. 4 armed men arrived at that car, and none of them were standing when it finished, and he did it barehanded, and then he got in and closed the door and smiled at me and said thank you, and the smile was the worst part, because it was polite. The boy had gone into the water. At the hospital they got him breathing. Then the man got off the plastic chair in the corridor and knelt on the floor in front of a 16-year-old. His name was Zhao Long. He was a career soldier from the mainland. His wife had died of an illness while he was in service, at a posting he could not leave, and after the funeral, his son had gotten sick and stayed sick. Somebody told him the medicine was better in Hong Kong, so he took his retirement, and he paid smugglers, and the boat he paid for turned out to be the kind that does not intend to let its passengers walk off at the other end. The boy's name was Zhao Feng. He was 10, and the diagnosis Zhao Long had been given, before he ever got on that boat, was lung cancer. He knelt down a second time, and I did not stop him, because he was not asking me for anything yet, and I could feel it coming. "I have no money," he said, "but I can give you my life." Li Chao read him while we were standing in the corridor and told me flatly what he was seeing. Calluses in the wrong places, the way he stood, the way he'd handled it. Dangerous man. I already knew what I was going to do. I needed a bodyguard. There were no security companies in Hong Kong in 1978, not the way you're picturing. There were triads, and there were men on doors. And here in front of me was a soldier who had just cleared 4 armed men off a road in under 2 seconds, and whose entire weakness in this world was lying in a bed 20 feet away. I am not proud of how clearly I saw that, but I saw it. The hospital confirmed it that morning. Early-stage lung cancer, surgery not advisable given the boy's condition and the boy's age and the year. In 1978, in that hospital, they were telling him to prepare. Then one of the doctors, walking away, mentioned a rumor. There was an old Chinese medicine man in Kowloon who had cured a lung cancer once. Probably nonsense. I drove there at 9 in the morning, Chungkyu Medical Hall, small door, dark inside, herbs in a wall of little drawers. Behind the counter, a man with completely white hair and a completely young face, who looked up as I came through the door and said, before I had said a single word, "You look strong and energetic, not like someone who comes to see a doctor." His name was Lin Baihe, and he was 68, and he is the second most dangerous person in this entire story. He looked at the boy for a long time, took his wrist, looked at his eyes and his tongue and his fingernails, and asked 3 questions, and then switched out of Cantonese into Mandarin with a Sichuan accent, which is when Zhao Long's shoulders came down for the first time in a week. "It can be treated," Lin Baihe said. Slowly, Zhao Long put his face into his son's shoulder and made a noise I am not going to describe. I put a brick of cash on the counter and said, "Use the best of everything." Lin Baihe stroked his beard and looked at me with a great deal of amusement. "I know you are not short of money," he said, "so I won't save you any." 2 days later, Johan called me at 7 in the morning. Dafa Real Estate is falling. Dafa was the property company I had recommended in the finance section. It had gone from 30 million to 60 million because my readers had bought it. I got the papers. Oriental Daily and 3 tabloids were carrying a story about Dafa's cash flow drying up and shareholders quietly cashing out. The serious papers had nothing at all, which was the first thing wrong. The second thing wrong was in the article itself. It described share sales that would have had to happen over the weekend when the exchange was shut. They hadn't even bothered to make it good. HSBC's inquiry came back before lunch. Tianwu Securities was shorting Dafa and had signed short-selling agreements with 3 other houses to get more paper to sell. The owner of Tianwu Securities, Johan said, is a man called Zhao Qingtian, head of the Wu family. Of Mingheng Industrial, I said. Of Mingheng Industrial. I sat there and laid it out on the desk in my head. The Oriental Daily, Tianwu Securities, Dafa Real Estate, Mingheng Industrial, and my Juding Daily. And I started to smile, and Johan later told me that hearing me smile down a telephone line was one of the more unsettling experiences of his professional life. Because here is what Chen Wenguang had done. He had built a plan to kill my newspaper by destroying my credibility in the stock market, which meant he had built a plan that took place entirely inside the one room in the world where I am the largest thing walking. Everyone in my building assumed I would defend Dafa immediately. Buy the stock, hold the price, protect my readers, protect the name. I did nothing for 2 days, let them push it down. Every dollar they knocked off that price was $1 off my entry, and I intended to enter enormously. And there was a second reason, which mattered more. Every newspaper in Hong Kong was watching to see what happened to the paper that got attacked this way. If I merely survived it, I would get attacked again in 6 months by somebody smarter. If the people who tried it were carried out of the building, nobody would try it for years. I wanted a corpse in the lobby. Then I called Johan and offered him the trade as a partner rather than a broker. He already owned Dafa stock because he read my finance section like everybody else, so he was already bleeding. He had HSBC's weight, HSBC's manpower, and a personal account. He said yes in under 4 seconds. I had $8 million and 10 times leverage. 80 million. They thought I had 10. Meanwhile, the actual owner of Dafa Real Estate was having the worst week of his life, and he deserved better than what all of us did to him. Han Tianfu, 55 years old, gray, built the company out of nothing. He called an emergency shareholders meeting and walked into his own boardroom, and 3 chairs were empty. 16% of his company sold out from under him without a word. One of them wouldn't pick up the phone. 2 of them apologized and hung up, and one of those 2 had been at his wedding. He asked the shareholders who had bothered to turn up to help fund a buyback to hold the price. They looked at each other, and they looked at the table, and nobody said anything at all. Then he called a press conference because he was a decent man and he thought sunlight would help, and a reporter in the 3rd row stood up and named the 3 shareholders and the exact number of shares each had dumped, and the entire city watched Han Tianfu's face change on camera. The next morning, every major paper in Hong Kong turned around and pointed at me, not at Tianwu, not at the short sellers, at Juding Daily and Li Wei, with photographs of grief-stricken small shareholders who had bought DAFA on my recommendation, and one of them was a woman of about 60 holding a savings book. My staff came into my office in a group. All 7 department heads and half the newsroom jammed in the doorway, and Wu Bo, the finance chief, actually said the words, "Boss, what do we do?" "Everything is under control," I said. They did not believe me. They went back to work anyway, which is the most any boss can ask. Across town at Mingpao, Shen Long put the paper down and said to his deputy, "Chen Wenguang is more ruthless than I gave him credit for. He hasn't attacked the newspaper. He's attacked the only place the newspaper can be hurt." And then, after a moment, "I wonder how that young friend intends to break this." At Tsingtao, Han Shu cut out the article about me and stuck it to the corner of her desk and hoped, out loud, that the boy won, because the enemy of her enemy was the closest thing to a friend she'd had in 9 years. On the 3rd morning, I dropped a copy of Oriental Daily into a bin outside the Kowloon exchange and went in. DAFA had come through 20 million, and Tianwu still wasn't buying to cover. They were still selling, because Zhao Qingtian had gone greedy, which is the single most reliable thing about a man who is winning. "Around 15 million, I told Johan. "That's the floor. That's where we start." In their command room, Zhao Qingtian and Chen Wenguang already knew that Han Tianfu had personally about $2 million, and no bank in Hong Kong would lend him another cent, because they had made calls. Han Tianfu's own advisor was telling him to sit still and stop spending. "Somebody else," the advisor said, "is already fighting your war." We started buying at 15. Everything Tianwu threw we took. 2 million, 2.2, 2.5, 3. Zhao Qingtian called his source 3 separate times to ask who was buying, because Han Tianfu had $2 million and this was not $2 million. Then the other institutions smelled it. There is nothing in the world like the smell of a short seller who cannot get out, and one by one, the houses that had signed those short-selling agreements began, quietly, to test the long side instead. Zhao Qingtian kept selling. He had to. He was already down more than 10 million, and every dollar the price came back up cost him again, and there is no such thing as a man in that position who stops. At 11:40 in the morning, a trader in his own room said the sentence that ended it. "Boss, all the stock in my account has been sold off. Every account. Empty. Nothing left to sell with. The wall came off the market like a door coming off a hinge, and the price went up." Zhao Qingtian took a step and had to put his hand on the desk. His scout finally got through the door at 2 minutes to 12. "The money is HSBC Securities," he said. "It's 2 groups. One is being run by the owner of Juding Daily. The other is being run by Johan personally." Chen Wenguang said, "How is that possible?" And Zhao Qingtian turned around with his eyes red and said, "Chen Wenguang, you tricked me." Chen Wenguang screamed back that he had lost 10 million of his own, which was true, and then neither of them said anything, which is my favorite part. Outside on the floor of the exchange, meanwhile, several hundred small shareholders who had panic-sold DAFA at the bottom because of a story in Oriental Daily had worked out what had actually happened to them. They started cursing Oriental Daily, out loud, together, on the floor of the exchange, loud enough to come through a wall. Chen Wenguang heard it through that wall and went gray, and he understood before anybody else in his building what that noise was going to cost him, because a newspaper is nothing but the belief that it is telling you the truth, and he had just spent all of his in 1 week. When it settled, I held 30% of DAFA real estate for about $5 million. Johan held 25% for 4.2. Between us, 55% of a company that had been worth 60 million 11 days earlier. The paper profit that afternoon was 2.5 million. When the price came back to where it had started, it would be 13. The next morning, I turned the guns around. Juding Daily's front page did not defend itself. It prosecuted. We printed the whole architecture, that Oriental Daily had fabricated the cash flow rumor, that it had been fabricated to serve Mingheng Real Estate's attempt to acquire DAFA cheaply, and that the newspaper had been used as a weapon in a stock operation by its own owners. For their own selfish interests, they disregarded the impartiality of the press. What right do they have to run a newspaper? And then, halfway down, because a prosecution should also be entertaining, let me tell you a joke. There is a shameless man who colluded with a gang of hooligans to manipulate public opinion in order to accuse our newspaper of manipulating public opinion. The thief crying, "Stop thief." We ran the number Tianwu Securities had lost in a single day, which was 30 million, and suggested that anybody with money at Tianwu Securities might want to go and get it. We ran a second piece on Mingheng Industrial and stated in print that it was rotten from the floor up, and that the most dignified thing left to it was to delist. Shen Long read it and said the battlefield was the stock market, but what he actually relieved was the siege on his newspaper. Han Shu read it and laughed out loud in an empty office and said, "Chen Wenguang, you've finally met your match." Chen Wenguang read it and took his office apart. And Han Tianfu, who got his company back at no cost to himself and whose share price was climbing, sat in his boardroom with 3 empty chairs still in it and laughed at himself. It rose because of Juding Daily, he said, and it fell because of Juding Daily. From beginning to end, my company was just somebody else's battlefield. He was right. He was completely right. Juding Daily hit 300,000 copies a day that week, which was a new record for Hong Kong. Oriental Daily fell to 100,000. And Chen Wenguang went home to the family house to explain himself to 2 very old men, his father, Chen Zhaolin, and his uncle, Chen Zhaoping, the 2 pillars, plus his brothers. His father heard the whole thing out and then said mildly, "Your plan was good. Where did it fail?" "We moved," Chen Wenguang said, without investigating his background. And his uncle Chen Zhaoping, who had not spoken at all, said, in the tone of a man declining a second bowl of soup, "I don't have time to get entangled with a child. I'll just kill him." Their intelligence came back within the day. My family, Li Hao in the police, Li Chao in the fierce tigers, at war with the black sharks, Zhou Han. And, because they went and stood over an HSBC employee until he talked, my 8 million and my 10 times leverage. Chen Wenguang sat with that last page for a while and ground his teeth because he had just worked out that a very large share of my profit had come directly out of his own pocket. Their plan was to borrow the Black Shark Gang's knife so that when it landed, it would look like a triad quarrel over a stolen bag. Only one line in the report bothered Chen Wenguang, and he read it 3 times without knowing why. Chunqiu Medical Hall, Lin Baihei, Lin Baiquan, Li Wuming. 2 days later, I went to that medical hall to bring Zhao Long the identity cards I'd had made for him and his son, and Lin Baihei looked up from a drawer of dried bark and said, apropos of absolutely nothing, "There's a dark aura around your face. You should be careful for a while." I said thank you the way you say thank you to an old man who says things like that. Then I walked out of his door into the street, and there were men coming at me from 4 directions with knives and clubs, and the nearest one was 4 meters away. I have thought about what I did next many times. I grabbed the steering lock off the passenger seat, which is a solid steel bar, and I got a blade off my forearm with it, and then instead of running away from the fight, I ran toward Zhao Long, who had already gone through 2 of them barehanded, and then a hand landed on my shoulder. "I'll handle this," said Lin Baihei, 68 years old, in a long robe, with white hair. He took 3 men apart with joint locks in about the time it takes to describe it, and the 4th he hit once, and that man went off his feet and did not land near where he had started. Li Chao arrived 4 minutes later with a car full of people and was extremely disappointed. So did Lin Baihei's eldest son, Lin Baiquan, with people of his own, which told me a great deal about what kind of medical hall I had been walking into for 2 weeks. Zhao Long knelt in the street again and asked to be my bodyguard permanently, and Lin Baihei told him the boy would be safe in his house, and that ended that argument. Afterwards, when everyone had gone, Lin Baiquan asked his father why he had read a stranger's face out loud, which apparently he had not done in 20 years. I only learned what the old man answered a long time later. "In all of Hong Kong," Lin Baihei said, "I have met Li Kexing. I have met Pao Yue Kong. No one's face compares to his. His face keeps changing, and I cannot see through it. His fate is extremely noble, and in 60 years I have never seen the like." And then, quieter, "I saw hope in him. A newspaper with 1 pillar falls over. So I built the second one. The idea was a financial weekly, not a business section, a separate magazine, glossy, expensive, modeled on the thing a certain American publisher had spent his life running, whose memory was sitting in my head with the circulation figures attached. I called it Economy, and I gave it the weapon that would make it detonate on contact, which was a list. In 1978, Hong Kong had no professional rankings of anything. There was no rich list. There was no corporate list. Everybody in that city knew roughly who was rich, the way everybody in a village knows roughly whose fields are best, and nobody had ever put it in a table with a number next to each name. The first issue was going to carry a Hong Kong rich list and a Hong Kong corporate ranking. 100 entries each. I took the entire 5th floor for the Economic Research Office and told the building it was archives. Because here's the thing about a list. Every single person on it will tell you they don't care about it, and every single person on it will read it the morning it comes out, and every single person who is not on it will want to know why. A list makes you the referee, and the referee gets to stand in the middle of the field. Then Johan handed me an envelope. HSBC Securities was holding a cocktail party at the Peninsula Hotel. Remember a hill above Victoria Harbor, and 3 boys with cheap beer, looking at a lit-up top floor across the water, and saying only tycoons go up there. I went alone. Everybody else brought somebody. I was 16, and I did not have a somebody, and also I wanted my hands free. Li Kexing was in that room. Pao Yue Kong was in that room. Li Zhaoji was in that room. I got introduced to all three of them in the first 40 minutes, and every single one of them did the thing where the eyes drop to your face and then come back up a half second later, recalibrating, and one of them actually said out loud, "How old are you?" 16. I'm going to be saying that number a lot. Then an old man detached himself from a group and came over with a glass, and everybody nearby got very slightly quieter. Zhou Rongchang, fifth uncle, to people who were allowed to call him that. Chairman and director of the Kowloon Stock Exchange of the Zhou family, who made the Wu family look like a corner shop. He was extremely warm. He praised my paper. He said it was wonderful to see a young man with such spirit, and that spirit was a fine thing. And then he said that spirit was also a dangerous thing, and that a wise young man learns early where the line is. Then he patted my arm and went away. I stood there holding a glass of orange juice. Johan arrived at my elbow about 90 seconds later and translated it for me, in case I'd enjoyed it. He's telling you to stop moving prices on his exchange. I noticed. He is being extremely polite about it. He does not have to be. And he was right, and this is the moment where the whole thing turned, so pay attention, because it is the single most useful thing in this story. I was making money on somebody else's floor. Every dollar I made in that building, I made at the pleasure of the man who owned the building, and I had just been told kindly once. So I did not stop making money. I changed what I was. If I write in a newspaper that a stock will go up, I am a boy manipulating a market, and Zhou Rongchang can have me removed from his exchange with a phone call. If a licensed securities company with a research department publishes an analyst's report that a stock is undervalued, that is an industry. Same sentence, same effect on the price. Completely different animal. I needed my own securities company, and I needed it immediately. Driving home that night, I made Zhao Long stop the car outside a bar in Simsha because something in the window had caught my eye, and I could not work out why. It was a bottle, half a meter tall, brown glass, with a label I didn't recognize that said Tagta, and on the neck, small, 2 letters, SD. I sat there in the dark looking at it for a while, and Zhao Long asked if I wanted him to go in. No, I said. Not yet. Li Chao's birthday was that Friday. I offered him a hotel. He wanted a street stall on fierce tiger turf where the beer came in a bucket because he had exactly one idea of what a good evening was and had never revised it. 2 foreigners came up to the stall next to us to buy cigarettes. One of them fumbled his wallet and a card came half out and went back in, and I got about a second and a half of it. Interpol. Li Hao stopped with a skewer halfway to his mouth. He didn't turn his head. He just stopped. Interpol doesn't come here for burglary, he said very quietly into his beer. They come for terrorism. Organized crime, narcotics, weapons, people. Something enormous was running in this city, and I was sitting on a plastic stool in the middle of it. 10 minutes later, I sent Zhao Long to the car for the wine I'd left in the boot. A man walked past behind me with both hands in a bulging jacket pocket. Li Chao was facing that direction. He saw the pocket come open. He saw what came out of it and where it was pointing, which was the middle of my back at about 2 meters. He did not shout a warning. There wasn't time for a warning. He came over the table. Bang! He took it in the abdomen, low, and it put him on the ground on top of me. Li Hao broke the gun out of the man's hand with a stool, and Li Chao got up. He got up off the floor with a hole in him and blood coming through his shirt and both hands shaking, and he picked up a stool of his own, and he stood between me and the other 4 men who were now coming through the tables, and he said, with his teeth locked, "Ah wei, I'm all right. Run." I did not run. I have done a great many clever things in my life, and that was not one of them, and I would do it again, and it is the only decision here I have never re-examined. Zhao Long came back across that street like something falling off a building. He took a blade off the first man, then he picked the pistol up off the ground, and after that it was over, and I am not going to describe it beyond that. The one who fired went into the boot of my own car with his arms and legs broken. Somebody said hospital. No, I said. A gunshot at a public hospital is a police report, and a police report is an address. Chunkyu Medical Hall. Go. Lin Baihe had the bullet out in 20 minutes. It had gone into the muscle of the lower back and missed everything that would have mattered. He said it plainly, the way he says everything. He will be fine. He will hurt for a month. He was extremely lucky, and if it had been 4 centimeters higher, I would have been arranging a funeral. I went out into the courtyard and put my fist into a wall. Li Hao and Zhao Long had the answer out of the man in the boot in about 11 minutes. Ma family, sent by Chen Wenguang personally. It's been thrown into the sea, Zhao Long said afterwards, and did not elaborate, and I did not ask. Then Li Hao sat down on the step next to me and told me what I was actually up against, in his police voice, which is the voice he uses when he's frightened. The Ma family were one of the 4 underground families of Hong Kong. Both of the old men at the top of it had built their fortune selling what everybody in that city politely called laundry detergent. You cannot fight them, Li Hao said. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying it isn't a thing that can be done. I looked at the door behind which my brother was lying face down on a table with a hole in him. I swear to you, I said, I will not rest until I've paid them for this. The next night, I went back to that bar. Johan had produced, without asking a single question, an anonymous bearer card with 1 million Hong Kong dollars on it. The rules I had pulled out of the back of my head were absurd, and I intend to complain about them properly. You order whiskey. Before the bartender pours, and I mean before, if he starts pouring, you have missed your window and the entire thing is void. You say, Scotch whiskey is the most delicious. Then you say, I need to blend it with 80% single malt whiskey. Then you drink the entire glass, all of it. Not sipping. If you leave any of it, it is an insult, and they will simply never speak to you. I was 16 years old. Under the folded $100 note went the card and a piece of paper with 3 things on it. 1. Everything on the Ma family. 2. Round-the-clock watch on Chen Xiaoping and Chen Zhaolin for 1 week. 3. Why is Interpol in Hong Kong, and does it touch the Ma family? The organization is called SD, for Shadow. 300 years old. It has never killed anybody. It sells information to anybody who can find the bar and say the sentence, and it is run out of a house in Scotland by the Campbell family, the Dukes of Argyll. Their old motto, wherever the glory of the British Empire shines, there will be their shadow. 250 years of empire, every port, every garrison, every governor's dining room. I got back into the car, and Zhao Long pulled out, and I opened the window and hung onto the frame and said, in a voice that was not entirely steady, what the hell are these rules? Who made these rules? That whiskey nearly ended me. Nobody warns you. Li Chao woke up around midnight and immediately asked for food, which is how I knew he was going to live. At 6 the next morning, I came down into Lin Baihe's courtyard, and the old man was out there in the gray light doing Tai Chi, and he looked at me without stopping and said, come here. So for a week I learned Tai Chi at 6 in the morning from a 68-year-old man who kept correcting my shoulders with 2 fingers. At the end of it, he taught me the family breathing method, and Zhao Long, watching from the doorway, went completely still, because that is not a thing a Chinese family teaches an outsider, ever. Don't get excited, Lin Baihe said. There's no magic. You will not learn to fly. You will get 8 or 10 extra years and a body that doesn't get sick, and when you are 50, you will be extremely glad about the mornings you hated. I have done it every day since. Every single day. 3 days later, a truck tried to kill me at a crowded intersection. I saw it coming, and the detail that stopped my blood was the driver's face. There was no panic on it. None. He was not losing control of a vehicle. He was steering. Zhao Long, who was driving, did not brake. He accelerated. Then at the last possible instant, he cut the wheel, came off the throttle and stood on the brake, and put my Mercedes sideways across the junction, and the truck went past the back of the car by about the width of my arm and straight into the traffic behind us. I looked back through the rear window at a rolled wreck and a face behind broken glass, and I was soaked through my shirt. Then I sat in the passenger seat in a stationary car in the middle of Kowloon with sirens starting, and thought about my mother, because they had missed me twice now, and the next time they were not going to aim at me. Lin Baihe lent me 4 of his students to sit in my house. Then the SD packet arrived. I read it in one sitting at 2 in the morning with the door locked, at least 100 people dead directly at the Ma family's hands. Not gang fights, individuals, by name, with dates, going back decades, witnesses who stopped existing, a dock worker's whole family, 2 journalists. Li Hao read it with his ears going red and finally put it down and said, the Ma family should not exist in this world. And the last section answered my 3rd question. Interpol was here for the Ma family. Team leader, a man named Mark. And here is where I had an advantage that no amount of money can buy, because I remembered how this ended in the world I came from. In that world, the operation went ahead, and it failed. Both Ma brothers escaped to Taiwan and lived to be old men. They escaped because there was a mole in the Hong Kong police. I was still holding that page when the phone rang at 11 at night, and Yan Wenhan told me the printing plant was on fire. The overnight crew caught it. We lost 100,000 printed papers and part of a roof, and nobody was hurt, and I stood in the yard at 1 in the morning watching men roll wet newsprint out of a doorway and understood that I was now in a war where the other side did not have a limit. The final SD packet came the next afternoon, and it was 4 lines long. The Ma family are making their trade tonight. Interpol and the Hong Kong police are moving tonight. There is a mole in the police force, and the operation has already leaked, and the location the police have is not the location. At 9 o'clock that evening, my phone rang once, and a voice read me a road, a time, and a dock. I wrote it out by hand. Then I did 2 things in the space of about 90 seconds, and they are the 2 coldest decisions I have ever made. I sent Li Hao, in uniform, with his police identity card, to physically intercept the Interpol team on the road and hand them the real location and the mole's name. Not the police, Interpol, because the police were the leak. And I sent Zhao Long, who had spent 2 days memorizing a map of the Ma family compound and the faces of everybody in it, to go in an hour after the shooting started. Not to the dock. To the house. Li Hao stood in the middle of a road in the headlights of 3 cars and held his badge up over his head. They put him on the ground, searched him, and dragged him into the back of a car in front of a tired American named Mark, who did not believe a single word. So Li Hao pointed at the bottom of the note in his hand, where somebody had drawn a small brown bottle with 2 letters on the neck. Mark looked at it for a long moment and then began giving orders very fast. He split the force. A man named Simon took the original plan and went to the dock the Hong Kong police had with the Hong Kong police, exactly on schedule, so that nothing would look wrong. Mark took everybody else and went east. At the decoy dock, the Hong Kong operations chief, a man called He Zhengfeng, arrested Chen Fei of the Ma family in a warehouse and found nothing at all. Not a gram, not a knife, not so much as an unlicensed cigarette. Chen Fei stood there in handcuffs, grinning at him. "Zhao sir," he said, "what goes around comes around." The real dock was 11 kilometers east and had 20 boxes on it, 50 pounds each. 1 ton. Chen Xiaoping and Chen Xiaolin were both there in person, which they had not done in years, and the man they were buying from had come down from northern Taiwan and was surprised enough to say it out loud. "I never expected that both the white powder horse and the golden horse would come together." Mark opened fire in the middle of the inspection, and for the first 30 seconds each side thought the other had sold them, which cost them badly, and then they worked it out and turned around and fought the police together, which cost Mark 2 men because he was outnumbered about 40 to 9. He Zhengfeng's convoy came down that road 18 minutes later, having driven from the wrong dock at a speed I am told is still discussed. Boss Xu from Taiwan died on the concrete. Chen Xiaolin was shot dead near the water, and Chen Xiaoping was taken alive on his knees, coughing, over his brother's body. Somebody asked him something. He looked up and said, "The victor is king. The loser is the villain." When it was over, Mark was offered the credit at the press conference, and he turned around and pointed at a young Hong Kong constable sitting in the passenger seat of a car with his hands still shaking. "He's the real hero," Mark said. "I'd never have been there." An hour into all of this, on the other side of Kowloon, Zhao Long went over a wall. I am not going to make a scene out of it. 2 men at the back of the compound went down without noise. He got to a window on the ground floor, and Chen Wenguang, who had ordered a man to shoot me in the back at a street stall and who had put a truck into a crowded intersection, was on the other side of it. It took 1 shot. Chen Wenchai took 2. Then he shot his way back out through the front and was gone before anybody in that house understood which direction to run. What happened after that had nothing to do with me, and I could not have stopped it with an army. The news that both Ma pillars had gone down in one night went through the Hong Kong underworld like a fire through a dry hill. Every rival society that had spent 20 years being careful stopped being careful at 11 o'clock that night. Ma territory was gone by morning. Chen Wenfeng and Chen Tingchong went into the sea before dawn, and not by my hand or Li Chao's. Every male of the Ma family was dead inside 18 hours. The last thing SD ever sent me about it was 1 line. Target disappeared. Mission forcibly ended. The governor of Hong Kong attended the press conference personally, which he did not do. The golden horse shot dead. The white powder horse in custody. 1 ton of heroin seized on a dock. And at the very end, 1 more item, which the assembled press had to have read to them twice. Oriental Daily News had been carrying coded trade information in its classified pages for years. Its publication number was revoked. As of that morning, the biggest selling newspaper in the history of Hong Kong did not exist. Han Shu at Tsingtao read that bulletin and laughed until she had to sit down, and then cried, which she had not done since her father's funeral, and then said 1 word out loud in an empty office: karma. The police interviewed me for 2 hours. I told them the truth about everything I could prove and nothing else, and I walked out of that building at 4 in the afternoon, a completely clean citizen, and my brother Li Chao was in the car park leaning on the bonnet of my car with a hand on his side, grinning at me. The next morning, I gave Tang Kai a stack of paper about a foot high. Every buried crime the Ma family had ever committed, with names and dates, from a 300-year-old organization that does not make mistakes. Run 1 a day, I said, for as long as it lasts. I don't want them dead in the newspapers. I want them nailed to the pillar. We sold out every single day for 2 weeks in every district and hit 330,000 copies. The Economic Research Office was up by then. 30 people, 15 researchers with 15 assistants, run jointly and badly by 2 professors who could not be in a room together. Lin Shunyuan from the University of Hong Kong and Xu Jikshui from the Chinese University, who disagreed about everything including where the light switch was. Professor Lin decided, about a week in, to find out whether the boy who signed his checks knew anything at all. He came into my office and started asking questions about the future of the Hong Kong dollar. We talked for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I am not going to pretend I was polite about it. At the end, he took his glasses off and cleaned them for a while. "I was going to suggest," he said, "that you go and study at the University of Hong Kong." And? Even if you went, I don't believe I could find anyone there who could teach you. Li Hao was promoted out of turn, shook the governor's hand at a ceremony, and got put on a list that only about 6 men his age were on. Then Yan Wenhan came into my office and told me the truth, which is the reason I pay him. Boss, we're at 330,000. There are 5 million people in Hong Kong. Every household that is ever going to buy a newspaper has now bought ours. There is no more room in this city. So we leave the city. Taiwan, he said, is the natural next step, and I recommend against it. Correct. Taiwan meant an authority that controlled public opinion for a living, and gangs, and a network of people who had been personally very fond of Oriental dailies politics. Southeast Asia. Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand. Millions of Chinese readers hungry for print in their own language, and no serious Hong Kong paper had ever properly gone after them. Yan Wenhan's plan for it was the most elegant piece of work anybody in my company did that year. We don't build a distribution network, he said. We shadow Tsingtao's. They've spent 30 years finding every Chinese newsstand from Penang to Surabaya. We go to those exact stands in that exact order, and we say one sentence. In Hong Kong, this paper outsells Tsingtao 2-1. And publish A Step into the Past as 2 physical books first, and let them go out ahead of the newspaper like scouts. He got a bonus for that one. Around then, a queue of men appeared at my door about the security job, and Zhao Long walked past the front of the line, stopped, and said, "Monkey?" The man he was looking at was called Hao Sheng, and he had been Zhao Long's subordinate for 6 years. 5 of them had retired together 5 years earlier. 2 months after that, one of them had come across a man assaulting a woman in a street and killed him with his hands, and it turned out that man had people, and the 5 of them had been hunted out of the province, so they swam to Hong Kong, across that water. 5 years hauling cargo on the docks at Kowloon City. 5 years, and not one of them had joined a society in a city where a triad recruiter would have taken any one of them on sight. I asked Ho Sheng why not. He looked at me like I'd asked why he didn't eat glass. Even if I take off the uniform, he said, I will never forget that I was a soldier. I drove to the pier that afternoon and hired all 5 of them, and then Li Quan introduced me to the 20 other men they'd banded together with. All of them honest, all of them broke, and I hired those too. 25 men in one afternoon, and Zhao Long had a security department by Friday. Meanwhile, Dafa Real Estate came back to 66 million. Johan sold my entire 30% into the recovery, $19 million net. I now had $26 million in cash and a very specific problem, which was that I needed a securities company by the end of the month. You can build one, which takes 2 years and a license application that a 16-year-old will not be granted, or you can buy a corpse with a license still on it. Johan found it in a day, Liuhe Securities. Founded in 1970 by a man called Sun Shuyuan, who had been senior at HSBC and knew exactly what he was doing. Gutted in the crash of 1976, under $5 million under management, essentially dead, and holding a complete set of securities licenses. Every category, all current. HSBC still owned 20% of it from the old days and considered that 20% worthless. So the first thing I did was buy HSBC's 20% for $500,000, which meant that the next morning, Liuhe Securities was no longer a firm that HSBC was invested in. It was a firm HSBC had walked away from. The asking price fell through the floor by itself. The Sun Fixing, sold me the other 80% for $2 million. He was 34, ambitious, spectacularly incompetent, and the reason the firm was dying in the first place, and he spent the entire meeting explaining to me how he had been let down by the market. But the prize was never the license. The prize was a man called Wang Qi. Sun Shuyuan had hired him straight out of university and trained him personally for 8 years. When the firm went down, 4 houses came for Wang Qi with real money, and he turned all 4 of them down because he had promised a dying man that he would not leave while the sun was still there. He was still there. He had been there for 2 years, watching an idiot destroy his teacher's company for a salary that had been cut twice. Johan sat down with him and told him the whole truth about the Dafa battle, which he had no business telling anybody, and I have never asked him why he did it, because I know why. I renamed it Juding Securities, and I gave one instruction about the ownership, which explains everything that happens 2 years later. Show 20% publicly in my name, and bury the other 80% offshore through as many companies as it takes. Wang Qi asked me why. Because one day, I said, somebody is going to want to know how much I can spend, and I want them to guess low. That Lunar New Year was the first one. The whole family around a table in the new house with more food on it than the 4 of them had eaten in a good month, plus Zhao Long, plus Zhao Feng, who was breathing properly and had put on 4 kilos, red envelopes. My brother, my sister, Zhao Feng. Then Zhao Long, who tried to refuse and lost. And then I put one in front of my mother and one in front of my father, which is not the direction those envelopes travel. And my mother didn't know where to look, and my father laughed and said, "My son is grown up." Then the children took the fireworks out into the garden. Every year of my life in that village, on that night, we stood in our own doorway and watched other people's fireworks over other people's roofs. That year, we were the roof. In the first week of the new year, I registered Juding Securities properly, and then I did something that took Wang Chi 11 days and cost me a small fortune in lawyers, 120 shell companies. British Virgin Islands, Cayman, Bermuda, holding each other in a knot that I could not have untangled myself without the chart. At the end of it, the only thing visible from outside was that a boy named Li Wei owned 20% of a small securities house in Kowloon. Then I opened 50 anonymous trading accounts and put a sealed envelope on Wang Chi's desk. He read it standing up, which is how I knew when he got to the second page, because he sat down. 4 companies: Qingchao Cement, The Wharf, Chung Kong Industries, Hutchison Whampoa. Boss, he said, in the careful voice of a man checking whether his employer has had a stroke. The Wharf is worth $1.3 billion. Hutchison Whampoa is worth $6 billion. I know. The instruction here says minimum 20% of the Wharf. It says, and I want to read this out loud, the more the better. It does say that. He looked at me over the top of the page. Wang Chi, I said, who told you we were going to acquire anything? I think these companies are going up, that's all. Also, there are things going on that you don't know about. $23.5 million at 10 times leverage. $235 million. Now, I'll tell you what I actually knew, because Wang Chi never got told, and he deserves better than that. Qingchao Cement was a British-owned cement company that everybody in Hong Kong valued as a cement company. In the world I came from, in this same year, Li Ka-shing quietly bought it, and he did not buy it for the cement. He bought it because the plant sat on hundreds of thousands of square meters of land, and Li Ka-shing was in the business of land, so I intended to get there first, take a position too big to go around, and then sell it to him at a price of my choosing. And the Wharf. The Wharf owned the ground under Sim Shatsui, and if you broke it up and valued the land, the shares were worth about 50 Hong Kong dollars each. They were trading at 13. In the world I came from, Li Ka-shing spotted that too, started buying, ran out of money halfway, and handed the whole position to Pao Yue-kong, and what followed was the most famous business battle in the history of this city. I had the entire script. I'd have been struck by lightning if I'd let that go past. Then, A Step into the Past came out as 2 physical books, and I lost control of my own printing plant for a month. At the Mong Kok bookstore, there were 80 people in a queue before the sun came up, and the owner could not get to his own front door and had to be passed through the crowd by his customers. His 300 copies were gone inside minutes, and he was on the telephone shouting for 300 more while people were still standing in his shop. There were traffic problems in 4 districts. About a novel. Day 1 sales. 406,000 copies. That was a single-day record for a physical book in the history of Hong Kong, and it beat anything Shenlong had ever done. And that fact made me deeply uncomfortable for about a week, and then I got over it, because I am not a saint and I had payroll. Shenlong wrote about it again, which was gracious of him, and this time he wrote, although Li Wei's A Step into the Past is not yet finished, it can already be considered a classic. Then we launched into Southeast Asia the same way we launched in Hong Kong. 7 days free, newsstand keeps the money, posters at every stand, and the books already sitting in the shop windows doing the work ahead of us. Day 1 across the region, 280,000, plus 20,000 in Taiwan, which we did quietly, plus 330,000 at home, 630,000 copies of a newspaper in one day. That was more than Tsingtao Daily sold in the entire world, and we did it on the first morning. Inside a week, Southeast Asia alone was at 400,000, and Juding Daily was the best-selling Chinese-language newspaper on the planet outside the mainland. I sent Yan Wenhan a note about it, and the note did not say congratulations. It said, watch the middle managers. A 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an anthole, and we are now at exactly the size where a man starts believing the sales figures are about him. Around then, I moved my brother and sister into diocesan boys and diocesan girls, which are the schools that the sort of families I was now doing business with used, and put Zhao Feng into the primary section, and then I went home and said the sentence I'd been carrying around for 2 months. Dad. Mom, I'm not going back to school. My mother started to argue, and my father put his hand flat on the table. He thought about it for a long time, long enough that I started building a second argument. Your mother and I have no education, he said finally. You've made up your mind, so we support you. And then, our family has fished for generations. We have lived at the very bottom of this place for as long as anybody can remember. Whether that changes depends on you. Then he turned to my brother and sister, who were pretending very hard not to be listening. Your eldest brother is the god of literature come down to earth. You two do not have his brains, so you will study, and you will study hard. which is how a man with no schooling handled, in about 40 seconds, a problem I'd been dreading for 2 months. Economy magazine needed a cover, not a topic, a face. The first issue of a financial magazine lives or dies on whether the person on the front of it is somebody the powerful have to read about. So I went and interviewed Sir Michael Sandberg myself, chairman of the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, the Taipan King. In 1978, the most powerful man in Hong Kong who did not have governor in front of his name, and arguably including the ones who did. I did not send a reporter, I went, partly because he was doing me an enormous favor by agreeing at all, and partly because every single thing I intended to do with the wharf and with Hutchison Whampoa over the next 2 years was going to have to walk through that man's office, and I wanted him to have met me before he had to decide anything about me. He asked how old I was. Meanwhile, the magazine was late because the printing plant was drowning in the novel, and a delay is a marketing budget if you use it correctly. So for 3 days running, I took the best slot on the front page of Juding Daily, the one advertisers were paying enormous money for, and I put one line in it. No article, no answer. Day 1. Do you know which company is the largest in Hong Kong? Day 2. Do you know who the richest Chinese person in Hong Kong is? Day 3. Do you know which family in Hong Kong is the richest? It broke out of the newspaper. By the second afternoon, it was an argument in every tea house and every trading floor and every taxi in the city. Rival newspapers started running their own guesses as full features, and sold out doing it. 2 of them got into a public fight with each other about Swire. Somebody organized a book on it. The younger sons of about 9 wealthy families spent a week finding out that their fathers had opinions about where they'd land. On the 4th day, the slot read, "All the answers are in Economy magazine." Michael Sandberg opened the first issue at his desk, looked at his own face on the cover for a while, and then turned to the tables. Hong Kong's top 100 companies. 1. HSBC, 12.28 billion. 2. Jardine Holdings, 9.46 billion. 3. Swire, 8.48 billion. 4. Hutchison Whampoa, 6.24 billion. 30th, Chung Kong Industries, 1.27 billion. And then the second table, the 1978 Hong Kong Rich List. 1. The Keswick family, 6.4 billion. 2. The Swire family, 5.6 billion. 7th, Pao Yue Kong, 2.42 billion. The richest Chinese man in Hong Kong. Sandberg read it twice and then said something that got back to me a week later and told me my instincts had been right. He noticed that we had counted only public holdings, only what was on a register somewhere. We had not gone after the family trusts, the private companies, the things every one of those houses kept where it could not be seen. Juding Newspaper Company, he said, knows where its limits are. That is a wise move. Correct. I could have printed the real numbers for about 4 of those families. I would also have been dead by Christmas. At Henderson Land that morning, a junior called Zhao Feng found his own company sitting at number 23 with a valuation of 1.82 billion, and his own boss, Li Shaoqi, at number 25 on the rich list with 1.55 billion, and by 10 o'clock that entire office had abandoned any pretense of working. Li Shaoqi put in a standing order for 56 copies of every issue, 1 for every executive. I have always liked that man. Economy sold 1 million copies in 7 days. 320,000 in Hong Kong, 480,000 across Southeast Asia, 200,000 in Taiwan. 4 separate imitations appeared within a fortnight with their own rich lists, and every single one of them died on contact because the moment you put a fake list next to a real one, everybody can see which is which. The number I actually cared about was the second issue, which we published with no hype at all, no teasing, no front page, 680,000. That was the truth. That was how many people had decided that this magazine was now part of their life. Everything above it had been noise. Advertising in Juding Daily went from 1,020,000 a month to 3.6 million. Economy pulled 1.8 million an issue on its own. Somebody in the economic research office projected it out over a year and came to my office holding the paper at arm's length like it was warm. $137 million a year in advertising. I told him to put it in a drawer and told Yan Wenhan that we would never publish a single figure about our own revenue, ever. Money you show people is money they start planning around. Then the cement war started, and it started because somebody else was late. By that point, Juding Securities quietly held 18.6% of Qingqiao Cement, which had cost me 15.2 million, and 12.76% of the Wharf, which had cost 167. And on a Tuesday, a fund called Evergreen got caught. Evergreen Fund was Li Ka-shing's front, run by a manager named Zhao Ping, and it had 13% of Qingqiao Cement and was still accumulating when the family noticed. The family was called Keynes, 62-year-old Edward Davies and his son Arthur. They ran the arithmetic on 10 days of volume and discovered two things. Somebody had been buying steadily for a fortnight, and the family itself owned only 32% of its own company. Old Simpson had spent time in India as a young man, and he told his son a story about watching a tiger through binoculars stalking a deer that had no idea it was being watched. And then he said the sentence I have quoted to myself for 30 years. But it's hard to say whether you're a tiger. I am definitely not a deer. He was right about the second half. Johan bought 4.9% for me in a single day using HSBC's own name to move it, which is a thing that can be done exactly once in a friendship. And then I lit the fuse in my own newspaper. The headline was, "A piece of gold buried under cement." The article did not accuse anyone of anything. It simply took Tsingtao Cement's plants and yards, and it valued the land under them at market, parcel by parcel, with a map, in the finance section of the best-selling paper in Hong Kong. And then, in the last two paragraphs, it wondered aloud whether the recent volume might suggest that a real estate tycoon had noticed the same thing. The stock opened 40% up, $1.30 to $1.80. Market cap $130 million to $180 before lunch. Li Ka-shing read that article at his desk and looked at the byline and, I am told, his face changed. The next morning, I named him. Chung Kong Industries is the buyer, said Juding Daily. And underneath, in a headline that I wrote myself and have never regretted, the rise of Chinese capital. Li Ka-shing, said my newspaper, is the first Chinese man in the history of Hong Kong to launch an attack on a British-owned company. I nailed him to that halo with both hands, because here is what that headline did to him. 48 hours earlier, he had been a property developer quietly accumulating a cheap stock, and he could have stopped any morning he liked and nobody would have known. Now he was the first Chinese man to charge the British. If he withdrew, his share price would fall, his reputation would fall further, and every Chinese businessman in this city would know that he had run. He could not stop. He was going to have to buy that company at whatever price the market decided, and the market was reading my newspaper. He called an emergency meeting and spent a full day hunting for the leak inside his own company. There was no leak. There was a boy with a map and an afternoon in the land registry. Edward Davies, meanwhile, ran straight to Henry Thompson, and Swire lent him money and bought shares, and it was not friendship. Henry Thompson said it out loud in his own boardroom. If a Chinese company takes a British company in Hong Kong once, it will happen every year afterwards. Li Ka-shing must fail. That is the sentence that the next 4 years of my life were built on, and I did not even have to go looking for it. They said it in front of witnesses. The price went $2.20, then $3.10, then $3.80. At $3.80 I stopped buying. I held 26% of Tsingtao Cement, and then I did the thing that turned a good trade into a great one, which was to announce it, in my own newspaper, on the front page, with the number. Juding Securities holds 26% of Tsingtao Cement Company. Sit with that for a second and you'll see it. The Keynes family had 32% and had been telling the press they had 49. Li Ka-shing's Evergreen had about 18. Neither of them could win. Whoever got my 26% won. I had just turned myself into the entire war. Edward Davies, who had been bluffing at 49 when he really had 45 with everything Swire had lent him, went the color of paper. His son wanted to call me immediately. Simpson wanted to wait, so as not to look eager. Li Ka-shing did not wait, and he did not panic, and his read was perfect. His own people were arguing about whether to call first or second, and he stopped them. The order doesn't matter, he said. What matters is the price. They will not sell to the Keynes family before we have made an offer, because we are the ones who can pay more. Both of them called within about 4 minutes of each other. I had Wang Chi take Edward Davies into a side office and give him tea, and I received Li Ka-shing personally in my own office, and stood up when he came in. He noticed. I watched him notice. It cost me nothing, and it bought me a very great deal, and it was also, if you think about it for one more second, the single most aggressive thing I could have done, because there is a man from the Keynes family sitting in a room 11 meters away, being given tea by a subordinate. We talked about nothing for 8 minutes. Then Wang Chi knocked and came in and reported the Keynes family's final offer in front of my guest, which he did because I had told him to, and the offer was a 30% premium. Li Ka-shing did not blink. 40% over $4.10, he said. Cash. One payment. I put my hand out. His lawyer was already sitting in the lobby, which I noticed on the way to the lift and enjoyed enormously. At HSBC headquarters that afternoon, 149,240,000 Hong Kong dollars moved into my account. Those shares had cost me 23,400,000, 6.38 times my money in half a month. A profit of $125,840,000. I sat in the back of my own car outside that bank and did not say anything for about 2 minutes, and Zhao Long, who had learned to read me, did not start the engine. What that fortnight actually bought was worth more than the money, and this is the part people always miss. Chung Kong Industries went from $1.27 billion to $1.59 billion on the strength of the acquisition. Li Ka-shing took the cover of the next issue of Economy and jumped 4 places on my rich list, which was a gift, and both of us knew it. I had also, separately and quietly, bought 4.9% of Chungkong Industries itself while all this was going on because I knew what that company was going to be. That stake gained 14.91 million on the announcement, and I did not sell a share of it, and I made a note in a drawer that said, board seat later, and then the flood started. Investors came to Juding Securities, not 1 or 2, a queue. Men who had spent 30 years not returning phone calls from securities houses now wanted to know how much they had to put in. I did not have to build a sales department. I had to build a filter. I bought a 10-story building near the exchange for $10 million and put the name on the front of it, Juding Financial Building. Then I designed 2 funds. Huijin No. 1, run by a manager named Jin Jiajun, 1 million Hong Kong dollars a share. That was for the tycoons. Huijong No. 1, run by a manager named I Liwen, 50,000 a share. That was for doctors and shop owners and the sort of people who read my newspaper. Standard practice in Hong Kong at that time was to guarantee investors an 8% floor and take a flat 20% of the profit. I guaranteed 10%. And then I took a rising cut, 20% of the profit up to a 20% return, 25% above that, then 30, then 35, and 50% of everything above a 70% return. A. Lewin came into my office holding the term sheet and told me, respectfully, that no investor in Hong Kong would sign it. A. Lewin, I said, our problem is not raising money. Our problem is going to be choosing which money to take. He didn't believe me. Why do you think no other fund in this city dares to propose these terms? He thought about it. Say it out loud, I said. Because they aren't confident, he said. Because they aren't confident. We're going to take 50% of everything over 70 and they are going to sign it. And do you know why? Because the number 70 is in the document. Nobody else in Hong Kong has ever put that number on a piece of paper in front of a rich man. Around the same time, Li Chao got discharged, and I mean genuinely discharged, walking, with a thin red line on his back where a hole had been about 5 weeks earlier and no scab on it at all, and Lin Baihe took me into a closed room and taught me the breathing method that went underneath the Tai Chi, properly, the whole thing, which he had been holding back. I went out into that courtyard afterwards and did it for 20 minutes and felt my own body go light in a way I am not going to try to describe because it sounds ridiculous. An hour every morning. I have not missed one since. Then I invited my parents and Li Hao and Li Chao to dinner. Afterwards, I walked the 2 of them out to the road and gave each of them a folder and a key, and then I turned right instead of left and opened the front door of the house next to mine. Li Chao stood in the doorway with a key in his hand and did not close his fingers on it. Inside the folder was a purchase contract for $1 million and a property certificate with his own name printed on it. I'll wait, he said. No, this is too much. I can't take this. And this is the only time in the entire story I raised my voice at him. If you consider me your brother, you will take it. And anyway, it isn't for you. He looked up. It's for your mother, I said. Are you honestly going to let her stay in that fishing village for the rest of her life? He didn't say anything. He put the key in his pocket and turned around and looked at the road for a while, and I let him. Then I did the same thing for Li Hao on the other side. 2 houses, $2 million, against a bullet in the stomach at a street stall from 2 meters that had my name on it. That is not generosity. That is the cheapest transaction of my life. One last thing about the funds, and then I'll move on. When Huizhong opened, my own newspaper staff started coming to Wu Bo in 1s and 2s and asking awkwardly whether there was any way in. $50,000 was a year of a good salary. They had 2,000, 4,000, 10 between 3 of them. So I opened a pooled company account and let them buy fractions of a share. I found out later that when Wu Bo announced it downstairs, the cheering came up through the floor of my office and went on long enough that I stopped writing and sat back and listened to it. That cost me nothing, nothing at all. It is still one of the 2 or 3 best mornings I have ever had. Huizhong's first 50 million was gone in 2 days. The fundraising reception was at the Peninsula Hotel, which by then I had been inside 4 times and still could not walk into without doing arithmetic about a hill. Li Ka-shing came. Run Shaw came, which surprised me. Dong Haoyun, Cheng Wei Tung, Li Shaoqi, Kwok Tak Seng. And then a man in his early 60s with a voice you could hear across a ballroom came straight across the floor at me with his hand already out, and the room did that thing again where it got quieter without anybody moving. Pao Yue Kong, the largest ship owner in the world, 200 vessels. The richest Chinese man in Hong Kong, which I knew because I had printed it. He took 10 shares of Huijin, $10 million from a man who did not need a fund and had never used one. I said thank you, and I said it was a great deal of money to hand to somebody he'd met twice. It isn't an investment, he said cheerfully, and squeezed my hand hard enough to hurt. It's support. Remember that word. I'm going to have to pay it back in about a year, and it's going to cost me $400 million and be the best decision I ever made. Then Kwok Chitong arrived from Macau with his son, Kwok Yukai, and the gambling king of Macau shook my hand and looked at my face for exactly 1 second longer than was comfortable. By 11 o'clock, Huizhong had closed at 100 million, and Huijin had closed at 200 million. $300 million raised in one evening by a company that had existed for 11 weeks, run by somebody who was legally not allowed to sign his own tenancy agreement. I gave Jin Jiajun and Ai Luan a marked list the next morning and told them not to be clever. HSBC first and the largest position, then Hang Seng Bank, then the 4 property houses, Chung Kong, Hong Kong and China Gas, Swire A, blue chips, boring, buy them and sit on your hands. Ai Luan looked disappointed, and I understood because I just handed 2 hungry fund managers $300 million and told them to go and be dull. In 40 years, I said, the market capitalization of HSBC will be more than 100 times what it is this morning. I'd like you to think about what that sentence means before you come and ask me for something more exciting. And then I gave the order that mattered more than any of it, which was to build a securities research institute. Because remember what an old man said to me at a cocktail party, I could not write in a newspaper that a stock was going up. That is a boy manipulating a market on Zhou Rongchang's exchange. And he told me once, politely, but a licensed securities company with a research department can publish an analyst's report. That report can have a rating on it. And Juding Daily, which is a completely separate company that merely happens to have the same owner, can report on the existence of that report as news. Identical effect on the price. Nothing anybody can do about it. The old thugs on Wall Street had been running that exact machine for 60 years. I just brought it to Hong Kong early. Now the next thing that happened to me happened at 11:30 at night, at home, and it changed the shape of my company more than any of the above. I came up the stairs and my brother, who was 14, shoved something under his blanket. I took it off him in the morning and read it over breakfast. It was a comic, Hong Kong made, and it was 40 pages of gangs, blades, and a great deal of very enthusiastic blood. And my 14-year-old brother had been reading it under a blanket for weeks, and my sister had probably read it too. I confiscated it. And then I sat there with my tea going cold, because underneath the annoyance, something enormous had just walked into the room. The comic industry in Hong Kong in 1978 was worth a few tens of millions of dollars total. It was a rounding error. Nobody serious looked at it twice. And in the world I came from, the comic industry was the upstream end of a chain that ran into animation, then film, then merchandise, then games, and the far end of that chain was worth more than the shipping industry. And the country that built that machine was Japan. And in 1978, almost none of the titles that built it had been drawn yet. I sat at my own kitchen table and thought a genuinely shameless thought, which was, what if I took all of them? Dragon Ball, One Piece, Slam Dunk, Detective Conan, all of it, 6 to 15 years early, from a country that was about to make $100 billion from stories that were not going to be written until I was 30. And what if I then took those stories back into Japan and sold them to the Japanese? I told my brother I wasn't banning comics. I told him I'd get him a better one. He didn't believe me either. Nobody believed me that year. Then I ran into a wall, and it took me 4 days to find a way around it. The Hong Kong comic industry was 2 men. Guanxi, who published Bruce Lee and did 100,000 copies an issue, and Liu Chengfeng, who published Dragon Tiger Gate and did more. That's it. That's the industry. And every single artist of any ability in this city had been apprenticed to one or the other of them because there were no schools, no courses, no training of any kind. You got in by carrying somebody's ink for 3 years. Worse, the house style was European. Heavy line, painted panels, static. The Japanese industrial system, panel grammar, speed lines, and assistant structure that lets one artist make 20 pages a week did not exist here, and nobody had ever seen it done. So I could not buy either company because both companies were built on exactly the product I refused to put in front of children, and both companies' artists could only draw the thing I did not want. I have the skill to slay dragons, I wrote in my notebook that week, and no blade to do it with, and no iron, and no blacksmith. Fine. Then we go to Japan and hire the blacksmiths. I restructured everything that week into Juding Culture Media Group, with 10% showing and the rest buried offshore in the usual way. Under it, Juding Newspaper Company, Juding Book Publishing, Juding Animation, and Juding News Agency, which was the editorial, news and liaison departments, merged into one thing and pointed at a target I did not explain to anybody for another 2 months. And then 5 more companies which I registered that same afternoon and which had no business, no staff, and no revenue. Juding Film, Juding Cinema, Juding Music, Juding Talent, Juding Fashion. Yan Wenhan asked what they were for. Names are cheap now, I said. In 5 years they won't be available. Then I walked into the Hong Kong office of Guanghui International, which was one of the 5 largest executive search firms in the world, and sat down in front of a manager called David Morris and asked for 3 things. 1. a general manager for a publishing company, ideally somebody out of Pearson or Penguin. 2. A manager for a comic company out of the Japanese industry, Chinese if possible. And then I added a condition that made him put his pen down. And they must not be hostile toward Chinese people. I'll be able to tell. 3. Chinese manga artists and English-speaking manga instructors out of Japan, in bulk. He explained kindly that the third one was not a thing that could be done. 10,000 Hong Kong dollars per successful hire, I said. No ceiling. He picked the pen back up. I'll also be advertising in parallel, I said on my way out. So if you're slow, I'll simply be paying somebody else. Sotheby's held a charity auction that month for leukemia patients, and I went because Governor McLehose was going to be in the front row and Michael Sandberg 2 seats along, and there is no cheaper way to be seen by both of them than to bid on something. I got there, and a girl about my own age came directly across the room at me and said, "You're Li Wei," in the tone of somebody confirming a rumor she had been personally responsible for spreading. Kwok Ling Ling, 16, Kwok Shitong's daughter, and, as I found out later, a person who had been asking her brother about me every second day for a week. Then I opened the catalog and stopped. Lot 31, Chen Hongshou, Lotus and Mandarin Ducks. I had seen that painting before. Behind glass, in the Palace Museum, in a life that had not happened yet, on a Tuesday, with a headache. I bid on it, and I lost it, and I lost it on purpose, and here is why. The other bidder was a young man near the front, and standing next to him in a white dress was a girl I had seen once before, outside an orphanage a month earlier, and had spent an embarrassing amount of time failing to find again. Her name was Fan Rome. He put his hand on her head between bids. I put my paddle down. A gentleman does not take what somebody else cherishes, and I had 4 other lots to spend money on, except that Kwok Ling Ling had been watching my face instead of the auctioneer. And she raised her own paddle for the first time in her life and took Lotus and Mandarin Ducks at $500,000. And then, at the back of the room, Fan Rome quietly talked the young man into standing down, and I heard the reason afterwards from somebody who was near enough. "That young lady seems to really like it," she said, "and this painting has Mandarin Ducks in it, which suits them quite well." I had never heard anybody take that many people apart with one sentence. I bought 2 other things that afternoon. A Lu Zigong mutton fat jade Maitreya pendant for $520,000, and a Zhangdaqian called Phoenix Flute for $1 million. That painting was worth 50 to 60 million after the painter's death, which I knew and the room did not. The auction raised nearly 30 million for the hospital, and that is worth saying too. Afterwards, coffee. I explained the jade to her because she asked why mutton fat is the grade it is, who Lu Zigong was, why a Maitreya and not a Guanyin. Then I explained the phoenix flute and the story underneath it about Nongyu and Xiaoshi and the flute and the phoenixes that came down to the wall of the city to listen. Somewhere in the middle of that story she stopped listening to the story. I noticed and kept talking because I was 16 and had no idea what else to do. She could not put the pendant down. She kept picking it up and putting it back on the table and picking it up again, so I told her to keep it. Her brother said absolutely not, on her behalf, in the tone brothers use. So I broke the deadlock the only way that was available. "Then trade me," I said. "You're painting for my jade," which is how the Lotus and Mandarin Ducks ended up in my hands after all, and how I ended up in the back of my own car looking out of the window thinking a thought so stupid I said it out loud to nobody. Could it really be that we're destined to be together? 16. Give me a break. At the Ho House in Macau that night, she came down the stairs and turned around twice to show off the pendant, and then her brother told their father exactly how she'd got it, and she went the color of a lantern and left the room at speed. Kwok Shitong heard the whole account and gave his verdict, and I only learned it years later. "I've met Li Wei," he said. "He is a once-in-a-century talent. My only concern is that I cannot see through him. He's too mature." Then he told the family to let it develop, because it would be good for the girl and better for the family, because a boy who owns public opinion and finance at the same time is not a boy, and because that boy had built the Xia family himself out of nothing in a year without inheriting a dollar. That is how a family like that thinks. I don't hold it against them. I do exactly the same thing. I went and stood in my own printing plant that week behind the new wall at the single gate and told Guo Chang to start buying the land around it. How much land? All of it, every parcel that comes up at whatever it costs, for as long as it takes. He asked what I was building. "My goal," I said, "is for this to be the largest printing plant in Asia. If you do it, the general manager's office is yours." Then I sat down and wrote the plan for a comic magazine and drew the characters myself. I'd better explain that. Among the 400 sets of memories I was carrying, there was a defense industry billionaire whose actual hobby, the thing he did on Sundays, was drawing. Pencil, figures, 60 years of it. I also found a fishing enthusiast, a racing driver, a concert pianist, and one gentleman of immense wealth and reputation whose private accomplishment I am not going to write down. I closed that drawer very carefully and have not opened it since. 4 titles, 4 different flavors, so that no reader could say the magazine was one thing: cute, Pokemon, fantasy. Duluo Continent, which people later called Soul Land, and which was the only one of the 4 that was genuinely Chinese and the one I most wanted to see drawn. Sharp, One Piece, Burning, Dragon Ball. For the sake of my own conscience, Son Goku is lifted wholesale out of Journey to the West. The Japanese borrowed Chinese culture and sold it back to Chinese people for 40 years. I was simply cutting out the middle step. The magazine needed a name, and I took one from a life that hadn't happened. Jian, the sound of the heart. The recruitment advertisement for Juding Animation landed on 2 desks on the same morning. Guanxi read his and could not make it make sense. Liu Chengfeng read his and got up and walked around his office. Both of them arrived at the identical thought, and it is the single most understandable mistake anybody made in this entire story. The whole Hong Kong comic market is worth a few tens of millions of dollars. How could a market worth tens of millions possibly attract the attention of a man who just made 125 million in a fortnight? Neither of them could imagine the number at the far end of that chain. Neither of them had ever been shown it. I had. Guanghui delivered the publisher first. Gavin Peter, 40 years old, deputy manager of Penguin Publishing's Hong Kong branch, 6 years in the same chair underneath the boss who had all the opinions. I knew what that man was going to become. President of Penguin Publishing Group, decades of it. One of the great acquirers of the industry, the man who bought Putnam and Dorling Kindersley, sitting in my office asking about the benefits package. I asked him 2 questions. The first was about the economics of hardback rights, and the second was about what he would do with a printing plant. He answered the second one for 11 minutes without stopping. "You have the job," I said. "Full operational authority. I will not read your acquisition list. If it goes well for 2 years, there will be stock options." He asked how old I was. Then Chung Kong Infrastructure won the tender on the printing plant expansion, which was Li Ka-shing being polite about $149 million, and Guanghui delivered the second name, Ma Tengdong, 35. Department head at Shueisha, which was and is one of the 2 or 3 great engines of the Japanese comic industry, the highest-ranking Chinese man in that entire business, pushed out of it in the end because he had refused to yield to a right-wing executive whose father had been an officer in China during the war and had said so in a meeting. I gave him the Jian plan and the 4 outlines and let him read them in the room. He was polite for about 4 minutes. Then he stopped being polite and started asking questions extremely fast in 3 languages, and at one point stood up. Then he took the job before I named a salary, which I have always thought was careless of him and lucky for me. And then Kato A. 40 years old, manga instructor at Kyoto Seika University, which was the first university in Japan to have a manga department at all. Left-wing, anti-war, spoke English, and in his own industry they called him Kato's hand because of the speed. His daughter was ill and the treatment was expensive. I paid him a year's salary in advance before he had signed anything, and if you want to know why, it is because he had already told me the truth about the illness in the first 10 minutes without being asked, and men who do that are worth the money. On his second day in the studio, somebody asked him, half joking, to prove the nickname. He looked at me for about 3 seconds, then he drew me, from memory, with the flat of a pencil, in a fraction of the time it would have taken me. And then, while people were still making noise about it, he did it again from a different angle to show that the first one hadn't been luck. Nobody in that room said anything for a while. Good, that is what I had paid for. Then we ran the entrance exam and I designed it myself, and I am still proud of it. Everybody draws 8 panels, 1 hour, 2 panels from each of the 4 comics, and the 8 were deliberately chosen to be of equal difficulty. 1 hour for 8 panels is not enough time. That was the point, because if you give an artist enough time, everybody who is competent finishes, and all you learn is who is competent. Take the time away and the top students separate from the actual geniuses, and they separate visibly on the desk in front of you. Results. Wang Qing, 640 points, 7.5 panels. Zhou Li, 635, 7 panels. Chen Wei, 632, and this one is interesting because Chen Wei finished all 8 and averaged only 79 on them. Ma Qiang, 628. Then I did the thing that Ma Tengdong argued with me about for an hour, which was to assign the 4 studios by subscore instead of total. I did not want the best artist on the best comic. I wanted the artist whose specific hand suited the specific thing. Ma Qiang took Pokemon because his cute work was 20 points ahead of anybody's. Wang Qing took Soul Land. Chen Wei took One Piece because he had grown up on the water and drew a boat like a man who has been in one. Zhou Li took Dragon Ball because his action panels were the only ones in the room that hurt. And at the back of the crowd around the results board, there were 2 boys reading their own names a long way down. One of them was 17 and had come 98th. His name was Ding Rong, and he had a friend called Shu Kong who had come 82nd, and I walked past close enough to hear them promising each other that they would catch up. I stopped around the corner and told Ma Tengdong to give the 17-year-old a 3-month bonus and put him with Kato A personally. Ma Tengdong asked why, since the boy was 98th out of 112. Because in about 10 years' time, that boy is going to draw something called Storm Riders, and Hong Kong is going to lose its mind, and I would like him to still be in this building when he does. I did not say that. I said, do it. Then the second newspaper needed a name. I ran it as a competition inside the building, which cost me $1,000 and got me 140 suggestions, and the winner was Tang Kai's, and he did not know it was going to be worth what it was worth. Fengyun Daily, Wind and Cloud. Without leaving home, one observes the changing world. Read the other way round. The same two characters mean that a single article can turn the tide. And in the drawer, underneath it, was the second half of the plan, which was that in 3 or 4 years, there would be a Fengyun Weekly, and that magazine would go directly at Time, and it would have a Person of the Year, and it would announce it before anybody else in Asia thought of it. Because if you want to eliminate the genuine article, you need a name that sounds more authentic than the real one. While that was being built, Juding News Agency quietly came alive, and this is the part of the empire that nobody outside ever noticed, and that mattered more than all of it. Branches in South Korea and Japan opened first. By then, Juding Daily was doing 940,000 copies a day, Economy was at 820,000 a week and pulling 2.1 million in weekly advertising. And on the 6th floor of the Juding Financial Building, there was now a receiving hall full of fax machines, a screening department whose entire job was to grade incoming stories from 1 star to 5, a processing department of writers who turned raw wire copy into finished articles, and a distribution department, 400 journalists around the world. Singtao Daily, which was the second largest newspaper group in Hong Kong, had under 200 people in the entire company. Fengyun Daily launched on the 4th of May, 1978, and I did something on the way in that had never been done in this city. For 3 days, Juding Daily, the best-selling newspaper in the Chinese-speaking world, gave its most expensive front-page slot to advertisements for a newspaper that did not exist yet. Advertising your own competitor is not a thing a newspaper does. 2 editors in Hong Kong publicly wondered whether I had lost my mind. At Tsingtao, the editor Wen Yanming poured tea over his own hand reading the second day's headline. At Tsingtao, Han Shu put the paper down and said, to a room full of her own executives, "The mountain that is Juding Daily is already sitting on our heads. If they bring down a second one, we won't be able to live like this." Day 1, Fengyun Daily, 500,000 copies, 170,000 of those in Hong Kong and Macau alone, which put it into second place in this city on its first morning. Second place, behind Juding Daily. I had knocked Singtao Daily off the podium with my own left hand. The thing that did it was the international section, and the reason is arithmetic, not talent. Hong Kong produces, on a good day, 1 genuinely major news story. The world produces 40. Every other paper in this city was fighting over that one local story with the same 4 reporters standing in the same doorway and running agency wire copy from London for everything else. 3 days late and translated badly, I had 400 people. Every single item in that international section was an exclusive, and they were exclusive because I owned the pipe. 2 office workers on a tram on the 3rd day had an argument about emigrating to America. One of them was going to do it. The other handed him Fengyun Daily folded to a report on gun crime in 3 American cities with the actual numbers in it. He did not emigrate. He told me about it 4 years later at a wedding. And then I did the single most counterintuitive thing of my entire career, and I had to explain it 3 times before anybody in my own company stopped arguing with me. I exposed Juding News Agency in my own newspaper, deliberately, a full feature. Here is what it is, here is how many correspondents it has, here is what it can do, and then I offered to sell the service to every rival newspaper in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. Han Shu read that and assumed it was a trap and spent 2 days looking for the trick, and there wasn't one. Yan Wenhen came into my office and asked me, with enormous care, why I would arm my enemies. I made tea, which he knew meant we would be there a while. Say it back to me, I said. What happens if I don't sell it to them? They stay weaker than us. For how long? He thought about it. Until they get desperate, he said slowly. Until they get desperate. And a desperate newspaper is a stupid newspaper, but 8 desperate newspapers together are not stupid at all. If I keep this to myself, then inside 2 years, Singtao and Mingpao and Singpao and Commercial Daily will sit down together and build a wire service jointly because it will be the only way any of them survives, and that thing will have every one of my enemies inside it, and I will never get it apart again. Whereas if we sell it to them, they don't build one. Why would they? It's cheaper to rent. And every year they rent, their own foreign desks get smaller until one morning they physically cannot leave. I let him sit with that, and then I gave him the second reason, which was better. Also, When a newspaper prints an agency story, it has to cite the agency. Every day, in every paper in Southeast Asia, at the bottom of the best foreign stories they run, in small type, it will say, Juding. And then I gave him the third reason, which I had not said out loud to anybody, and which he did not expect at all. A newspaper has a ceiling, I said. It's a language and a place. Fengyun Daily can be the biggest paper in the Chinese-speaking world, and that is the end of it. Forever. A news agency has no ceiling. Reuters is British. Associated Press is American. Nobody asks them to be local. I looked at him. The water in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia is too shallow. I am going to have to leave here sooner or later. So think about it honestly, and tell me which one you believe is actually more important to me. Fengyun Daily or Juding News Agency? He didn't answer. He got up and went and sold it. $1.5 million of contracts from 18 outlets in 6 days. Han Shou did not sign. Instead, she went to Bangkok Bank and took out a loan and started building Tsingtao News Agency. Somebody brought me that news expecting me to be annoyed. No, I said. That's actually a good thing. Write that down. I'll come back to it in about 100 pages, and when I do, it will have cost her everything she owns. Around then, after 5 months and 1.6 million words, I wrote the last line of A Step into the Past. Juding Daily did not need it anymore. We had poached Guan Shuan on a 10-year contract. We had taken Zhou Yuming's new novel out from under the Hong Kong Commercial Daily. There was now a stable of writers whom my paper had made famous and who were not going anywhere. So I spent the book on one last thing, a 5-volume republication to launch Juding Book Publishing with a number nobody in this business could match. And then Liu Chengfeng made his mistake. Ding Rong, the 17-year-old who came 98th, saw a colleague called He Ming hand a black bag through a car window in the lane behind our building and recognized the man in the car. He came to me directly, which took nerve because he'd been at the company 9 weeks. He Ming denied all of it twice with real conviction until I mentioned the sentence for commercial espionage under Hong Kong law and let him do the arithmetic. Then he came apart on the carpet of my office. Liu Chengfeng was his cousin. He had been planted from the first week. He had passed out the Dragon Ball character designs and about a third of the outline. I had him handed to the police in front of the entire studio floor. Not quietly, in a back room, the way you'd do it if you cared about the man's dignity, in front of everybody, because Guanxi had almost certainly planted somebody too, and I wanted that person to spend the evening at home thinking about it. Then I sent Liu Chengfeng an invitation with nothing on it but my name. He arrived 3 minutes late and slightly out of breath, which told me he had run the last part and then made himself stop. I did not stand up and I did not shake his hand. Sit. He sat. Stop what you're doing. Apologize. And I won't bother with you. He looked me in the face and denied everything. All of it. The cousin, the bag, the outline. He was good at it. He'd clearly been good at it for years. I let him finish. Forget it, I said. This is pointless. I've already given you your chance. Please leave. And I picked up my teacup, which in this city means the conversation is over, and he understood it, and he got up and went. Outside, a man in a baseball cap put a camera down and said into a payphone, "Boss, the mission is complete." Photographs of Liu Chengfeng entering that tea house and leaving it, and of a Juding animation car parked outside, went anonymously to 4 small tabloids that night, because what I was about to do to him needed to look like it had a reason. 2 days later, Fengyun Daily ran the front page. A gang of teenagers in Shamshui Po who had dropped out of school had spent 3 weeks reenacting scenes from Dragon Tiger Gate, and it had ended, that Tuesday, with several of them in hospital and one of them badly hurt. Every fact in that story was true. Everyone. We did not invent a single thing, and what I did next was bad enough without it. At the bottom of the page, in a box, we invited readers and parents to write in, and Hong Kong wrote in. Liu Chengfeng was recognized on a street in Yau Ma Tei 4 days later by an old woman selling vegetables whose grandson had died in a street fight 2 years earlier, and she came at him with her carrying pole, screaming at him to give back her grandson, and a press photographer who happened to be 40 meters away got the picture. That photograph ran in 9 newspapers, not mine, 9 other people's. Then Fengyun Daily ran a campaign, Protect the Young, ban gore and pornography and material sold to children, and a formal, respectful front-page request that the Hong Kong government consider regulating the industry. Sales went 580,000, 680,000, 780,000 in 9 days. Guanxi got dragged into it within a week by other newspapers chasing the story, and he had done nothing at all. He sat in his office cursing Liu Chengfeng, and Liu Chengfeng could not blame a single person but himself, which is the cruelest part of the whole business. Governor McLehose convened his department heads. 2 of them, to their credit, pointed out that this looked very much like a private quarrel between 2 companies, and that the Hong Kong government was being used as somebody's instrument. McLehose heard them out. Whether it is a personal grudge or something else, he said, has nothing to do with us. The comic book industry in this city is a cancer, and what Fengyun Daily wrote is true. Yuklong Book Company and Holy Fire Publishing were both ordered to cease operations for rectification. Dragon Tiger Gate and Bruce Lee were suspended, both of them. The two best-selling comics in Hong Kong, off the shelves, indefinitely. Liu Chengfeng's artists resigned inside a fortnight because being publicly despised is a thing men will take for money only up to a point. He stood in his own empty studio, unwashed, in front of a wall of his own artwork, and said a sentence that I had heard once before from a man on a pavement outside the Oriental Daily building. If God gave me another chance, I would never provoke him again. Li Chao, without being asked and without telling me, organized a protest outside that building. I found out afterwards and told him not to do that again, and he said all right and did not mean it. I destroyed an industry in order to own it. Every fact was true. Every complaint was real. The old woman was real, and her grandson was real, and Dragon Tiger Gate genuinely was 40 pages of blades sold to 11-year-olds. And I pointed all of it at one man, at a time of my choosing, because he had put a spy in my building and then lied to my face about it. That is what happened. Both things are true at once, and anybody who says the second cancels the first is selling you something. I wrote one line in my notebook that night. This is only the foreplay. It can completely ruin a comic book industry. It can also save that industry. Volumes 3, 4, and 5 of A Step Into the Past launched with a pre-sale system I brought back from a world that had the internet, half-price deposits, receipts issued by the publisher, collect on release day. Day 1. 2,310,000 standard copies, plus 9,800 deluxe collector's sets. $13.24 million banked in a single day from a novel. I spent that Saturday at the Simshatsui food street with Kwok Ling Ling, who ate her way from one end of it to the other, stopped, sat down on a step, and then 20 minutes later announced that she wanted to buy my book. I offered to give her one. I had 4 in the car. She said no, she wanted to queue. So we queued, in a bookshop, for my own novel, and about 2/3 of the way down the queue, she turned around and said my full name, out loud, in a normal speaking voice. Every single person in that shop turned around. I got her by the wrist and we went out of the door and down Nathan Road at a flat run with about 30 people behind us, and several passers-by assumed it was a film shoot and got out of the way politely, the most Hong Kong detail of my life. We got into the car, I signed her copy while I was still out of breath, and that was when I noticed that I had not let go of her hand. Afterwards, we drove up to what everybody in Hong Kong calls Wu Tai Mountain, which is where all 3 television stations and both radio stations sit on top of each other on one ridge, and we sat on the bonnet and looked at the aerials. And she said, out of nowhere, "A media tycoon needs a television station, doesn't he?" I looked at the TVB tower for a while. "Yes," I said. "You'll see it soon." She promised not to tell her father, and she didn't, and she was 16, and I have not forgotten that she kept it. Gavin Peter came to me with the publishing numbers a week later, and I noticed something in the way he delivered them that pleased me more than the numbers. 55,000 copies in a day across the 5 volumes, which was several times the previous record for the trade. But he had also brought Ma Tengdong's print scheduling with him, and solved it on the way, and had not mentioned it. My 4 general managers, Yan Wenhan, Wang Qi, Ma Tengdong, Gavin Peter, had started talking to each other without going through me, fixing each other's problems, trading favors. Most bosses hate that. Most bosses want every wire to come back to their own desk. I encouraged it, loudly, and paid for the dinners, because that is what the word conglomerate actually means, and everything else is just a man owning several companies. The first print run of Xian Comics was 48 pages, vertical 16 mo, full color throughout. Unit cost at 100,000 copies, $1.30. Factory price $2.20. Retail $3. $3 was 50 cents more than Dragon Tiger Gate had been charging for 2 years, and the market was going to swallow it without complaint, for the simple reason that the government had cleared the shelves and there was nothing else on them. I took the first copy off the line home in my coat and gave it to my brother. He looked at it and then looked at me, because the last comic he'd had in his hand I had taken off him. I never said comics are bad, I said. I said comics like Bruce Lee are bad. It's not the drawing I object to, it's what's inside it. Then Fengyun Daily reversed course in public, at length, over 2 weeks, and argued that the comic form is neutral, that the medium is a container, and that the only question worth asking about any of it is what ideas are being carried. 2 phrases came out of that campaign that got into the language inside a month, and are still in it: positive energy and edutainment. I'd like to say I coined them. I didn't. I remembered them. Then my 14-year-old brother accidentally rebuilt my entire launch strategy in one afternoon. He took the magazine to school to show one friend at the next desk. By lunchtime, a dozen boys had read it. By the afternoon, they were asking him where to buy it. He came home and confessed, standing in the doorway, expecting to be shouted at. "What did they say about it?" I asked. He shifted around. "They said," he mumbled, "that the Bruce Lee and Dragon Tiger Gate they used to read were garbage." I sat there and felt an extremely expensive mistake go past my face. Because I had built the entire launch on Fengyun Daily, front pages, campaigns, government policy, and Fengyun Daily is read by adults. Comics are bought by students. Students do not read newspapers. Students have never read a newspaper in the history of the world. I had spent 2 months aiming a cannon at the wrong hill. I rewrote the whole thing that night. New plan. Print 1 million copies of the first issue and give every single one of them away. No ceiling. $1.1 million in printing costs alone, before distribution, and either of my competitors would have been destroyed outright by that number. That was the point of the number. The newsstands agreed instantly and enthusiastically because they understood it faster than my own board did. Every free copy you put in a student's hand is a customer for every issue after this one, and the boy will come back to your stand, not somebody else's. Fengyun Daily framed it as public supervision, which was the part I enjoyed. Buy the newspaper, receive the magazine free, and if you find anything in it objectionable, write to us. And Jian Comics published a formal undertaking to accept the criticism of society. Launch morning, an office worker in Central took a free copy off a stand out of curiosity, sat down at his desk, opened Soulland, and was still reading it when his section head appeared over his shoulder. Several men who had picked up copies specifically to find fault with them got 12 pages in and forgot why they'd started. Outside a school gate in Kowloon, a boy called Liao Wei, who had spent 4 days begging borrowed copies off my brother's friends, ran to the newsstand before breakfast with coins in his fist and tried to pay. The shopkeeper waved the money away and told him it was free. Then he leaned over the counter. The second issue, he said, comes out next week, and that one costs $3. In Japan, where Fengyun Daily has no reach and no readers and no leverage of any kind, I did not attempt to be clever. I simply bought my way in. Temporary staff handing magazines out at school gates in 4 cities, prime shelf space rented in every major bookstore chain, and television advertising, which nobody in the Hong Kong comic business had ever bought in their lives. It cost an amount of money I did not tell Yan Wenhan about for 6 weeks. Then I stopped playing with comics and went and bought 4 newspapers in 1 week, Nanyang Xiangpao and Sinchu Daily, which were the 2 great Chinese papers of Southeast Asia, Tin Tin Daily News, which was a small local sheet doing 20,000 copies, and the South China Morning Post, which was in English and read by every foreigner in this city who mattered. $36,700,000 for all 4. Yan Wenhan asked me why I wanted Tin Tin Daily News, which was doing 20,000 copies and had been doing 20,000 copies since the Korean War. I'm not buying readers, I said. I'm buying pipe. Because that is the thing nobody understands about the media business, and it took me a while to be able to say it properly. A newspaper is not a product. A newspaper is a road. It goes to 140,000 specific front doors and 1,100 specific newsstands every single morning without fail, and it has been going there for 30 years, and the men who drive that route know which building has the broken lift. You cannot build that in 5 years with money. You can only buy it, and once you own the road, everything else you ever make, a novel, a magazine, a comic, a stock recommendation, a television listing, ships itself, for free, forever. I didn't buy 4 newspapers. I bought the road that every word in Hong Kong walks on. Tin Tin Daily News went from 20,000 copies to 40,000 inside 5 days of the redesign and kept climbing, and the moment those 4 papers came online, all 5 of my titles turned and pointed at the same throat. Nanyang Xiangpao, Sinchu Daily, Fengyun Daily, Juding Daily, Tin Tin Daily News, 5 papers, 1 target, Tsingtao Daily. 2 men from Hanglung Bank walked into Tsingtao's headquarters on a Thursday morning, drank tea for 40 minutes, smiled, and left. Han Shu saw them to the door herself, and her staff watched her stand at that door after the car had gone and watched the smile come off her face like something dropped. Her position: she had mortgaged 25% of Tsingtao, a quarter of her father's company, to Bangkok Bank for a $10 million loan. She had spent all of it building Tsingtao News Agency. That agency was half finished. It produced nothing. It had 200 and some staff, including expensive foreign correspondents in Europe and America, whose salaries were 3 and 4 times what she paid in Hong Kong, and it consumed money every single day and would consume money every day for another 2 years before it produced its first usable story. And in the meantime, 5 newspapers had arrived on top of her at once. While she was working that out, I did 2 small things that both turned out to matter enormously. The first was that I bought a toy factory, outright, cheaply, in an industrial block in Kwantong, and handed it to my uncle Chen Liang to run because he was an honest man with no education who had spent 30 years being underpaid by somebody else. Nobody in my company understood why I wanted a toy factory. I'll come back to it. The second was that I hired a secretary. Lin Ji was 21 years old. She had grown up in an orphanage, had put herself through university on part-time work, had graduated that summer near the top of her year, and had come to Juding Newspaper Company because it was the largest employer that had advertised. Yan Wenhan flagged her file up to me because her English shorthand was better than anybody's in the building. She was pathologically incapable of saying no to anybody about anything, which in an ordinary company would have got her destroyed inside a year, and which, next to me, turned out to be a problem in an entirely different way. Then Lin Baihe called me to the medical hall and gave me his second son, Li Wuming, Xing Yi Quan. And when I asked Zhao Long, later, quietly, how the two of them compared, Zhao Long thought about it for a while and then said, "In a room? Him." The old man said something to his own son in front of me that I have thought about ever since. His trip abroad this time is like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Mr. Xia's future is limitless. If you work under him, I can rest assured about you, and about the next several generations. That is a father assigning his son to a stranger for 100 years. I did not entirely understand what he was doing at the time. I do now, because yes, abroad. I was going to London, the official reason first. Then the real one. The official version, the one my own company was given, was that Juding Group intended to explore European publishing opportunities. The real reason was that on the 25th of June, 1978, Argentina were going to win the World Cup, and I was the only person on this planet who knew it. We flew out of Kai Tak in the third week of May. Me, Zhao Long, Li Wuming, Ho Sheng, and Lin Jie with 3 notebooks. Kwok Ling Ling came to the airport. She came from Macau that morning without telling anybody, and she stood at the barrier at Kai Tak and waved with her whole arm like a much younger girl, and I have a very clear image of that, and I have kept it. Her brother, Kwok Yu Kai, drove her home afterwards, and about halfway there he said without taking his eyes off the road, "Ling Ling, do you really like him?" She didn't answer. Heathrow. Then the Hilton at Paddington for 4 days, which was a mistake, because a 4-star business hotel is full of businessmen, and a Chinese teenager with a bodyguard and a secretary going in and out of the lobby twice a day is a thing people remember, so I bought a house. There's a village in Hampshire about an hour out of London where a Victorian country estate had come onto the market because the family that bought it from the original barons had put it back up. Built in 1874, half-timbered, 3 floors, 1,300 square meters of house, and around it a lawn with century-old trees standing in it and roses along the drive. £1 million. Zhao Long walked around the outside of it twice and came back and said, with real bewilderment, "Boss, 9 million Hong Kong dollars. In Hong Kong, 9 million buys a flat with a view of another flat." "Britain has 10 times our population," I said, "and 200 times our land. We have no land and too many people. It's not that houses here are cheap, it's that we live on a rock." I did not hire a butler or a cook or a maid, and the estate agent thought I was mad. The reason was simple. In about 3 weeks, I was going to be doing something that would look extremely strange to any member of staff who kept their eyes open, and I did not want anybody in that house who could be asked a question by a stranger, so we cooked for ourselves. Zhao Long turned out to be excellent. Li Wuming and Ho Sheng were banned from the kitchen after the second night, and then I went and looked at the British betting industry, William Hill, Ladbrokes, and a dozen smaller houses in a country where betting on football was legal, ordinary, and conducted in cash across a counter by men in cardigans. The plan took me 2 days to build, and I am still fond of it. £1.9 million spread across more than a dozen different bookmakers, funded through anonymous Swiss accounts, in a great many small tickets rather than a few large ones. Never the same shop twice in a week. Never a round number, always at the counter, never by telephone from the same line. And, this is the part that made it work, I deliberately lost. Small bets, regularly, on things I knew were going to fail. A man who wins everything is an investigation. A man who wins 70% and loses 30% is a lucky punter with a system, and every bookmaker in England has 40 of those and finds them charming. It was not for the pleasure of winning. Every pound of it was earmarked for a company in Hong Kong called The Wharf, which owned the ground under Sim Sha Tsui, and which I had been quietly accumulating for 4 months, and which was going to cost more than everything I owned. The first proper payday was Scotland against the Netherlands. I watched it in a pub in Southampton, standing up, surrounded by about 60 extremely emotional Scotsmen, and Scotland won 3-1, and I made roughly £300,000 on that one match, and could not react in any way whatsoever. I bought a round instead. It seemed safest. And while I was doing that, on the other side of the world, something started that I knew absolutely nothing about for another 4 months. There is an island off the coast of Indonesia, with nothing on it but forest. A boat came in at night with no lights, and a man went up the hill in a half-mask patterned like a snake, with 10 men behind him moving through trees like cats. "Cobra," one of them said. "Is this the headquarters of the Viper organization?" "That's it." "Proceed according to plan." He broke a stick under his own foot on purpose, 40 meters from the cave mouth, and when the guard's rifle came up, he stepped out of the dark and gave the countersign, and the guard put the rifle down and bowed. Ninth Elder, please. The leader and the other elders have already arrived. Inside, a long table, 10 masked men, and a semi-annual meeting of an organization that had been killing people for money for a very long time. A man in a tiger-striped mask reported 72 contracts completed without a single failure and said, with some pride, that none of the 72 had survived more than 3 days. The man in the snake mask had been coming to those meetings for 3 years. 3 years, to be sitting in that room, on that night, with the charge already under the table. I am not going to describe what happened. There was an explosion, and there was a great deal of shooting, and it took about 4 minutes, and when it stopped, the Viper organization did not exist anymore. He came out of the room, and his second-in-command was standing there grinning at him. Cobra, congratulations. Finally, the man in the snake mask said, I got my revenge. And then he took the mask off, and underneath it was the most ordinary face you have ever seen in your life, and he said, My wish is fulfilled. It's time for me to retire. His men did not take it well. The one who had grinned at him started to argue and stopped because Cobra had taken 2 photographs out of his pocket. The first was old and yellow, a family of 4. A father, a mother, a boy of about 11, and a baby. The second was recent and had obviously been taken from a distance without the subject knowing. A young woman. Nobody said anything for a long time. Then his second-in-command said, Brother, you've carried this for so many years. Go and rest. We'll be waiting at the old place. Forever. They went down to the boats and left him one. He stood on the sand with the sea wind in his face and looked up at the moon. Dad, Mum, I've killed the man who destroyed our family, and I've found my sister. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Then he rode out into the dark, and the last thing he said out loud was a name. Xiao Qian. Your brother has come to find you. About 11 days later, in a boarding house in Kowloon, an old landlady showed an ordinary-looking man 4 vacant rooms on the 3rd floor. He picked 307 and paid 6 months in advance in cash. Then, as she was leaving, he asked her very casually who lived either side of him. 308 is Songbo, a waiter, very nice man. He's been here over a year. She thought about it. And 306 is a girl called Lin Ji, very pretty, only moved in half a month ago, just out of university, just started a job. And what time do they usually come home? Oh, Xiaosong doesn't come back at lunchtime at all, and that girl, she waved a hand, she's gone abroad with her company, won't be back for a month or 2. The man thanked her and said he'd get to know the neighbors when they returned and closed his door. Then he stood in the middle of an empty rented room with his fists closed. What bad luck. She's gone abroad, and it'll be 1 or 2 months. And then to himself, we've waited so many years, what's 1 or 2 months more? I did not know any of that. For another 4 months, I did not know that a man had put 190,000 kilometers and 3 years and an entire private army into standing outside my secretary's door. While I was in England, Tsingtao held its 10th crisis meeting in a month, and it was the last one that mattered. Han Shu came into that boardroom with her eyes bloodshot under her makeup and told them the truth, which she was always good at. We have now truly reached the most dangerous moment. This time, we must find a way out, no matter what. Her distribution chief, a man called Zhang Feng, said the sentence nobody in that company had dared to say for 6 months. Kill the news agency. Sell it if anybody will buy it. Disband it if nobody will. 200 staff and 8 overseas offices, gone, this month. He did not look at He Yubin, who had built it, and who was sitting 4 seats away. Every other executive in that room breathed out quietly and looked at He Yubin with a certain amount of sympathy and absolutely no support, because it is always better to watch a friend go over the side than to go yourself. He Yubin took it standing up to his credit. He said he had nothing to say, and he would not deny anything, and the facts had proved him wrong. Han Shu closed her eyes for a while. Tsingtao News Agency, she said, just shut it down. $10 million, borrowed against a quarter of her dead father's company, gone into a hole in the ground. But shutting it did not solve anything, and she knew it before she finished the sentence, because the actual problem was that Tsingtao Daily's circulation was falling every week and the advertisers were leaving because of it. The room went round in a circle for 4 hours and got nowhere, and at 10 o'clock at night she adjourned it. And then, as everybody was filing out, she said, Ding Hong, stay. Ding Hong was the head of distribution. Earlier in the meeting, he had started to say something and stopped himself, and she had noticed, because she noticed everything, which was the whole tragedy. He had said, and then swallowed, that there was a crooked way. Now he told her what it was. The advertisers are leaving because the circulation is falling, so stop the circulation from falling, not by selling more papers, by reporting that we sold more papers. She looked at him for a long time. Then she said the thing out loud herself, which I have always thought was the worst part. You want to fabricate the sales figures. He didn't answer. She sat in that empty boardroom after he'd gone with her arms crossed over her chest and shut her eyes. Father, she said, bless me. And that was the moment Tsingtao died. Not the day I bought 4 newspapers. Not the day the loan was called. That moment, in an empty room at 10 past 10 at night, by her own hand with nobody watching. Back in Hampshire, I was walking a river path with 4 people and no plan when a man jumped off a bridge in front of me. Hurry and save him, I shouted and started running, and Li Wuming went past me like a car and went straight over the parapet fully clothed into the water. And the man surfaced immediately and started swimming to the bank in an extremely competent front crawl, holding a necklace above the water. He had dropped it off the bridge. He had gone in after it. He was a strong swimmer and had been in the water for 11 seconds. Li Wuming climbed out beside him, soaked through, expressionless, still holding the man's collar. The man was in his mid-20s, Asian, over 175, and enormously embarrassed, and then he said, in Chinese, "Thank you, I'm so sorry to have troubled you." His name was Zhao Jinfeng, and he was the closest thing I have ever had to a friend who did not work for me. He turned up at the manor an hour later with gifts, having changed and dried his hair, because he had worked out where we lived in about 4 minutes. "There aren't many houses out here," he said cheerfully, "and only one of them was empty. We found you." That evening, Ho Sheng disappeared for 11 minutes while we were all in the kitchen, and came back holding 3 wood pigeons by the wings in one fist and a gray rabbit by the ears in the other. Zhao Long took one look and started laughing. "There are rabbit holes all over the estate," Hu Sheng said, scratching his head. "And the pigeons here aren't afraid of people at all. My family were hunters for 3 generations. I'm out of practice." Out of practice. 11 minutes. We ate extremely well. And afterwards, upstairs, unable to sleep because I had eaten most of a rabbit, I opened doors along the 2nd-floor corridor and found a room with something large under a dust sheet. It was a grand piano, a Steinway, left behind by the previous owner because moving a concert grand across the Atlantic costs more than the instrument, and then it has to be re-voiced by a specialist at the other end. I have never learned the piano, not in this life, and not in the other one. But among the 400, there was a concert pianist. I lifted the lid and put my hands where the memory said to put them, and started with scales, because the knowledge was all there and the hands were 16 and had never done it, and the gap between those 2 facts is the whole of any skill. 10 minutes and I could play. Not well. The fingers could not keep up with the mind, which is a thing you cannot fix with knowledge, only with years. But it was music, and it was coming out of me. Then I played the second piece. It is called Wedding in a Dream, and it was written by 2 Frenchmen, and it had not been written yet, and would not be recorded for several more years by a pianist who was at that moment about 30 and unknown. I got to the end of it and heard somebody breathing behind me. Lin Ji was standing in the doorway with her hands pressed flat against her chest, crying, and had clearly been there for some time. "Boss," she said, and then couldn't finish it. "What was that? I've never heard it. What's it called?" "Wedding in a Dream." "Oh." She said it twice more to herself. "That's a very apt name." Then she asked, because she has never in her life had a filter between her head and her mouth, "Boss, do you have someone you like? Did you write it for her?" I laughed, which was not the correct response, and she went red, and I told her the truth that 2 Frenchmen wrote it, and there was a story behind it. She sat down on the bench at the end of the room and asked to hear the story, and I told it to her, and I am going to tell it to you the way I told it to her, because it is the only piece of this entire account that has nothing to do with money. There was a soldier who had been away at the border for 6 years. Every one of those 6 years he thought about a girl in the castle he had come from, every day, without exception. And he walked home at last, in the morning, with the sun coming up, and the castle was hung with flags, and there were people singing in the streets. So he asked a man in the road whether there was some good news today, and the man said, "Yes. Today the princess marries the prince of the neighboring country." He stood in the road and heard something in his own chest break, and 6 years of waiting went across his face in about a second, and he sat down in the snow. That night, the church bells rang, and he went and stood in the crowd, because he had decided he would see her once more, and then leave that country forever and forget everything, all of it, the love and the waiting and the whole 6 years. And when she came out of the palace hand in hand with the prince and passed in front of him, their eyes met. And he pushed the guards aside and ran out into the road and stood between her and the crowd on the far side with his arms spread wide, because he had seen something nobody else had seen. The guards drew too late. He said, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Then he felt the arrow go into his back, and he went down slowly and landed at her feet. And then he opened his eyes, and she was standing over him in a wedding dress, smiling at him, and there were angels beside them singing a blessing. "Is this a dream?" he said. "To have had the dream is enough," he said, and held her hand tighter. And a shooting star went across the sky above the castle like a tear of happiness. Lin Ji cried the entire way through it and did not make a sound, which I did not know a person could do. I really hope, she said at the end, that the soldier and the princess could actually be together, instead of only in a dream. I said that was rather the point of it. Then she asked me to play it again, and I did. And when I finished, she was sitting with her chin on her hands looking at the far wall, and neither of us said anything for a while. That is what happened in that room. I mention it because a great many people have since told a version of that night that suits them better, and because it was, I think, the last completely uncomplicated evening I had for 2 years. 2 days later, Zhao Jinfeng drove us into London and through a red archway 6 meters high, and the temperature of the street changed. Lanterns under every eave, couplets on the door frames in black ink on gold, Chinese medicine shops, barbers, 4 restaurants in 50 meters, a supermarket with dried mushrooms in the window, and in the middle of the road, a pair of stone lions. The embassy gave those, Zhao Jinfeng said, flown in from Beijing last year for the opening of the pedestrian zone. I got out and went and looked at the base of one, and there it was, cut into the stone. I had been in England 3 weeks by then, and had been perfectly comfortable the whole time, and I stood in front of that stone lion in the middle of London for slightly longer than I needed to. The archway had a couplet on it, and I read the whole thing standing in the road while the traffic went round me. The first restaurant inside the arch, on the corner, 3 stories, 12 meters of frontage, was called the Phoenix Tower. That one's mine, Zhao Jinfeng said. Upstairs, in an office above the restaurant, an old housekeeper called Li Hongchang brought out mung bean cakes, and 2 girls in cheongsams made tea with a competence that told me exactly how old the family was. And over that tea, I did the arithmetic in my head and then asked the question, Jinfeng, when did your family come to England? 1828. Our ancestors came in 1828. It was 1978. 150 years, which, in 1828, meant a Chinese family had left the Qing Empire and crossed the world and had not been absorbed, deported, ruined, or scattered in 5 generations. There is exactly one kind of family that does that. Your family, I said. The Wu family. Are you the Wu family of the 13 factories? He put his cup down and looked at me with real surprise, and then he laughed and said yes. From the 3rd son of Duke Dunyuan. I stood up and clasped my hands and apologized for my rudeness, and if you are not Chinese, this will look like theater, so here is why. Duke Dunyuan was Wu Bingjian. In 1834, the Wu family counted their assets and arrived at 26 million silver dollars. In that same year, the richest man in the United States of America was worth 8 million. Wu Bingjian was, by a factor of 3, the richest human being alive. He was the banker and the largest single creditor of the East India Company. He owned tea gardens and shops and property across China, and he put money into American railways and American securities and, at the end, American insurance, which nobody in China had ever done. Lin Ji, who had gone to university and had a proper education, went white because she had learned the 13 factories of Canton in a history class. She knew that the customs duty paid by those 13 houses came to 40% of the entire tax revenue of the Qing Empire. And she knew about the fire of 1822, when 13 Factory Street burned for days and 40 million taels of silver melted and ran into the drains and set solid in the gutters for a mile and a half. What she did not know, because nobody teaches it, was that the man who owned the largest of those houses had been the richest person on the face of the earth. She said, "Wow," out loud, which was fair. Zhao Jinfeng shook his head at all of it and said that was the glory of his ancestors and that the descendants were incompetent, and that was why the family was where it was. Then I asked the question that changed the temperature of the room. Jinfeng, what is the relationship between your family's firm and its successor and the Jardine Matheson group that exists in Hong Kong today? Old Li Hongchang stopped smiling, and Zhao Jinfeng said, they are shameless thieves. Here is the story, and I checked every word of it afterwards, and every word of it is true. 2 Scotsmen, William Jardine and James Matheson, founded a trading company in Canton in 1832. In 1843, the year Duke Dunyuan died and the main branch of the Wu family was broken by the Qing government's demands, those 2 men re-registered their firm using the name of the most famous of the 13 factories, the Wu family name. They put one word in front of it to mark it as foreign, and they took it out into the world, and they built on it the largest British conglomerate in the Far East. 135 years later, the Jardine Matheson Group was the biggest company in Hong Kong. Bigger than Swire, bigger than Hutchison, second only to HSBC on my own list, and if you counted the subsidiaries properly, not even second. And the family whose name is on the front of it had been sitting in a house north of London for 150 years, watching. Is your family's firm still operating? Zhao Long asked. No, the Qing government finished that long ago. All that's left is Wu Shengxing. And when he said that last name, his hand closed. Then Ho Xing, who is a wonderful man and has the strategic vision of a fence post, said, "Have you never thought about raising the old name again?" Zhao Jinfeng smiled at him wearily and said the gap in strength was too large to even consider, and that anyway, he personally only had the Phoenix Tower, so it hardly arose. There were three separate things in that sentence. He said the gap is too large to consider, not that his family had considered it and failed, that he had not considered it. He said, "I only have the Phoenix Tower," which means the restaurant was his personally, and everything else in that family was not. And he separated himself from the family in the middle of a sentence about the family in front of a stranger. So I put my cup down and said something to a man in his mid-20s that I had absolutely no right to say, being 16 and a guest in his restaurant. Only in turbulent times do heroes appear. Only where mountains stand tall can great ambitions be kept. He looked up. This is a great age, Jinfeng. The whole world is changing shape this decade. Anything at all is possible in a decade like this one. And history is nothing but a list of men who started from nothing. And you are not starting from nothing. You have capital. You have a name that half of Canton still knows. Think about your own ancestor. And then the last part, which is a line from a poem, and which I meant exactly as it sounded. All of that is the past. To find the truly remarkable figures, you have to look at the present. Zhao Jinfeng sat completely still. Then he stood up and bowed to me, properly from the waist, and said, "Thank you." Those words are worth 10 years of study, and behind him, old Li Hongchang, who had raised this man from a child and had been trying to say that exact thing to him for 8 years without ever once landing it, looked at me across the room with an expression I have never forgotten. The old man had been watching Zhao Jinfeng disappear a little more every year and had been unable to do anything at all about it, and a stranger who had known him for 4 days had done it over tea in 20 minutes. 2 minutes later, a man came to the door. The visitor downstairs was Qin Rong, who owned Rongye Trading House, which was the largest Chinese food supermarket and wholesale operation in Birmingham and had just opened in London. Born in 1940, Hakka sailed alone to England in 1959 at the age of 19. First job, washing dishes in a restaurant, arranged for him by the Liverpool Hakka Association because he did not know a single person on that island. In the world I came from, he became the first Chinese name to appear on the British Rich List, supplied more than 2,000 Chinese restaurants and shops across the United Kingdom, and was a regular guest of the Prince of Wales. Zhao Jinfeng introduced me to him first, which told Qin Rong, in one gesture in front of everybody, that in Zhao Jinfeng's estimation, the 16-year-old was the more important man in the room. I watched Qin Rong recalculate. It took him under 2 seconds, and he did it without changing his face, and I liked him from that moment. He had come to ask Zhao Jinfeng for a favor, which he explained frankly, because there was no point doing otherwise. Rongye had expanded too fast. Warehousing and a trading center had eaten his working capital. He needed £500,000 to get through 2 months, and Chinese businessmen in Britain in 1978 did not get bank loans. Not from British banks, not without a personal guarantee that would take a year to arrange. But there was one company in the Wu family that Zhao Jinfeng could influence, Huasheng Bank. 14 branches across the United Kingdom, founded 10 years earlier, trusted by the British as well as the Chinese because it had a reputation for never once behaving badly. Founded by, and named after, Zhao Jinfeng's father. The current president had been his father's classmate and right hand, and Zhao Jinfeng called him uncle. He made one call. The money cleared that afternoon. Qin Rong insisted on dinner and invited me along, and over dinner I said something that made Zhao Jinfeng raise an eyebrow, because in 11 days he had never once heard me praise anybody. "Mr. Ye, with the funding solved, after you're the largest in Birmingham, the throne of the largest Chinese food supermarket and wholesaler in the whole United Kingdom is going to be yours." He waved it away, politely and genuinely. "Mr. Jia, you flatter me. I'm a second-rate supplier at best. Ask young Master Wu. There are companies above me in every direction. Then why not take financing?" He stopped with his glass halfway. He told me the truth, which is what I wanted. He had thought about it. Of course he had thought about it. But nobody would invest, because there were stronger companies in the same trade, and if he couldn't get a bank loan, he was certainly not going to get equity. "Then perhaps," I said, "it's simply that nobody has recognized the gem. I've only just arrived in England. I haven't decided where to put my money. I'm very optimistic about this market. I wonder whether I'd be fortunate enough to board your ship." He looked at Zhao Jinfeng. And Zhao Jinfeng, who had had 11 days to work out roughly what I was, put down his chopsticks and said mildly, "Mr. Ye, Li Wei has assets of over £100 million. He owns the largest print media company in Hong Kong and all of Southeast Asia, and a securities company managing £70 or £80 million. He can pay." Chin Rong put his glass down on the table without drinking from it. We valued Rongyi Trading House at £5 million, and I put in 2.2 million for 30%, which was a slight premium to the arithmetic, and I rounded it up on purpose. Post-money the company was worth 7.2 million. His 70% was worth 5.04. My 30 was worth 2.16, which is £40,000 less than I had paid, and I did that deliberately, and he noticed and did not mention it, and 200,000 of the 2.2 million was written into the agreement as his personally to do whatever he liked with. A man who has just given away 30% of the thing he built with his own hands should be able to buy his wife something that evening. It costs almost nothing, and it changes what the relationship is. The money left my account the same afternoon the papers were signed, which surprised him more than anything else in the deal, and which is the single cheapest way I have ever bought a reputation. The betting, meanwhile, had become a full-time occupation. With a car, it turned into guerrilla work. Hit a shop, drive 20 minutes, hit another. Never twice in the same town in the same week. Out to Southampton on the south coast, then further. Phone accounts as well, from different lines, and I had a deadline because everything depended on one specific match that had not happened yet. Argentina had to beat Peru by 4 clear goals in the final group match to knock Brazil out on goal difference. Peru were not a small team. Peru were a South American side who had beaten better than Argentina that decade. 4 clear goals against them was, in the honest opinion of every bookmaker in Europe, essentially impossible, and they priced it accordingly, and Argentina's odds to win the whole tournament went up to a number I could barely look at. Argentina won 6-0. One cold thing about it, and then I move on. Argentina was under a military government that had disappeared an enormous number of its own citizens and wanted the trophy to launder its face. Years afterwards, Peruvian journalists reported that grain and a loan had crossed between the two governments before that match. Nobody has ever proved it, and nobody ever will. That is the world I made my money in. I am not going to pretend I didn't know. What I will say is this: every bookmaker on Earth had a wonderful summer because 99.99% of the punters on the planet were wrong, which is exactly why several £100 million could come out of that industry without anybody looking up. And then there was the toy. Outside a Chinese restaurant in Southampton, a small boy came out of the door at a dead run and hit me in the stomach. I caught him. His mother arrived at speed and apologized. He apologized as well, thoroughly, with his head down, having clearly been raised properly, and the thing that had gone out of his hand and onto the pavement was a cube. 6 sides, 6 colors, 2x2, not 3x3. The 3x3 did not exist yet. The boy's name was Toby, and when I asked him what it was, he lit up like a lamp and told me it was a Rubik's Cube, that his father had bought it for him in a toy shop in Budapest, and that it was the best thing in the world. Then he scrambled it and solved it in his hand, 6 faces, in about 4 seconds, barely looking at it. "I'm going to write a book," he said, going shy at the end, "about how to solve it fast." He did. In the world I came from, Toby Bossert wrote that book at 12 years old and sold nearly 1.5 million copies of it, and it did more for that toy in Britain than any advertisement ever did. I told him I believed him, and I gave him a thumbs up, and I meant it. And his mother, who had been watching my face and was not stupid, said, as we were going in, "Sir, my husband says it was invented by a Professor Erno Rubik at the Budapest School of Architecture." We had dinner, and afterwards Lin Ji went to the washroom and did not come back. I gave it 4 minutes, and then I got up. She was in the corridor outside, backed against the wall, with 4 young men around her. The one in front had his arms spread across the corridor so she couldn't get past, and he was drunk in the specific way that makes a certain kind of man believe he is charming. "Beautiful lady, let's be friends. We're both Chinese, so give us a chance to get to know each other." Then he saw me, and saw Zhao Long and Li Wuming behind me, and instead of doing the sensible thing, he looked me up and down and decided I was a schoolboy. "You're her boyfriend? You haven't even grown up yet. Me and JG can be friends." He gestured expansively at the ceiling. "This restaurant is mine. Have the meal on me. Give me some face." The other 3 laughed. I did not move, and standing still was the hardest thing I did that year. She was on his side of the corridor, not mine. If I did anything at all, she was inside it. "JG," I said, "come here." She started to move, and he put his arm out and blocked her, still smiling. One of his friends had already gone down the back stairs to get their people, and I watched him go and did nothing about it, and Li Wuming's ear twitched and he said, very quietly, "Boss, there are more of them upstairs." So I walked forward, took Lin Ji by the wrist and pulled her behind me, and then I hit him, once, flat, open-handed, across the face, before anybody in that corridor had understood that anything was going to happen. He went sideways into the wall and made a noise. 8 men came up the stairs in black suits. Li Wuming stepped in front and the corridor was 2 meters wide, which meant they could come at him 2 at a time, and he took all 8 of them in about 90 seconds, and I am not going to describe it beyond saying that at the end of it none of them were standing and none of them were seriously hurt, which is a much more difficult thing to do than the alternative. Every private room on that corridor had its door open by then. Chinese diners, English diners, a table of Germans. And somebody said out loud, in English, Chinese Kung Fu, in the odd voice of a man who has seen it in a Bruce Lee film and never expected the world to produce one in a restaurant corridor. Bruce Lee had been dead 5 years. Every foreigner in that hallway thought every Chinese person on earth could do that. Li Wuming does not like being looked at. He went quieter and faster and it ended sooner, and the drunk sobered up completely, the way they do, and put his hands out. Friend, I'm sorry. I'd had too much I don't think before I speak. Please forgive me. That was the correct move, and it should have worked. Is an apology all it takes? He started to answer. I hit him again, the other side of his face, in front of his friends, on his own floor, in his own restaurant. Then I turned round and left. Behind me, with 8 of his own men on the ground, he told them not to call the police. As long as he's in England, he isn't getting away. Find out who he is first. I did not regret the second slap for 1 second, and it very nearly killed me. We flew to Budapest the next morning. Professor Rubik had registered the patent in Hungary only and licensed a small production run to one local businessman and had essentially no idea what he was holding. I bought the worldwide patent for $500,000. Then I faxed it to Ma Tengdong in Hong Kong with 3 instructions. Register it in every country on earth immediately at any cost. Hire mathematicians and engineers and develop it upward. 3x3, 4x4, 5x5, mirror cubes, spherical cubes, all of it. And put it in my uncle's toy factory. That factory, which nobody in my company could work out why I'd bought, was about to have a product that would still be paying for itself in the 21st century. While I was in Hungary, a car pulled up at a house north of London. There is a valley up there with a lake at the bottom of it, and along one side of the lake, a row of houses built of timber and earth in a style that has no business being in Hampshire, with something very like a small palace in the middle. The oldest Chinese family in Britain, top 3 in the country by any measure. In the innermost courtyard, an old man in a tang suit was playing chess with his butler and losing on purpose, and then stopped and got up with a dragon-headed cane and put his hand on the bark of a ginkgo tree that had been in that courtyard since before his grandfather. I'm old, Bao Shu, he said. I don't have many years left. His name was Zhao Deming, and he was the head of the Wu family, and he is the only person in this entire story who beat me. What was eating him? His second son, Zhao Haoyu, had been the heir. Not the eldest, the second. He had been so obviously the right one that the eldest son had stood aside for him without being asked, and the whole clan had agreed. He had started learning the business at 13 and running parts of it at 21. The old man used to say the family had produced another Wu Bingjian. He founded Huaxing Bank, and it was named after him, and it worked. And then he drove off a road with his wife in the car, and both of them died on the same afternoon. Zhao Deming fainted at the sight and stayed in bed for 3 days, and when he got up, the family had no future in it. The boy they left behind was Zhao Jinfeng, and Zhao Jinfeng had been exactly like his father, sharp, curious, streets ahead of his cousins, until he was 11 years old, and then he had stopped. Not broken, just stopped. Quiet, alone, uninterested in the business. Would not compete for anything with anybody, and when the eldest branch pushed him, he simply gave ground, every time, for years, until 2 years ago, when he bought a house 40 minutes away and effectively left. Which left the eldest son, Zhao Jincheng, a decent caretaker with no ability to build anything, and Zhao Jincheng's second son, Zhao Jinlin. Bao Shu, the old man said, is there any news from within the family? Master, everything is normal, except that there have been changes with the second and third young masters. Zhao Deming's head came round. The third young master has had some trouble, Bao Shu said carefully. He was beaten, last night, in Southampton, in the restaurant he owns. What was the reason? He had drunk too much and stopped a woman in the corridor. Her boyfriend slapped him, twice. And the third young master's 8 bodyguards were all put on the ground by one man from the other party. We do not yet know who they are. We sent people this morning and the place was empty. Zhao Deming snorted. Serves him right. Then he asked the other question. And Jinfeng, is he still shut up in that house of his? And Bao Shu, who had deliberately saved it, said, Master, the changes with the second young master are good. The old man's eyes came up. The day before yesterday, he took some friends to his own Phoenix Tower. He personally received Qin Rong of Rongyi Trading House and discussed business with him. And since then, he has been going out early and coming back late. And he is working extremely hard on the founding of the London Chinatown Chinese Business Association. Zhao Deming put both hands on the cane. Bao Shu, is that true? Sir, you know me. I do not lie, and I do not favor any of the young masters. The old man tapped the cane on the ground twice. Watch it. Report Jin Feng to me every day. And if anything unusual happens, tell me at once. And then, after a moment, in a completely different voice, send someone to investigate the background of the people who beat Honglin. The London Chinatown Chinese Business Association was founded on the 21st of June, and I got back from Europe the night before specifically to be at it. Juelu Street had been re-lanterned end to end. There was a platform 6.6 meters high in the middle of the road under red cloth, lion dance teams, dragon dance teams, gongs, drums, and a great many English people watching something they had never seen before and enjoying it enormously. I had spent the previous afternoon having business cards printed. That is the entire strategy. 200 cards, in Chinese on one side and English on the other, with 4 company names on them. I handed out about 90 in the first 40 minutes, and it is the single most efficient thing I have ever done with a printing press. Nothing for about 11 minutes. Then somebody who had spent time in Hong Kong in the last 6 months read the words Juding Newspaper Company and Juding Securities Company on a card in his hand and looked up and looked at me, and his face did the thing, and the man next to him saw his face do the thing and asked him why. By 11 o'clock, every serious person in that building had been told who I was by somebody else, which is the only way it works. If I tell you I am important, I am a boy bragging. If the man beside you tells you, I am a fact. The mayor of London arrived, a conservative and a loyal supporter of the party leader, who was a woman named Margaret Thatcher, who was going to win the general election the following May and hold power for 11 years, which I knew, and he did not. He was worth remembering. I made sure he saw my face and did not make him remember mine. And then a second group came through the doors and the room changed. Chinese, 4 men, and the one in front had the sort of bearing you cannot buy. The Chinese ambassador to the United Kingdom, with his minister and his military attaché. He came in and stopped, and swept the room once, and stopped on me, and nodded, and smiled. I nodded back, and then stood there and worked out what had just happened, because it took me about 6 seconds. He knew my face. There is no honest reason for the Chinese ambassador to Britain to know the face of a 16-year-old from Kowloon at a party he arrived at 4 seconds ago, which meant I was on a list somewhere in Beijing, which, when I thought about it, was inevitable, because I ran the largest Chinese-language print media group on the planet, a department that understood the value of propaganda better than any institution in human history was hardly going to overlook that. I decided it was a good thing, and it was. Later, at the reception, he crossed the entire room to toast me personally in front of everybody, which is not a thing that happens by accident, and asked me who the young lady with me was, pretending not to know, which is how those conversations are conducted. And somewhere in that crowd, a man saw me shaking hands with an ambassador and went very cold. It's that pair of scoundrels. I've been looking for them for so long, and I never expected to see them here. He asked the man beside him for a business card, and got mine, and read the 4 company names on it, and frowned, and asked if he could keep it. Zhao Jinlin, 3rd young master of the Wu family, the man in the corridor in Southampton, Zhao Jinfeng's cousin. He had spent 5 days looking for me. He had actually found the hotel I'd been staying in, and by then I had bought a house and gone to Hungary. He worked the room quietly and had my entire situation inside 40 minutes, because 90 people had my card, and half of them had opinions. And then he made the connection that mattered, and he got there faster than anybody else in that family. Zhao Jinfeng had been asleep for 10 years. Zhao Jinfeng had woken up in the last fortnight. What had changed in the last fortnight was that a stranger had moved in next door to him. That damn troublemaker, he thought. Because here is the thing about Zhao Jinlin that nobody outside the family knew. He was not a fool, and he had never once relaxed. He and Zhao Jinfeng had grown up together, and Zhao Jinlin had never beaten him at anything, not at school, not at anything, until the day Zhao Jinfeng's parents died. Everything Zhao Jinlin had achieved in 10 years, he had achieved against a competitor who had walked off the field, and now the competitor was back on the field. He left the party without saying goodbye to anybody, got into his car, handed my card to his servant Zhou Guoliang, and told him to find out everything. Then he went home and opened his own address book and found a telephone number, and dialed an international call, and while it connected he said to the empty room, Jardine Matheson is the largest conglomerate in Hong Kong. George is second in line of the Keswick family, and he's in the business now. He'll have detail. The line picked up. Dear George, said Zhao Jinlin. It's your old friend, Zhao Jinlin. George Hastings sent the file by fax the same afternoon. Everything the Jardine Matheson group had on me, which was a great deal, plus outlines on Zhao Long, Ho Xing, and Lin Jie. Nothing on Li Wuming, who had been in the country 3 weeks. Zhao Jinlin read it twice and felt genuinely sick. Because if he had known any of it a week earlier, he would have crossed a room to shake my hand. He was planning to take his own business into Hong Kong. A Hong Kong tycoon as a friend would have made that whole plan work and would have impressed his grandfather, which was the only currency in that house. Instead, he had a blood feud with the man, and the man was joined at the hip to Zhao Jinfeng. The same file landed on Zhao Deming's table. The old man read it in silence for a long time and then said, "A business genius, a genuine business genius." And his butler Bao Shu, who does not flatter anybody, said, "Master, if others had not confirmed it repeatedly, I would not have believed such a person existed. To accomplish in so short a time what other men cannot do in a lifetime. If nothing unexpected happens, a true dragon is about to appear in Hong Kong." Zhao Deming nodded slowly and said, mostly to himself, "If someone like that could influence Jinfeng, then to be close to a man like that." And then he smiled, which apparently he had not done in some time. The file also contained the Wu family's own London intelligence, including 3 lines about the Chinese ambassador having a long conversation with me at a reception. 3 lines, and Zhao Deming read them 4 times, because behind an ambassador there is a state, and a state with nuclear weapons does not spend a reception being charming to a boy for no reason. Then Bao Shu ruined the old man's morning. "Master, I've found out about the 3rd young master as you asked. The group he clashed with was Li Wei's. The 3rd young master was harassing Li Wei's secretary. Li Wei slapped him, twice, and it was Li Wei's bodyguard, Li Wuming, who dealt with the 8. Zhao Deming put the cane down on the flagstones hard enough to be heard through a wall. Useless piece of trash. He was not angry that his grandson had been slapped. He considered that a small matter, and he considered that his grandson had earned it, and he was quite prepared to call it even. What put him on his feet was the comparison. On the first day Li Wei arrived, Zhao Jinfeng met him and became his friend. On the first day Li Wei walked into Zhao Jinlin's restaurant, Zhao Jinlin made him an enemy. Same city, same week. Same family, 2 grandsons. Even if you put it down to luck, the old man thought, then Jinfeng's luck is better than Hong Lin's, and that is not a small thing to say about the men who will hold your family after you. Zhao Jinlin, meanwhile, was doing arithmetic of a different kind, and it explains everything that follows. Slapped twice in front of his friends, on his own floor. He had not been able to face anybody for 4 days, and his friends had started being unavailable. His cousin, whom he had spent 10 years quietly keeping down, was suddenly awake and had a board seat at the new business association at 25 years old. And his own expansion into Hong Kong, which was the play he had been building for 2 years to prove himself to his grandfather, now had a Hong Kong tycoon standing on the other side of it, who was personally close to his rival. He could not touch Zhao Jinfeng. Family rules. Move on a cousin before the old man dies, and you are disqualified from the succession outright, permanently, and that is the one law in that house that even his father would enforce. But nothing in the family rules said anything about a Chinese boy from Kowloon. George Hastings flew in on a Thursday, and they met in a quiet courtyard that evening, with Zhou Guoliang standing behind Zhao Jinlin's chair. "Kevin," said George, using the English name, lighting a cigar. "What do you want Li Wei's information for?" Zhao Jinlin told him the truth. "Conflict with me. Interference in family affairs, threat to his position." George Hastings actually laughed. "He's been in England 11 days, and his power is nothing compared to your family's, and he's already interfering in your family's affairs? Who knew he'd cause so much trouble? So you want to deal with him?" And George Hastings sat back and smiled and said the sentence that turned a family squabble into an attempted murder. "Kevin, this is actually a very good opportunity." Then he explained. "In Hong Kong," he said, "we all hate him. Everybody. He's a Chinese upstart, and he's taken 125 million out of a British family in a fortnight, and he prints a magazine that tells the world what we're worth, and nobody moves on him. Do you know why nobody moves on him? Because in Hong Kong he never goes anywhere without bodyguards. Because he has some kind of arrangement with the underworld. Because if anything happens to Li Wei in Hong Kong, Chinese capital reacts, and Beijing reacts, and the entire thing becomes political inside a week. But he isn't in Hong Kong," said George Hastings. "He's in England, with 4 people. And between your family and mine, in London, that is entirely manageable." Then he said the part he'd been building toward. His Juding newspaper company and his Juding securities company are extraordinary assets, media and finance together. In our hands, they'd be worth more than either of us can currently imagine. Zhao Jinlin looked up. "It isn't even listed," George started to say. "How could you possibly?" And then he stopped, halfway through his own sentence, because he had understood what was being proposed, and he looked at Zhao Jinlin's face and saw that it was not a joke. He took a breath. "Let me think about it." 10 minutes later he had a plan, and it was clean, and I have to give it to him. Take him, hold him, have him sign the share transfer agreements. Third-party lawyers, absolutely reliable, paid for by me. Zhao Jinlin said there would still be legal disputes. George said the lawyers were safe, and Zhao Jinlin said, "Then make him disappear, then there's nothing to prove, and if there's noise afterwards between our 2 families we can put it down." "That's right," said George Hastings. They shook hands on it and split the proceeds 50-50. The actual method came from Zhou Guoliang, standing behind the chair, who cleared his throat and said, "Young master, I've thought of a way." He laid it out. Zhao Jinlin pointed at him and laughed and said, "You little rascal, you've got some skills, but I like it." And George Hastings, who could only follow about half of it in Cantonese, made Zhao Jinlin repeat the whole thing in English and then stared at a servant with genuine disbelief because it was better than anything he'd come up with. 3 parts. Plan A. Go over the wall at night and take him in the house. Plan B. If that fails, arrive in police uniforms, arrest him, and drive him somewhere else. Plan C. If both fail, George takes his family in Hong Kong and makes him come out on his own. I knew nothing about any of it. I had spent that day driving between 4 bookmakers in Berkshire. Plan A came over the wall at 1 in the morning. Hao Sheng woke me by hammering on my door and had the whole thing out in one breath. "Boss, this is bad. People have got in. There are a lot of them. The squad leader and Wu Ming are downstairs. They sent me up to protect you." And then I heard it start below us. I did not stay in the room. I went to the top of the stairs and put my back against the wall and looked down, and it was not courage. If Li Wuming and Zhao Long could not hold a staircase, then there was no room in that house worth hiding in. Zhao Long was at the top of the stairs. Li Wuming was at the bottom of them, in the dark, in a hall with 1 lamp on, and there were a great many men in black in that hall, and they had brought clubs and blades. 15 of them, as it turned out, professionals, and none of them could get up those stairs. Outside, on a rise about 600 meters away, several men in police uniform were watching the house through infrared binoculars. "That has to be Li Wuming," said the bearded one. "The employer said he was very good." "We sent 15, said the man beside him. 15 of our best. Chinese kung fu really is mysterious." The bearded man put the binoculars down. "Plan A has failed. Activate Plan B, sirens, which is where I should have understood everything and did not, because sirens at night in a country you have been in 5 weeks are a comfort, not a warning." The men in my hallway shouted, "The police are here, the plan has failed, retreat," in English, and ran. Li Wuming took 2 of them off the floor as they went and pinned them, and Zhao Long came down to help and did not pursue the rest. Then men in uniform came through my own front door with drawn pistols, and a bearded sergeant apologized very warmly for being late. "Sir, we're pursuing a violent criminal gang. We had intelligence they were active in this area. I'm so sorry we didn't get here sooner." And behind him, 4 of his officers picked up the 2 men Li Wuming had pinned and carried them straight out of the door. "Officer Barlow," I said, "thank you for coming. You frightened them off. I don't know what would have happened." "Sir, we'll need a statement. If you'd come with us to the station." "Can we not do it here? I'm afraid all the equipment for taking statements is at the station." "For your safety and the safety of the surrounding residents, please cooperate." Every man in that room had a pistol out. "All right," I said. Zhao Long said, "Boss," in a voice I had not heard him use. "Brother Yan, you and Ho Sheng stay here and protect Lin Ji. Wu Ming, you come with me." They did not pursue the men who ran. 15 armed intruders went into a wood 200 meters from a police unit, and not one officer looked at the wood. They arrived with sirens on. If you are hunting a violent gang, you arrive quietly. Sirens do exactly one thing. They tell the people in the house that the people outside should leave. They took the 2 prisoners out immediately, before any of my staff could look at their faces. And when one of them started to object to Li Wuming getting into the car with me, the bearded man shook his head very slightly, and the man shut up. They wanted 2 of us. They did not want 2 of us badly enough to argue about it. We drove for 25 minutes and the roads got emptier the whole way. In the back seat, Li Wuming leaned very slightly and said in Chinese, without moving his lips much, "Boss, something's wrong." I noticed. The officer squeezed in on my left asked what we were talking about. I shrugged and said I was just thinking what an unlucky night it had been. He gave me a smile with far too much pity in it. "Boss, what do we do?" And I asked him one question, and it is the only question that mattered. "Are you confident?" "Yes." No pause, not a fraction of a second. "Good," I said. "Let's take a look first." The car came off the road onto gravel and stopped. Through the windscreen about 80 meters away, a single house on its own with a light on. That was the last piece. There is no police station in England that looks like that. "Sir, we've arrived. Please get out." "Do it," I said. I grabbed the wrist of the man beside me who had his hand already going to his holster and hit him in the face. Li Wuming came up out of his seat. It took him about that long to end the fight inside that vehicle, and I am not going to describe how, and have not asked since. Then I pulled a pistol out of the holster next to me and threw it to him, and he said, "Take care," opened the door, and went out into the dark, closing it behind him. I leaned forward and took 2 more pistols off the men in the front, took the safeties off, and sat in the back of a stationary car with a gun in each hand, 16 years old, wearing a jumper my mother had bought me. Outside, there was shooting for a while. Li Wuming had trained with firearms deliberately, precisely because he had worked out years earlier that a man who can only fight with his hands is a man who dies at 10 meters, and a man whose reflexes and eyesight are what his are with training does not miss. It stopped. The door opened. "Boss, it's all dealt with." 2 men came out of the house and got into a car to run for it. He shot the fuel tank from about 40 meters while moving, and the vehicle caught, and they came out of it and made for the house, and he put them both down by the legs before they got there. I got out and walked up to the 2 of them lying on the gravel with the car burning behind us, and looked at the nearer one's face in the light of it. "So it's you, Zhou Guoliang, Zhao Jinlin's servant," the man who had been standing behind the chair. Zhao Jinfeng arrived about 40 minutes later, having driven from his own house at night after Zhao Long called him, and got out of his car and looked at the ground and went gray. "Li Wei, you have to get out of London right now. If they find out you've killed this many police officers, you're dead." I let him look at me for a moment. "They're not police officers," I said. "They're fake." He didn't believe it. He crouched down next to one of them and made himself check the armband, and then the collar, and then the boots, and his brows came together and then went flat. "There are no identification numbers. The uniform's wrong. These really are fake police." He stood up. "But they had guns. In this country. That's very serious." Then he said, "Li Wei, who have you offended?" And I said, "Come with me." And I walked him inside and showed him Zhou Guoliang, who he had known for 20 years, and threw him the folder we had taken off the man, the share transfer agreements, blank on my side, fully typed on the other. Zhao Jinfeng read 4 lines and stopped, and his face went through something I would rather not describe. "Li Wei," he said, "I'm sorry. There is a disgrace in my family who has done this." And that is the moment I stopped suspecting him, which he did not know and which I am glad about, because a man who drives out to a field at 3 in the morning to help somebody he met 11 days ago is a man you can build things with. Zhou Guoliang had given us Plan C during the 11 minutes before Zhao Jinfeng arrived. If A and B both failed, George Hastings would take my family in Hong Kong. I got to a telephone at 4 in the morning Hong Kong time and put every man Zhao Long had trained around my parents' house and my brother's school, and then called Lin Baihe, who listened to about 9 words and then said, "It's already done. Sleep." And then I made the coldest decision of that year, and I made it in about 11 seconds. I did not go after Zhao Jinlin. I wanted to. It is not my style to leave a debt outstanding, and everybody who knows me knows it, but I had no people in England. My only asset in the country was 30% of a supermarket chain that belonged to somebody else. Zhao Jinlin was inside a family compound with a wall around it, and he was Zhao Jinfeng's cousin, and I could not kill him without breaking the only friendship I had on that island. My family was 11,000 kilometers away, and Plan C existed. Go home. Deal with George Hastings in Hong Kong, where I am the largest thing walking. Deal with Zhao Jinlin later. I told everybody to pack, and we drove into central London at 2 in the morning. But Zhao Jinfeng did not go home. He drove north. The searchlight at the Wu family gate came onto his windscreen, and then the gate opened faster than it has ever opened for anybody, because the second young master had not been home in a very long time. Old Bao Shu was waiting in the courtyard. "Second young master, why so late? Has something happened?" "Uncle Bao, I need to tell grandfather something, now." Zhao Deming came out in a robe with his hair down and was pleased to see him for about 90 seconds. Then he listened and his face got darker in stages, and at the end of it he brought his hand down flat on the table and then started coughing and could not stop. Both of them got to him at once. "I'm fine," he said. "Continue." And when it was finished, Zhao Jinfeng said the thing he had driven 40 minutes to say. "Grandfather, I promised Li Wei I would give him an explanation. The third brother has gone too far. Targeting me is one thing. He has dragged in my friend." The old man sat there for a long time. "Where is that idiot now? He should be at his villa in the western suburbs. Send men. Bring him back tonight. If he isn't there, find him, wherever he is, and bring him back and lock him up. Nobody releases him without my word." And then he said to himself, "It's protecting him," which was true. Zhao Jinlin had just sent 2 waves of men at somebody, and both waves had come back as furniture, and the third thing that happens in that sequence is a knock on your door at 4 in the morning. Then he looked at his grandson's face and understood something that alarmed him more than the attempted murder. Zhao Jinfeng was not going to let this go. 10 years of standing aside, and the man had finally hit something he would not step around, and it was not the family business or the succession or his father's memory, it was a friend. "Tomorrow," Zhao Deming said. "Set a table at the Phoenix Tower, invite your friend, I will apologize to him personally." And after Zhao Jinfeng had gone, when Bao Shu came back into the room, the old man said something else. "Bao Shu, send more people, gather evidence, and erase every trace of that idiot's involvement." Bao Shu's eyelids flickered. Yes, he had known it was coming. Because even for the grandson he loves, a man who has run a family for 50 years does not walk into a room without a knife in the other hand. And if Li Wei turned out not to know what was good for him, there was a second plan. I knew there was a second plan, which is why, at 8:30 the next morning, before I went anywhere near that lunch, I went to 49 Portland Street. That building has been the Chinese diplomatic mission in Britain since 1877, when Guo Songtao arrived as the first Chinese ambassador ever sent anywhere, and moved into a house that had already been standing for 100 years. I asked Ambassador Song for one thing: plane tickets, 10 of them, for 5 people, from several different airports, all departing at 2:30 in the afternoon. Destinations: Hong Kong, Macau, Malaysia, the United States, Japan, South Korea, and 4 more. This is 1978. Airlines do not share passenger data. There is no system anywhere on Earth that can look at 10 separate bookings at 4 airports and see one pattern. If the negotiation went badly, I would stall until an hour before, then walk onto one of them, and the Wu family and the British police could between them spend 3 days finding out which. He did not ask me why, not one question. He said it would be arranged and asked me to have some tea, and then, over that tea, he tested me, gently, the way you do. Mr. Sia, you've been in London some weeks now. What are your impressions? I drank some tea and let the steam go past my face while I decided how honest to be. Then I decided to be very honest, because a man who buys you 10 plane tickets before breakfast without asking why has already told you what he wants. London is like a great mass of flowers, blooming in profusion. Unfortunately, the soil those flowers are growing out of is riddled with holes, short of nutrients, and smells of decay. He didn't say anything. 300 years ago, I said, the British said the sun rose from the meridian at Greenwich. 300 years later, the British sun is going to set, and the last of the light will fall here too. The ambassador laughed out loud and then praised my writing, and I understood that I had answered the actual question. Then he asked where my family came from, and I told him Gan province, my ancestors having gone south during the Taiping Rebellion, which is true, and which I know because I have seen the family register. And he said, with genuine surprise, that he was from Gan province too. I never established whether that was a coincidence. It does not matter. He asked whether I would ever go back and look, and I said something honest and slightly more emotional than I meant to. That for hundreds of years, by accident or for a living, Chinese feet have gone to every corner of this earth, and that we live overseas and we have never once forgotten whose blood is in us. And that the old people believed that a falling leaf returns to the root, and that however far you go and however long you are away, the part of you that faces home does not stop. Then I apologized for losing my composure. He said there was nothing to apologize for, and that I was simply being myself, and he was extremely pleased, and he did not ask me another single question because he already had what he came for, and a man who does not know when to stop is a man with no future in that profession. The tickets arrived at noon in a paper bag. I opened it in the car and spread 10 tickets out like a hand of cards, and Lin Ji counted them like money and said the embassy was amazing. And the moment my car turned the corner, the ambassador stopped smiling, walked to the innermost room of that building, picked up a red telephone and dialed. In a compound in Beijing, an old man in his 60s listened to a report, and by the end of it, he was smiling. Good. You did well. It seems this genius's heart is with his motherland. And then, he's in trouble now. Make arrangements immediately, remove every obstacle and every danger for him and ensure his safety. The ambassador put the phone down and said, "Come in." The military attaché had been standing outside the door. "We have orders from above. Remove all obstacles and hidden dangers for him, whatever happens, and ensure he leaves the United Kingdom safely. Execute immediately." I did not know about any of that either. I walked into that lunch believing I had 10 plane tickets and 4 people, and I have since found out what else was in the street. 2 things about that morning that belong in the same paragraph. The first is that on the drive to the Phoenix Tower, Lin Ji said, looking out of the window and not at me, that she had been thinking about the corridor in Southampton. "You pulled me behind you first," she said, "before you did anything else. That's not complicated. You were on his side of the hallway. I know why you did it," she said. "That's what I've been thinking about." And then she didn't say anything else, and neither did I, and that was the entire thing. She was 21 and I was 16. She was my secretary, and she was, at that point, a woman who had grown up in an orphanage and had never in her life had anybody stand in front of her. Whatever that was going to become, it was going to become it slowly, and it was going to become it in the open, and I had a lunch to survive first. The second thing is that I had already worked out that Zhao Deming would not be trying to kill me at that lunch, and that this was not remotely the same as being safe. I pushed the door of the private room open, and there were 2 old men inside. One of them was standing, and here is the first move of that negotiation, and if you blinked, you missed it. He stood up, but he did not walk toward me. He stood beside his chair at the head of the room and waited and looked at me pleasantly and did not move 1 centimeter. which meant that in about 3 seconds I was going to have to walk the length of a room to an old man who had not walked toward me in front of my own people, and every single thing after that would happen with me one step below him. It is an extremely good move. It costs nothing. It is completely deniable. He is 69 years old. Of course he doesn't sprint at the door. So I turned to Zhao Jinfeng and said warmly, "Jinfeng? Who are these two gentlemen?" Zhao Jinfeng, who had no idea anything was happening, said cheerfully, "Oh, this is my grandfather, and this is Uncle Bao, our family's butler." And Zhao Deming had to introduce himself second in his own room at his own table to a boy standing in the doorway. I watched him take it. He did not blink, but the smile changed by about 1 degree, and I knew he had felt it. "Hello, I am Zhao Deming, Jinfeng's grandfather. It's a pleasure to meet you." He came out of the second move faster than I expected. "Sir, you're getting on in years," I said, moving to sit down. "Let's not stand about." Which was the reminder. "You are old. You do not have many of these left. And the reason I am in this room is that your grandson tried to have me killed, and you would very much like that not to become a problem for the next generation." He heard every word of it and laughed heartily. Yes, I'm old. I'm about the same age as your grandfather would be. And you're Jinfeng's good friend, so don't be so formal. Call me Grandpa Zhao." Third move, and it was the best one. Because if I call him Grandpa Zhao, then I am a junior of his house, and a junior does not extract terms from an elder, and the entire negotiation is over before the food arrives. Inside my own head I said, "You old fox, the pressure didn't work, so now you're going to make me your grandson." Out loud I put on a slightly troubled face. Now that you say it, I'm reminded of my own grandfather, who passed away. I let that sit for exactly long enough. Please don't take offense. I'm a person with very clear principles about these things. I really can't bring myself to say it. I watched a man of 69, who has run a family through 2 wars and a depression, get boxed in by his own courtesy because there is no possible reply to a boy declining to call you grandfather out of respect for his own dead one. He later described me, to his butler, as an old fox in sheep's clothing, no less ruthless than himself, and I regard that as the single finest review of my career. Then the food came, and I ate. I ate off exactly 1 dish, the one Zhao Deming had already taken from. Nothing else. Not one other plate on that table. He noticed within about 90 seconds. He is far too old and far too experienced not to, and I watched him decide not to be insulted and instead pick up a second dish himself and then a third and say brightly, "Come everyone, don't be shy," and eat from every plate on the table in front of me, one after another until the whole thing was clean. Then I ate properly. Neither of us mentioned it, then or ever. And then I did the only genuinely difficult thing in that lunch, which was nothing. I ate. I complimented the fish. I asked Zhao Jinfeng about the business association. I let the plates come and go, and I let the silence sit in the middle of the table, and I did not raise the subject of the men in police uniforms, and I did not raise the subject of his grandson, and I did not raise anything at all, because I had 10 plane tickets in the car, and he did not. And I had all afternoon, and he was 69 and needed this settled before he died. And the man who needs the deal is the man who has to speak first. Zhao Jinfeng's smile got increasingly stiff. He kept glancing at his grandfather. And Zhao Deming watched his grandson fidget and felt, I think, something close to despair because the boy he was betting his family on could not sit through a lunch, and the boy on the other side of the table was drinking soup. Then he wiped his mouth and started. "Mr. Zia, I hear the celebrated Juding newspaper company, known throughout Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, is yours. To be first in an industry at your age makes an old man ashamed." I made the noises. A small trick. A fluke. Nothing worth mentioning. But I sat up, because he had said newspaper. And Juding Securities was every bit as visible and considerably more dangerous, and a man like that does not choose the wrong noun. There's no need for modesty. In newspapers and magazines, you're already number 1. In Hong Kong, they call you the media king. Your grip on public opinion is complete. He paused. But here it comes. Your media business is very strong, and there is one gap in it. You have no television station. It's a pity. My pupils went in. Because in the previous 9 days, I had been having HSBC quietly buy Rediffusion Television out from under its British parent company, and at that exact moment, I owned 72% of it, and there were perhaps 6 people alive who knew. Was that a coincidence, or had somebody at HSBC talked? I gave him a rueful shake of the head. Television stations aren't easy to run. That's not a game I can afford. I know my limits. And he smiled at me with tremendous kindness and said, "As it happens, I own 10% of Hong Kong Rediffusion Television. Someone approached me about it only a few days ago." Then, before I could react, "But I thought, you're Jinfeng's friend, and we're in related businesses, and I might have a use for you. So I've held on to it." Bao Shu was already opening the bag. The folder came across the table. I opened it. A share transfer agreement. 10% of Hong Kong Red Diffusion Television, transferred to Party B, Li Wei. Consideration, £1. 10% of Red Diffusion was worth 8 to 10 million Hong Kong dollars in 1978, call it £1 million. And £1 million in 1978 has roughly 10 times the purchasing power it has now. He had just put £1 million on the table as an apology for a grandson. Is Mr. Xia satisfied? I closed the folder and slid it back across the table. Grandpa Zhao is truly generous. I admire it. But this thing is too hot to hold. And honestly, I never intended to get into television at all. It's no use to me. He had guessed I was buying Red Diffusion. He had 10% and he thought it was the perfect gift. Except that I already had 72% and was about to have all of it. And once you have absolute control, a 10% minority shareholder is not a partner. They are a person you can dilute at will whenever you feel like it. Which meant his 10% was worth precisely nothing to me, but if I took it, I would have confirmed to Zhao Deming that I was acquiring a Hong Kong television station, and the Wu family would have known a secret I intended to keep for another 6 months. So I turned down £1 million, and I watched him not understand, and that was the best moment of my afternoon, because it made him doubt himself. He sat there recalculating, and I could see him doing it. Was I wrong? Was it not him buying Red Diffusion? Or is the price simply not enough? He looks completely calm. Does he have a card I can't see? And then, being who he is, he remembered that I had arrived late that morning and that his grandson had not been able to find me before lunch, and he worked out that I had been somewhere doing something, and he knew he did not have time to find out what. Fine, he said to himself, and I could practically hear it. Then we bring out the other one. He laughed, and the tension in that room broke on purpose. Mr. Xia, my family's business is in London. We have never touched television. That 10% is genuinely useless to us. Take it as a small gift, we won't discuss it further. Then, before I could refuse again, I hear that besides being a media tycoon, you're the god of stocks in Hong Kong and that you're formidable in finance. I imagine this might interest you more. Bao Shu, show Mr. Xia. 2 more folders. I opened the first one, and the name on the front page made my pupils contract for the second time in 10 minutes. Jardine Insurance. One of the core companies of the Jardine Matheson Group, listed in Hong Kong. Market capitalization about 500 million Hong Kong dollars, and only that low because the market had been flat for 2 years. In a better market, it would be several billion. 6% of the equity, transfer price 30 million Hong Kong dollars, which is par, not 1 cent of premium. That many shares on the open market would cost 40 million, assuming you could get them at all, which you could not. 2 things went through my head at once. The first was, Zhao Deming has been secretly accumulating Jardine Insurance stock. From London. In a company on the other side of the planet that his family has no business relationship with. Which means the Wu family has been quietly buying into Jardine Matheson for years, and there is only one reason on earth to do that. The second was, so why is he giving it to me? Mr. Wu, I said, you've surprised me twice in 10 minutes. You're extremely generous. It's a great pity I don't have that kind of money on hand. Ha ha ha. Don't rush, Mr. Xia. Look at the second document first. I opened it. It was a loan agreement. 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Collateral. The 6% of Jardine Insurance. Lender, Huashang Bank of the Wu family. Interest-free for 3 years, and if it is not repaid in 3 years, the bank takes the collateral and the matter is closed. And the borrower's name was blank and waiting. The 2 contracts were bundled, sign both or neither, effective together. I sat there and looked at a piece of paper that gave me 6% of a core company of the Jardine Matheson Group for no money whatsoever. It took me about 4 seconds to see the whole shape of it. He was not buying me off. He was aiming me. Give the boy 6% of Jardine Insurance. The boy already hates the Keswick family because their second son just tried to have him murdered in a field. The boy is the most dangerous person in the Hong Kong stock market. The boy is going to look at that 6% every morning for a year and think about what he could do with a bigger one. And 135 years of a stolen name gets avenged by somebody else's hands at somebody else's risk before an old man dies. It really is a sugar-coated bullet, I thought. And then I thought, good. Because a bullet only matters if you're standing where it's aimed, and I was already walking that direction under my own power. He wasn't sending me somewhere. He was paying my fare to a place I had bought a ticket to. Old Master Wu, I said, you've gone to such lengths that it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. He laughed, and Zhao Jinfeng finally exhaled, and Bao Shu produced a pen. I signed all 3 documents, and then, when it was over and everybody was cheerfully drunk on tea and the table was destroyed, Zhao Deming said his goodbyes, thanked me, and left first, and left Bao Shu behind, which both Zhao Jinfeng and I noticed and neither of us understood. Bao Shu stopped Zhao Jinfeng at the door, took 2 more folders out of the same bag, and put them into his hands. Second, young master, the master asked me to give you these. They belong to your father and to your branch of the family, and the master has been holding them for you. You have finally grown up, so it is time. And then, kindly, the master says to tell you that you have made a good friend. Ask him for advice often, don't disappoint him. And don't embarrass your father. Then he pushed the folders into the hands of a man who was standing there like furniture, patted his shoulder, smiled at me, and walked out. Zhao Jinfeng opened them and made a noise. 10% of Jardine Insurance and 15% of Huashong Bank. I got up and went to the window and looked down into the street. Zhao Deming was standing on the pavement below with his cane, looking up at the building, and when he saw me in the window, he smiled. We have been outsmarted, I thought. That old fox. What he had done took me the whole drive home to admire properly. I hold 6% of Jardine Insurance. Zhao Jinfeng holds 10%, left to him by his dead father, which means I can never ask him to sell it, and he will never be persuaded to, which means that from that afternoon, any move I ever make against the Jardine Matheson Group requires Zhao Jinfeng, and any benefit Zhao Jinfeng ever gets from Jardine Matheson comes through me. Chain 1. But a chain like that would have made Zhao Jinfeng my junior partner and eventually my client, which is bad for the Wu family. So the old man added a second chain going the other way. I had just borrowed $30 million from Huashong Bank. I was now a customer of that bank, and he had made his grandson a major shareholder of it. In business terms, from that afternoon, Zhao Jinfeng sat very slightly above me. The whole thing, all of it, the £1,000,000 gift, the sugar-coated bullet, the aiming of a stranger at his family's ancient enemy, was for a grandson who could not sit still through lunch. And the most outrageous part is that he did it entirely on trust. He had no guarantee. He gambled his family's revenge and a piece of his bank on a judgment that a 16-year-old boy from a Kowloon fishing village would not simply eat Zhao Jinfeng alive at the first opportunity. Or, and I have never entirely ruled this out, he did it precisely so that I would feel exactly what I felt, which was an obligation I could not put down. Cunning old man. Extremely cunning old man. Jinfeng, I said, you have a wonderful grandfather. He was standing in the middle of the room with 2 folders in his hands and his eyes red. I know, he said, then, to nobody. Grandfather, I understand what you meant. I won't let you down. I will bring the Wu family back. Then he turned round and put his hand out. Li Wei, please guide me from now on. He is a very clever man. He had understood his grandfather's design in about the same time I had, and had decided to lean into it rather than resent it, which is exactly what I would have done and exactly why he was worth knowing. I took his hand. Good friends for life. In the car going north, Zhao Deming sat beside his butler with his eyes closed. Bao Shu, he said after a while, was what I did right or wrong? Sir, you are definitely right. Your judgment of people has never once been wrong. I hope so, the old man said, and did not speak again for the rest of the journey, except once, near the end, to himself. Jinfeng, grandfather had no choice but to use an outsider to make you grow up. I hope you understand what I meant, and don't disappoint me. I stayed in England another 2 days, which I would not have done at 9 that morning. By the time I left, HSBC had finished. Every remaining share of Hong Kong Rediffusion Television that had been sitting in London had been bought. With Zhao Deming's 10%, I owned all of it. At Heathrow, Zhao Jinfeng shook my hand and said he would come to Hong Kong, and I said to call first, and I watched him drive away from the terminal a different man than the one who had jumped off a bridge after a necklace, and his housekeeper Li Hongchang said, "Young master, let's go back. There is business waiting, and don't disappoint the master." And Zhao Jinfeng said, "All right," and got in the car and closed his hand. Kai Tak, Yan Wenhan and Ma Tengdong and half my senior staff were at the VIP gate, which I had specifically not asked for. They saw me come out holding Linji's hand, and all of them recalibrated in one movement, like birds on a wire, and nobody said a single word about it, ever, which is what I pay them for. Then I took her to clear out her room, because I was not having her live in that building for another night, and that is where it happened. We were on the 3rd floor, in room 306, and Li Wuming and Zhao Long were in the corridor outside, and a man came up the stairs. Li Wuming felt him before he saw him. I have asked him about this several times, and he cannot explain it any better than he explained it then, which was, quietly, without turning round, a master. He's carrying murderous intent. Zhao Long had already changed his weight. The man came up the corridor perfectly normally, with a bag of shopping, and gave them a friendly smile, and as he passed room 306 he tried to look in. Zhao Long is 1 meter 80 and was standing exactly where a man would stand if he did not want anybody to see into that room. He got nothing. He put his key in 307, said good afternoon, and went in. Three professionals passed each other in a 2-meter corridor and nothing happened at all, and the only reason nothing happened is that the third man's entire objective in this world was to see a face, and he did not see it. 5 minutes later we came out with her boxes, and he came out of his door at the same time, and we all did the polite thing, and I nodded at him because he was clearly the new neighbor, and Linji looked at him with mild curiosity, and I said, Jiji, let's go, and we went down the stairs. Behind us, in the corridor, the man stood absolutely still until our voices stopped. Then he put his fist into a concrete wall. Chen Qianjun had waited 20 years, killed an entire organization, crossed 2 oceans, and rented a room next to his sister's for 6 months in advance. And he had missed her by 4 minutes, and she was moving out, and she had walked past him without knowing what he was, and the last thing he heard was her saying, to somebody else, that she didn't know who that was. I put her in a hotel that night, bought a house near Kowloon Tong the next morning, and had it furnished by the afternoon. Then I took Zhao Long and Li Wuming up to the balcony. Brother Yan, that man in the corridor. Dangerous? Yes. A great deal of killing intent, and he was armed. And he's a master. Boss, Zhao Long added after a moment. I think he was there for Miss Li. When he looked into the room, he was looking for something. You had never been to that building before, so it wasn't you. I stood there and looked down at my own garden, where 2 of my own security men were walking a perimeter that had not existed 6 months earlier. And I made a decision that I had been putting off since a truck came at my car in Kowloon. Brother Yan, my security is a joke. I want it multiplied several times over. Were you a training officer? He straightened up without noticing he'd done it. I was an instructor. Give me the men and I'll teach them anything. Firearms, unarmed, tactics, whatever you want. Then the recruiting and the training are yours. Tell me what you need, including equipment and land, and you'll have it. I have 2 requirements, quantity and quality. Mission accepted. Then I turned to Li Wuming. Brother Li, my safety is yours. And a man who had smiled perhaps 4 times since I met him smiled and said, no problem. I had been out of Hong Kong for 23 days. This is what had happened while I was buying lottery tickets on a football match. Juding Daily had crossed 1 million copies a day. It did it 3 days after I left, and Yan Wenhan had not telephoned me about it because he had correctly judged that I would rather hear it when I got back. It was at 1.1 million by the time I sat down at my own desk. Fengyun Daily was at 1 million. Economy was at 1 million a week, up 120,000 in a month, and the 4 papers I had bought before I flew out had all come alive at once. Nanyang Xiangpao, 110,000 to 180,000. Sinchu Daily, 100,000 to 170. South China Morning Post, 110,000 to 200,000, which was the biggest jump of the 4 because every foreigner in Hong Kong had wanted to read the Juding Finance section for a year and had been physically unable to. And Tintin Daily News went from 20,000 copies to 110,000, which is 4.5 times, and which put a paper I had bought as a delivery route into the top 10 in this city. I had spent $36,700,000 on those 4. They were worth over 70 by the time I got off the plane. Then Economy came out with the expanded lists, and I read my own magazine on my own sofa and laughed out loud twice. The Hong Kong list had gone from 100 companies to 500, and there was now a Southeast Asia 500 sitting above it. Number 1. HSBC, 13.07 billion. 2. Jardine Holdings, 9.68. 3. Swire, 8.69. 4. Hutchison Whampoa, 6.01 billion. And note that number, because on the first list, Hutchison was at 6.24. It was the only major company in Hong Kong going down, and Michael Sandberg, at HSBC, was going to have to find somebody to take it off his hands before it took a bank with it. 26. Chung Kong Industries, 1.81 billion, up from 1.27. The biggest gainer on the entire board, by a distance, because of a cement company. 28. The Wharf, 1.63 billion. And that number was a lie, and I had told it. Juding Securities had been quietly suppressing that share price for 4 months because I was still buying, and the write-up in my own magazine was deliberately 3 lines long and deliberately boring. Then, further down, 72. Juding Newspaper Company, valued at 500 million. 100. Juding Securities Company, valued at 250 million. Both of those numbers were also lies, and I had told those too. Juding Newspaper Company was clearing over 100 million a year in profit. At any honest multiple, it was worth more than $1 billion. Juding Securities had nearly 800 million under management, not 500. I had ordered Yan Wenhan to press both of them down as far as he could without it being obviously absurd, because a number on a list is a number that people plan around, and I did not want anybody in Hong Kong able to work out what I could spend. And then, the rich list. 1. The Keswick family, 6.6 billion. 2. The Swire family, 5.8. 6. Pao Yue Kong, 2.55. 26. Li Ka-shing, 1.65 billion, up more than 400 million and 40 million behind Li Shaoqi, which I noted because he had gone up 400 million by buying a cement company off me, and he was going to remember that. And at number 100 exactly, in the last position on the page, Li Wei, total assets 170 million Hong Kong dollars. I'm number 100? I said out loud to an empty room, and then I laughed for about a minute. 170 million is a preposterous lie. But it is a very carefully chosen preposterous lie because it is large enough to be respectable and small enough to be boring. Anybody who actually matters in this city knew it was nonsense. Michael Sandberg knew. Li Ka-shing knew to the nearest 10 million. But every single person who did not need to know now had a number, and the number was small, and they would plan around it. Well done, I told Yan Wenhan. We keep to this standard from now on. Then he came in with the other thing. Boss, there's something I have to report. It concerns Tsingtao News Corporation. There was a newspaper in my desk drawer, a third-rate tabloid nobody read. Breaking news, Tsingtao Daily suspected of falsifying sales figures. Advertisers may suffer heavy losses. It was written in an extremely confident tone and contained no photographs and no data of any kind, and I read it twice and frowned, because that is what a tabloid looks like when it is guessing. Yan Wenhan had worked it out before I did, and he deserves the credit for it. Boss. When our 4 papers came online, Tsingtao Daily and their English paper both dropped hard. And then, after 4 or 5 days, the drop stopped. And some days it went up. I put the paper down. Because that is impossible. That is the sort of impossible that is not a mystery. A newspaper that has not changed a single thing about itself, while 5 better newspapers arrive on top of it, does not stabilize and does not rise. Ever. There is no version of the world where that happens honestly. I've sent people to investigate quietly, Yan Wenhan said. And I've made contact with the tabloid to see if they'll give us what they have. And here is where I gave the order that half my building did not understand, and which I would give again tomorrow. Keep investigating, quietly, and say nothing, not one word in any of our papers. We didn't see this. He blinked. Boss? Look at what's already happening. A third-rate tabloid printed this and lived. By next week there will be 4 of them. By the week after there'll be 12, because every newspaper in this city that has been losing money to Tsingtao for 30 years has just been handed a knife and told nobody will see who used it. We don't need to lift a finger. There are plenty of people who will step forward for us. Then I gave him the actual reason, which was different. And Han Shu is a woman, and we are already winning. If we go and kick her while she's on the ground, we can be completely right, and we will still come out of it looking like something people should be careful around. That reputation costs more than Tsingtao is worth. Then I sat down on my own and did the accounting for England, and here is the whole list in one place. The Rubik's Cube patent, worldwide, 500,000 US dollars, approximately 960,000 Hong Kong, 30% of Rongier Trading House, 2.2 million pounds, 6% of Jardine Insurance, and a $30 million interest-free debt to a bank owned by a family that had recently tried to have me killed, which is a sentence I have never managed to say quickly. 100% of Hong Kong Rediffusion Television, 90% of it bought through HSBC for 85 million Hong Kong dollars, 10% given to me for £1. A country estate in Hampshire, 2 cars, and various expenses, call it 10 million, and the football, 160 million pounds. At 8.832 Hong Kong dollars to the pound, that is 1,413 million Hong Kong dollars, net, after I had returned every cent I had taken out of Juding Securities to fund it, and after the television station, and the patent, and the house, and everything else came out of it, there was 1.317 billion Hong Kong dollars sitting in accounts in Switzerland with no name attached to them. My personal wealth, including everything hidden, was somewhere around 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, which on the list my own magazine had just published would have put me in the top 20, and which I was never, under any circumstances, going to show anybody. Then I sat there and did the other calculation, the one that keeps me useful, and you should do it with me. 2 billion Hong Kong dollars is, at 4.6 to the US dollar, about 430 million American dollars, $430 million. In 1974, 4 years before that afternoon, a rough and largely clandestine count put the total assets of the Rockefeller Group at $330 billion. The California Consortium, which is not even in the top 3, was at $167 billion. That was 4 years ago. Those are not shrinking. $430 million against $330 billion. I sat in my own office with more money than 99.9% of Hong Kong, and I felt small, and I have never once stopped feeling small, and that is the single most valuable thing I brought back from the other life. Because what limits a man is not ability. Ability is learnable, and everybody knows it. What limits a man is the size of the room he can imagine standing in. Hong Kong is a well. Most of the people in it are frogs, and a frog in a well is not stupid, he simply has never been shown the sky. I had been shown the sky. That is the entire cheat. Everything else is arithmetic. 430 million is nothing, but 1.3 billion in cash, liquid, unattached, invisible, is enough to start. And it starts with the wharf. And it starts with a British conglomerate whose second son sent men to a field in England with my name on a piece of paper. Now, while I was doing all that, in July of 1978, the Hong Kong television industry was about to blow up, and I did not have to do anything at all. Kowloon Television had been founded 4 years earlier by a group of extremely rich men who were tired of watching TVB print money. They had come in hard, poached talent from TVB by the hundred, gone from 200 staff to 800, spent enormously on programming, and the ratings had climbed exactly as advertised. And 4 years later, they had still never made a single dollar of profit, and the shareholders had begun asking questions in a tone that shareholders use only once. So the man running it decided to fix the whole thing in 1 month. The July offensive. 10 million Hong Kong dollars in one push, several major dramas at once, aimed directly at TVB. Timed so that the advertising sales conference in August would have a spectacular set of numbers to sell. TVB, run by Run Shaw, who is many things but is not a rabbit, had been holding back its own best dramas for exactly this, and knew it was coming. The July offensive raised Kowloon's ratings very slightly and lost an enormous amount of money. By the end of that month, the Lim family, who were shareholders, had begun asking about getting out, and the fact that anybody outside the building knew that tells you everything. Kowloon Television went bankrupt at the end of August. It did not survive the year it attacked in, and I sat on 100% of Rediffusion Television and told absolutely nobody and let TVB take the hit and waited. The general manager of Rediffusion at that time was a man called Wong Sai-Chu, and he found out he had a new owner from an accountant, which is a terrible way to find out. He held a meeting with his executives and told them the truth. London had sold everything, the station had changed hands, and nobody knew to whom. 7 days had gone by, and the new owner had not appeared, had not called, had not sent a lawyer. His deputy said the thing everybody was thinking. Does he trust us? Or is he simply so rich he doesn't care? They locked the news down so that TVB and Kowloon would not smell blood, which was competent, and then they sat in a room and were frightened, which was reasonable. I sent him an invitation. Red envelope, no letterhead, a time and a place, and one line about a matter of importance, and at the bottom, my name. He worked most of it out by himself in about an hour, pacing his own office, which is why I hired him. At the tea house that evening, I handed him one photocopied sheet. He got as far as the words Hong Kong Rediffusion Television, 100% equity, and Li Wei, and then he stood up and bowed and said, "Boss, sit down, relax." He sat down and did not relax at all, and sat bolt upright for the rest of the evening, and I let him, because a man's first hour with a new employer is not a time to be told what to feel. "Sunset," I said, using his given name, which he was pathetically pleased about. "Here's what's happening. I am not taking over yet." "Boss? Kowloon Television is about to launch a very expensive attack on TVB. If it becomes known this month that I have bought this station, what happens?" He answered without hesitating, which was the correct answer and the right speed. "They'd become suspicious of us. It would draw fire. It would hurt us. So we wait until the shooting stops. Now, you know Kowloon well. Tell me honestly. Is it a paper tiger or a real one?" He thought properly before answering, which I noticed. "They've spent a great deal of money for years, and they're under enormous pressure, which is exactly why they're launching this offensive. If the shareholders stop putting money in, they're paper." "Will the shareholders keep putting money in?" He shook his head slowly. "Not unless this offensive works." "And will it work? You were at TVB. You know Run Shaw. Is he a man who sits and waits to be destroyed?" "No." He almost smiled. "He's gentle on the outside and extremely arrogant underneath. He's an old fox. He's probably holding back 3 dramas right now waiting for exactly this. Then here are your 2 tasks." I gave him the second one first on purpose. 1. Find out who at Kowloon Television is worth poaching. Not everybody. Who is worth it, who can be got, and who has the highest probability of saying yes. He understood immediately what that meant about my view of Kowloon's future, and I watched him decide not to ask. 2. Give me a complete internal census of Rediffusion, every person, every contract, every line of cost, every revenue stream. Because whether people stay or go, and how much money goes into the station, depends entirely on the quality of that report. He went slightly pale, which was the intention, because that is a test, and he knew it. He did it in 9 days, and it was excellent. By August, he had a poaching list that covered most of Kowloon's on-screen talent. The actresses, the young leads, the character men who had been on every screen in Hong Kong for 20 years, plus the writers and producers, who are what actually matter and whom everybody else forgets. And Kowloon's management could not stop him. They knew. They simply had nothing left to fight with, because they were spending every hour trying to stop their own shareholders from walking, and because it had never occurred to any of them that the third-place station with the British parent had found somebody with money. Meanwhile, the Tsingtao thing went exactly the way I said it would, and faster. The tabloids piled on within 4 days. The mid-size papers came in the following week. Then the serious ones had no choice, because by then it was the story. Han Xiu found the leak herself. It was an employee whose job was to destroy the unsold returns, and he had got drunk and told a room full of people what he did for a living and how much of it there was. She had him controlled and instructed him to make a public statement that he had been drunk and talking nonsense, and put the entire weight of it on his head, which would have worked, except that somebody had photographed the destruction. Ding Hang, her distribution chief, leading men into a yard with stacks of Tsingtao Daily behind them, neatly bundled, from issues that had been reported as sold. Those photographs ran, and after that there was no story left to argue about. At Hong Kong Commercial Bank, the president checked the one condition he had insisted on when he lent her $10 million, which was that all of Tsingtao's cash flow ran through his bank. $4,253,000 left in the account. It had been over $5 million 3 days earlier. Don't freeze it, he told his manager. But nothing leaves. If they try to withdraw, freeze it immediately. And on Victoria Peak, George Hastings finally got a telephone call from London. Zhao Jinlin, calling from a house he was not allowed to leave, apologizing, explaining, and swearing that I did not know George had been involved. George Hastings believed him and put the phone down and said aloud to an empty room, "Damn Kevin, he had him in that situation and let him get away." And then cheering himself up, "Fortunately, Li Wei doesn't know I was plotting against him." I did know. I had known for 11 weeks. I had it from a man on gravel with a burning car behind him. I let him sit with the comfortable version because a man who thinks he got away with something takes fewer precautions. Zhao Long came into my office with a written plan, which he had never done before in his life, and stood there while I read it with his hands behind his back and his ears going slowly red. It was for 100 trained men. Training program, equipment schedule, 3 candidate sites with the advantages and disadvantages of each listed honestly, including the disadvantages of the one he obviously preferred. The writing was plain to the point of being blunt. The thinking was flawless. Brother Yan. This is nearly as good as Yan Wenhan's work. He went scarlet and said something about being a rough man. I want 1 change. You've planned for 100. Given our situation, that seems excessive. His face fell about a centimeter. It's far too few, I said. Make it 200. Can you handle 200? He straightened up so fast I heard his shoulders. With Ho Sheng and the others as deputies, yes. Then 200. You wrote down that you want transport trucks. Buy 20. You wrote 2 jeeps. Buy 4. Everything else, buy the best there is, and don't tell me the prices. I asked him which of the 3 sites he actually wanted, told him to ignore everything except suitability. The third, the valley on the boundary of Kowloon and the New Territories. Mountains on 3 sides, the sea on the 4th, and 1 road in. Easy to defend, difficult to attack. He paused. And it's good for field training, mountain and water in the same place. Buy the land. I'll have Chung Kong infrastructure level it and build. That was the morning I stopped being a businessman with bodyguards, and the last piece was a bank. Wang Qi found it in 4 days, Guanggan Bank. Founded 1938, 5 branches, Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, the New Territories, Macau, and a Singapore office 2 years old and still bleeding. Total assets 200 million, total liabilities 190 million, a debt ratio of 95% against a normal banking line of 92, net assets $10 million, net profit last year, under 1 million. It was, by any professional measure, a bad bank. I did not care in the slightest, and here's the whole of the reasoning. I did not need a good bank. I needed a banking license, and I needed it this month. Applying for a license takes years. Building a bank from nothing takes years after that. I had $1.3 billion sitting in Switzerland that I could not move through HSBC because the moment $1.3 billion arrives at HSBC, 40 people know about it, and one of those 40 drinks. I needed a box with my own name on the lock. Guanggan Bank was a box. And the 95% debt ratio, which was the reason nobody else wanted it, was going to be fixed the instant my money walked in the door. Put $1.3 billion into a bank with $200 million of assets and the debt ratio does not improve, it becomes a rounding error. The seller made it easy. The old founder had died in 1972, and his heir, Chen Tingxiang, did not want to be a banker. He had qualified as a barrister, and he wanted to go into government. Wang Qi came to me with the last piece of it, hesitated, and then said it anyway. Boss, Chen Tingxiang wants a political career. With your strength, you could be his backer. If they hesitate on price, that condition should settle it. And then he looked at the floor, because he had just arranged a piece of my life for me without being asked. I let the silence run for about 4 seconds longer than was kind. This is the last time, I said. Yes, yes. I was not angry. He was completely right, and I had been going to do it anyway, and I had already remembered who Chen Tingxiang turns into. Chairman of the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission, advisor to the mainland's own commission, assistant director of the ICAC, an acting high court judge, and eventually an independent director of 3 of the largest financial institutions in China. A man who would be regulating everything I owned for 30 years, starting from a position of owing me his career, but a subordinate who starts arranging his employer's personal alliances is a subordinate who will eventually arrange one you didn't want, and you have to say it once, early, quietly, and then never again. Chen Tingxiang was standing outside the hotel when we pulled up, and had been for some time. That told me more about him than the file did. A man who is selling you a bank and is already outside on the pavement is a man who has decided which of you needs the other one more, and has decided honestly. The whole negotiation took 5 minutes. 20 million Hong Kong dollars for the entire bank, which is neither generous nor mean, and both of us knew it was not the actual transaction. The actual transaction happened before that, over tea, when he explained that going into government was his father's wish and also his own, and that he only wanted to be a junior civil servant and serve the people of Hong Kong. I said that with his command of financial and commercial law, it would be a waste to stop below Grand Justice. He waved that away with both hands and said the Chief Justice was not something he would dare to dream about, and he said it while looking directly at me, which is how a lawyer asks a question, so I answered it. Mr. Leung, it happens that I have very few friends in politics. Now that we're friends, and since you have ambitions of that size, I'll do whatever I can. Anything that's useful to your career, come to me at any time, and you'll have my full support. He toasted me in tea instead of wine, and the 2 brothers went home extremely happy, and I bought a bank. I did not accept his resignation. I asked him to stay on as president for a while, and I asked him to tell absolutely nobody that the bank had changed hands. He didn't ask why. He was already thinking about a very different career and had correctly identified that his job now was to be useful and quiet. The bank was going to be renamed Juding Bank eventually and become the financial center of everything I owned, but not yet. Not for months. Then I went and took a man's career apart in his own living room. I brought gifts and we ate, and afterwards I put it to Johan straight because you do not maneuver a friend. Guangin Bank. General manager, come and run it. He said he would think about it, and I left. And I found out later that the moment my car pulled away, he stopped smiling and sat down and stayed sitting down for a long time. His wife Xu Wanrong came and put her arms around him from behind and asked what was wrong, so he told her, and then he laid the whole thing out for her, and I have heard his version of that conversation twice, and I still think it is the single best summary of what I was building that anybody produced, and the man was working entirely from the outside. She started where anybody sensible would start. Guangin Bank is far smaller than the branch you already run. Even if he is your friend, that's an insult, isn't it? And Johan said no. He said you cannot look at Guangin Bank the way you looked at it last week, because it has just been bought by that man. Then he said the part about himself. My position now is good, but I can't be promoted in the short term. And I'm Chinese, and HSBC is a British bank. Without something changing, my ceiling is already set. Even if a seat opens, there are Englishmen inside HSBC who are just as good as me, and I know which one of us gets it. She didn't argue with that because in Hong Kong in 1978, nobody argued with that. Then he explained me. 7 companies, he said, and counted them on his fingers. Juding Newspaper Company, Juding Securities, Juding News Agency, Juding Book Publishing, Juding Animation, Rediffusion Television, which he had just been told about in confidence and which she was not to repeat. And now Guangdong Bank. And then he said the thing that nobody in Hong Kong had said out loud yet. They are all related. Do you see it? He isn't collecting companies. He's closing a loop. He walked her through it. Media is books, newspapers, magazines, film, radio, and television. Radio is finished as a business, and film is pure entertainment, and of the rest, he now has a dominant company in every single category. That loop is shut. The 4 of them share resources, cover each other's weaknesses, and are extremely difficult to attack from outside, and nobody in this city has ever assembled one before. Finance is banking, insurance, securities, trust, and futures. He has securities. He now has a bank. Trust and futures can be opened as departments inside the securities company any Monday he likes, because the license already covers them. Which leaves insurance, Johan said. And knowing him, he wants that too. And when he has it, he'll have a media empire in one hand and a financial one in the other, and in a place the size of Hong Kong that is enough influence to stand level with my own chairman, then the piece that decided it. And you know what a bank is. Every other company he owns will put its cash through it. All that trade, all those suppliers, all those payrolls. That bank cannot fail to become large. It is arithmetic, not ambition, and it will be the core of everything he owns, which means the general manager of that bank will be second only to him. His wife was quiet for a while and then said the thing that had actually frightened her. How old is he? 16. And this time last year he was a fisherman's son. 11 months wronger. And in 11 months he has not made a single mistake. Not one. That's the terrifying part. Then he said he was 29 and he wanted to gamble while he was still young enough to lose, and that he would know by 35, and if it failed he could still feed his family. And Shu Wanrong held his hand and said, "Then go. Whether it works or not, I'll be here." He called me the next morning. I gave him $1 million a year and 5% of the bank's profits, and he had not asked what the salary was before he accepted, which is why he got the 5%. And I told him not to resign yet. He assumed for about 4 seconds that I wanted him to spy on HSBC, and his whole face changed, and I have rarely been so pleased to see a man look at me like that. "I don't want you informing on anybody," I said. "I want you where you are, listening, so that when Jardine Matheson starts asking questions about my money at your bank, I hear about it from you before I hear about it from them." Then I told him the plan, all of it, and watched a professional banker stop breathing normally. Now I have to tell you about the worst thing I did that year, and there is no way to make it look better than it was, so I'm not going to try. Kwok Ling Ling telephoned my house one evening while I was out and got my little sister, and found out that I hadn't been home for 2 nights. So the next morning, which was a Saturday, she came to Kowloon without telling anybody, to surprise me. She waited in a small shop across the road from Juding Newspaper Company because my car wasn't in the forecourt and she knew I hadn't arrived. She waited about an hour. Then my car pulled up and she stood up to run across the road. And the door opened, and I got out, and then I turned round and handed Linji out of the car with my hand flat on the top of the door frame so she wouldn't hit her head, and I said something, and she laughed, and we went into the building together. She never got across the road. She told me much later that it was not the hand-holding, it was our faces. She said she recognized the expression on mine because it was the one I used to have when it was her, and that once you have seen it, you cannot unsee it. She sat down on the step of that shop and cried, and her bodyguard stood over her not knowing what to do, and she shook him at some point in the next 20 minutes and vanished into Kowloon. At 4 in the afternoon, Kwok Yukai telephoned me. I deserved every word of it. My sister went to Kowloon this morning and saw something she should not have seen. She has lost her bodyguards and she is gone. And I am telling you now, if anything happens to my sister, I will never forgive you. Then he put the phone down. I sat holding a dead receiver. She had not told me she was coming. She had never told me she was coming. That was the entire point of it. I called Li Chao. I called Lin Baihei, whose eldest son had people, and then I got in the car and drove Kowloon myself for 4 hours, street by street, and did not find her, and it got dark. And somewhere around 6 o'clock, I looked at the car door Li Wuming was holding open for me and understood exactly what she had seen and from where. I made myself stop and breathe and think instead of driving. Where does a girl from Macau go, in a city she doesn't know, having thrown away the 4 men whose job is to follow her? Nowhere. She goes nowhere. She goes to the only place in Hong Kong she has a memory of. The beach at the foot of Victoria Peak, I said. Now. She was sitting on the rocks with the tide coming in and the sun going down behind her, and when I came across the sand shouting her name, she turned round and stood up and started to smile, and then the morning came back into her face and the smile stopped, and she just stood there and looked at me. Ling Ling, what's wrong? Why have you been crying? She didn't answer. She turned round and sat down again and put her arms around her knees and looked at the water, and the whole harbor was gold, and neither of us saw any of it. I sat down next to her. Ling Ling, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were coming, and I've made you unhappy. Which was the wrong thing to say, and made it worse, and she tipped her head back to keep the tears in, which did not work. Why? She said. I'm sorry. I've hurt you. That was worse again. Why? I met you first. She was not shouting. That was the awful part. If you didn't like me, why were you good to me? And now you're with somebody else. And then, in a completely different voice, am I really worse than her in every way? No, I said. You are not worse than anyone. I swear that to you. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and looked at me and asked the only question that counted. Then tell me, do you like me? Yes or no? I could have managed that badly in about 9 different ways. I met her eyes and said yes, and that I liked her very much, and I meant it, which excuses nothing. And she stopped crying instantly, the way a 16-year-old does, and looked at me with an enormous amount of hope and said, then leave her, please. And I couldn't. I have gone back over that afternoon more times than I have gone back over the day a man shot my brother, and I still do not have a version where I come out of it as anything other than what I was. I said it was complicated. She said I was a liar and that I'd been lying the whole time, and started to pull the jade pendant off over her head to give it back to me, and that is the only moment I moved, because I have watched people throw away the last thing that connects them to somebody, and I know what comes after it. I got hold of her and held on. Ling Ling, I am not lying to you. I do like you. She fought me and could not get free, and then she bit me, hard, in the shoulder, through the shirt, and I made a noise and did not let go and did not say anything at all, because she had every right to it, and because a thing that comes out is not a thing that stays in, and because I was the reason. She stopped after a while. She looked up with her mouth still open and her face wrecked, and I was looking down at her, and she went red and stopped struggling. Do you believe me now? I said. Then why won't you leave her? And I opened my mouth to answer. Chao Kyong. Her brother came across the sand at a dead run with 2 bodyguards behind him, and Li Wuming came from the other direction, and Kwok Yukai got to his sister and had her by both arms and turned her face into the light and saw her eyes, and then looked at me the way you look at something on the bottom of your shoe. Mr. Ho, I said. Good evening. He didn't answer. Ling Ling, we're going home. Father is worried. And she said, Li Wei, I have to go home now, in a very small voice, and let herself be taken. I said I would come to Macau to see her. She nodded, hard, twice, still crying. I offered to walk them to the car. I can't afford that, Kwok Yukai said, and took his sister up the beach. And she never answered my question, and I have never asked it again, and a girl of 16 was interrupted in the middle of the most important sentence of her life by her own brother arriving to save her, and that nobody in that entire scene, including me, ever found out what she was going to say. I got back to the office at 9, and Lin Ji was still there because I had told her to wait for the telephone. She asked if I'd found her. I said yes, and that she was home. She said that was good. She brought me tea. She got behind the chair and started on my shoulders the way she did every evening, and her hand went straight into it, and I went straight up out of the chair. She had my collar open before I could stop her. She looked at the bite mark for about 2 seconds, and she did not need to ask a single question, because there is only one person in Hong Kong that could have come from, and Lin Jie is naive about the world and has never once been naive about people. Her face did something and she put it away. That must hurt, she said. We should get medicine on it now so it heals faster. Come on, hospital. She pulled my sleeve until I got up and made Li Wuming drive us to Chungkyu Medical Hall, where Lin Baihe made an ointment and asked no questions at all and looked at me exactly once. Then I took her home and said goodnight at the door and told her I wouldn't be staying. Go on, she said. It's late. Don't keep your parents waiting. She stood in the doorway and smiled and waved me off, and I found out afterwards that the moment the door shut, the smile went out like a light, and she stood in her own hallway in the dark for a long time. At 9 o'clock that night, somebody knocked on her door. She thought it was me and got as far as the door before something stopped her, and she called out and asked who it was. Nobody answered. She called twice more, put the outside light on, and looked through the spy hole at an empty landing. Eventually, she opened the door on the chain, and then all the way, because there really was nobody there. There was a notebook on the floor, old, water-stained at the corner. She picked it up and looked down the stairwell and locked the door behind her, and in the bushes across the street, a man watched her carry it inside and let out a breath he had been holding for about 2 minutes. She opened it at the kitchen table. The 5th of March, 1957. Fine weather. I'm 9 months along without even noticing, and the baby will come any day. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Xiaojun keeps crying and saying he wants a little sister and that he'll take care of her and never let her suffer at all. I never expected the little thing to be so sensible at his age, exactly like his father. The 27th of March, 1957. Cloudy. Giving birth really hurts, but it's all worth it. It's a girl. And Xiaojun jumped up and down. He finally has a little sister. But Xiaojun says his sister is ugly and that there's something dirty behind her ear. I laughed and told him it's a birthmark. Linji put her hand up behind her own left ear without thinking about it. The 3rd of April, 1957. Cloudy. My husband is finally back. He wasn't even here when his daughter was born, but he hasn't forgotten us. He's named her Jieji. Chen Jieji. It's such a beautiful name. I love it. The 12th of August, 1957. Fine weather. Today the family went to the temple to pray. On the way back, we saw a jade carver selling pendants. I bought a Guanyin and a Buddha. I had the character Jun cut into the back of the Guanyin. That one is for Xiaojun, to keep him safe and happy. The Buddha has the character Qian on the back. That one is for Jieji, so she grows up healthy and happy. She dropped the notebook on the floor. Then she ran to her boxes and pulled out a small case she has had since she was 18 and took out a blue jade Buddha and turned it over. And there it was. She got into bed with all her clothes on and pulled the blanket over her head and shook, and the notebook stayed exactly where it had fallen, and she could not make herself go back into that room to look at it again. At 8:30 the next morning, I knocked on that door and got nothing. I knocked harder and called her name and got nothing. My key went in and would not turn because it was bolted from the inside. Li Wuming said, "Boss, I'll go in," and went up the outside of that building like a frog going up a wall, over the second-floor balcony, and gone. The front door opened from inside. Her bedroom door was locked too. I hammered on it and shouted her name 3 times, and then the lock turned and she came out of it and straight into me and stayed there. "Li Wei, you're finally here." I was so frightened. I got her to sit on the edge of the bed and asked her what had happened. She could not say a word. She pointed at the floor. I read the whole notebook standing up with Li Wuming checking the doorframe behind me for anything that shouldn't be there, and then I asked her 2 questions. "You have a Buddha jade pendant with a character on the back." "Yes." She was still holding the blanket. "The dean said I was wearing it when they found me. She didn't know my name and her surname was Li, so she called me Lin Ji. Who else knows you have it?" She thought about it properly, which is one of the things about her, because a frightened person guesses, and she never does. "No one. The dean gave it to me before she died. I was exactly 18. I've never told anybody. Except you." On the last page there were 2 photographs, and both of them were newly developed, which was the first thing I noticed and the most important. The first was of a jade guanyin with the character Jun cut into the back of it. The second was underneath it, stuck to it, and I only found it because the thickness was wrong. A man, from the chest up, holding that guanyin in his palm. I knew the face immediately. The neighbor, room 307, the man in the corridor who Li Wuming had smelled before he saw. "Li Wei," Lin Ji said. "Who is he? Is he my brother?" And here is where I did the only useful thing I did that entire week. "It isn't certain," I said. "A notebook and 2 photographs prove nothing at all. The diary could be a forgery." "But," she was crying again. "For the last 2 years of university, somebody put money under my door. It's written in here. I never told anybody about that either. Not one person." I sat down on the edge of that bed and asked the question that has to be asked and that nobody in a moment like that ever wants to ask. "Then say it back to me. If he found you 2 years ago, why didn't he claim you 2 years ago?" "Why now?" She opened her mouth and closed it. "Yes," she said, in a much smaller voice. "Why not then? And he's dangerous. Zhao Long and Li Wuming both said so within 4 seconds of seeing him, and neither of them says that about anybody. He rented the room next to yours. He may well be your brother. He may also be something else, and you cannot decide which on one side of a story." I put my hand on her shoulder. "I'll find out who he is. If he really is your brother, I will not stand in your way for 1 second, and you have my word on that. Can you give me a few days?" She nodded. "I'll keep the notebook. Have you had breakfast? Get dressed. We'll go out." 3 days later, he saved me the trouble by walking through my own front door. "Boss," an employee said from the doorway, terrified. "There's a man downstairs. He says his name is Chen Qianjun and that you will definitely want to see him." Lin Ji went white. Li Wuming came in from the corridor and said, "Boss, let me go and look first." "No," I said. "We'll all go. Jiji, you too. He isn't leaving until he's seen you." He was standing in front of the main door of Juding Newspaper Company with his hands loose at his sides, absolutely alone, on the busiest street in that district in the middle of the afternoon, which was itself a message, and I read it correctly. He looked at Lin Ji first, and his whole face changed, and then he saw her hand on my sleeve, and something went out of him. Then he looked at Li Wuming, who was scanning the street, and spread his hands. "There's no need to look. I came alone. I'll be fine." I smiled and put my hand on Li Wuming's arm. "We meet again. Why didn't you come before? Why now?" "You can send people to investigate me if you like," he said. "But it'll save everyone time if you don't. I'm looking for my sister. It isn't a shameful thing." And then evenly, "There's nothing wrong with your people, by the way. I'm not going to stoop to their level." Which told me that he had spotted Hu Sheng's men, who had been army scouts, inside 2 days. "Standing in a doorway is no good," I said. "Let's find somewhere to talk properly. My office or somewhere else." "No need for that. Your office is fine. Completely open. Completely unarmed. In my building, on my floor, surrounded by my people. That is not a man being brave. That is a man telling you, in the only language available, that he genuinely wants nothing except the thing he says he wants." He sat opposite us. Li Wuming sat to the side with his eyes half closed, which is what he does when he is readiest. "Jie, pour the tea." She did, and Chen Qianjun took the cup, and I watched a man who had killed a great many people for a living hold a teacup that his sister had poured and drink all of it, and it was bitter, and he did not notice. Then I put it to him. "Mr. Ma, you knocked on that door and left the notebook. Setting aside that you frightened her badly, she's here now. You say she's your sister. What's your proof? He started to speak. One diary isn't proof, I said. With your abilities, forging one would take an afternoon. Linji sat forward. She had spent 21 years being an orphan and had got extremely good at it, and being good at a thing is not the same as not wanting it. She thought about her parents every single day of her life. And a man had walked in and offered her the thing, and she was so frightened of it being false that she could barely look at him. I have proof, Chen Qianjun said. Of course I have proof, or I wouldn't be this certain. He took a photograph out of his inside pocket, not the new one, an old one, yellowed, soft at the corners, handled a very great deal. This is the only photograph of the four of us together, he said, and put it on the table. 2 adults, a boy of 5 or 6, and a baby in the woman's arms. I felt Lin Ji go rigid beside me before I had finished looking at it. The boy was unmistakably a small Chen Qianjun, same set of the jaw at 5 years old. The man had 80% of Chen Qianjun's face, and the woman was Lin Ji, not similar to, the same. The identical face, 25 years earlier, in a cheap cotton jacket, looking at the camera with an expression I had seen across a desk 400 times. Li Wei, Lin Ji said. That's my mother, and my father. Their names, she said. Our father was Chen Junshen. Jun as in gentleman, Shen as in cautious. Our mother was Lin Yun. Chen Junshen, she said. Lin Yun. She said it about 6 times quietly and touched the paper with 2 fingers as though it were the actual people. I have watched a man die on a dock and sat in a car with a gun in each hand, and the 2 hardest minutes of that year were on a sofa beside a 21-year-old woman learning her own parents' names off a photograph. Where are they? She asked. Why haven't they come to find me? Chen Qianjun's teeth were shut. They've been dead for 20 years, he said. I only found this photograph 5 years ago. She broke. I have nothing useful to say about the next few minutes. And then she asked him the question I would have asked entirely by herself. If they're dead, then why now? It was you putting money under my door 2 years ago, wasn't it? You found me 2 years ago. Why didn't you tell me then? He did not want to answer that in front of me. I watched him decide to anyway, because disappointing her cost more. Because at that time, I was in a very dangerous situation, he said. If anybody had known you were my sister, your life would have been in danger too. I did not want you touched. And there's no danger now, I said. That's the end of it. Everybody who has ever seen my face is dead. If that weren't true, I wouldn't have come to look for her. What did you do before? He looked at me and did not answer. What's past is past, he said. Now I only want to live quietly. And I said the thing I have said to exactly 3 men. Once you've entered that world, your life stops belonging to you. Do you honestly think you can live quietly just because you've decided to? I let that sit. Don't drag Jie into it. You don't need to test me anymore, he said. When the time comes, I'll tell you myself. Which is the answer of a man who does not lie and will not talk, and I nodded and left it, and I have never asked him again. Then he turned to his sister, and his voice changed completely. Jie, do you believe I'm your brother now? She looked at me first, which I will not pretend I didn't notice, and then at him. And she nodded, and then nodded harder, and then had to work up to it for about 4 seconds. Brother. And Chen Qianjun laughed out loud with his eyes streaming and said, Ha, I've finally found my sister. And then to the ceiling, Mum, Dad, I found her. Don't worry. I'll take care of her. Afterwards she came and sat back down next to me. Not next to him. Next to me. I saw him see it. He did not say anything, and he did not let it show, and it must have been the worst 4 seconds of a decade for him, and he took it and put it away, because a man who has waited 20 years knows exactly how long things take. He refused my offer to find him somewhere to live and left on his own. And when the door shut, I asked Li Wuming what he was. Assassin, he said immediately, with no hedging at all. You're certain? Absolutely. I have met a number of men like that. He's the strongest one I've ever seen. I sat there for a while and turned my pen over in my fingers. An assassin. The best in the world, at a guess, given what he must have done to be able to retire from that profession at all. Currently unemployed. Currently living in a rented room in Kowloon. Currently the brother-in-law of the woman who sits 11 feet from me every day. Currently owing his entire reunion to me. Assassin, I said out loud, and started to smile. Li Wuming's mouth twitched because he had worked out what that smile meant and had decided it was somebody else's problem. Meanwhile, the telephone in Kwok Ling Ling's bedroom in Macau had stopped being answered. 4 calls in 2 days, nothing, which meant it had been taken out of the room, which meant Kwok Jitong had stepped in personally, because in that house nobody else can make that decision, not her mother and not her brother, which was itself information, because they had known about all of it for months. She had been coming to Kowloon regularly and telephoning my house nearly every evening, and Kwok Jitong is not a man who fails to know what his daughter does. They had allowed it, which meant they had approved of it. So the phone had not been taken away because they disapproved of me. It had been taken away because they wanted me in Macau. Fine, I went. Zhao Long and Li Wuming with me, and Lin Jie absolutely not, because bringing her would have been a declaration of war on a family I was trying to negotiate with. I had a car bought and waiting at the pier before I got off the ferry, because there was no version of that afternoon in which I arrived at the Ho house in a taxi, and I did not go to the house. I went to a tea house 400 meters from it and sent Zhao Long to the door with a card inviting Kwok Yukai to join me, never the father. If I go to Kwok Jitong's home and ask for his daughter, I am a supplicant standing in his hall, and everything that happens after that happens on his terms. If I invite the son to neutral ground, I am an equal calling on a friend, and the father hears every word of it anyway within the hour and has to respond to a conversation he was not in. At the house, a servant reported it. Kwok Yukai was surprised. Kwok Jitong did not look up from his newspaper. He invited you. Go. And then, still not looking up. If he asks about your sister, this is what you say to him at the end. Kwok Yukai came into that tea house and sat down opposite me and called me Mr. Xia, which he had never done in his life. What does Mr. Xia want with me? You can guess why I asked you here, so I'll be direct. Will you let me see Ling Ling? He smiled without any warmth at all. I can't make that decision. My father won't let my sister out. There's no point coming to me. I don't want to, and I wouldn't dare. I had known that before I got on the ferry. I had not come to see her. I had come to find out what the family's position actually was. Total refusal, a performance, or a price. All right, then just take her a message. I looked at him. Tell her I like her and that I'll wait. He looked at me for a few seconds and then laughed at me, and it was the first honest thing either of us had done. Mr. Xia, aren't you ashamed to say that? My sister is young and easily fooled. She might believe you. I don't. And then he stopped performing, and this is the part where I started to like him. I'll be honest, I admire your ability, genuinely, and I understand perfectly well that men with money often end up with more than one woman. I can't control what other men do, and I don't try, but I will not let my sister be one of them. His voice was rising, and he did not notice. I don't want her sad, but I want her not to be sad in 10 years either, so if you want to be with my sister, you give up the other one. Can you do that? He sat back. If you can do that, I'll support her even if my father objects. But the question is, can you? And I gave him the only honest answer available, and it happened to be the right move as well, which is rare enough that I remember it. Yukai, I can't abandon somebody who cares about me, and think about it for 1 second. If I agreed to that this afternoon, easily, right here at this table, would you feel better? He opened his mouth. Because if I can be made to drop Lin Ji in 4 minutes to get what I want, I said, then one day I can be made to drop Ling Ling in 4 minutes, and you'd know it, and you'd spend the next 30 years knowing it. He sat there with nothing at all to say, because he had asked for the one thing that, if granted, would have proved I was exactly what he was afraid of. He was quiet for a long time, and then he said something I did not expect at all. Li Wei, I really regret taking my sister to that auction. And I had nothing to say to that either. You should know, I said eventually, that I'm not bragging when I tell you there is nobody in Hong Kong or Macau better suited to her than me, and that we like each other. He knew. His father knew. That was the whole problem, and it was why they had encouraged it in the first place and why the entire thing had gone sideways. So he gave me the message his father had given him, and here it is exactly. Li Wei, nothing in this world is impossible. If you want my sister to have a good life, then either give up that woman, or you make it so that nobody can say anything about it. Either way, the Ho family will never do anything shameful. Then he stood up. That is not what I mean, and it is not what I want. That's everything I have to say. What you do next is up to you. At the door he turned round. I'll pass on your message. Goodbye. I sat there afterwards with a cup of tea going cold and worked out what I had just been handed, and then I laughed, because it was not a refusal. It was a price. Make it so that nobody can say anything. Which means, get large enough that when the Ho family's daughter is with you, nobody in Hong Kong or Macau laughs at the Ho family. Get large enough that people envy them for it instead. Kwok Jitong had not said no. Kwok Jitong had said not yet, and had put the number in the window. Old fox, I said out loud to an empty tea house. You don't think my strength is enough. I think you're going to be surprised fairly soon. And Kwok Yukai, walking home, was doing the same arithmetic from the other side, and I only learned his half of it years later. He knew perfectly well how much choice a girl in a family like his had about who she married. He knew what the alternative was, a son of an equally large house, arranged, and every single one of those men had at least what I had, and usually a great deal more, and none of them would have been honest about it, and his sister would have found out in the 3rd year. At least this one was in the open, he thought. At least she already knows. So no matter how he turned it over, I was still the best available answer. 7 parts of his coldness at that table had been real, and 3 parts had been performance. And the performance was necessary, because if he had not made me work for it, I would have valued her less. He went home, reported to his father, who nodded and said nothing. Then he went upstairs and knocked on his sister's door and came out again a few minutes later, and the girl in that room was, according to everybody in that house, herself again. I got back to Hong Kong and stopped playing. Wang Qi, get everybody on the list into the conference room. Tell me when they're ready. He looked at the names and straightened up. 41 people, hand-picked out of Juding Securities and vetted by me personally over 3 weeks, and none of them knew why they were there. I stood at the front and did the roll call myself, out loud, name by name, which took 4 minutes and which every single one of them still talks about. I chose all of you personally. I have an important job for you. Then the other half. This operation is completely secret. Everybody in this room signs a confidentiality agreement, and from the day we begin, you will be restricted in your movements until it's finished. If you don't want that, leave now. I'll think no worse of you, and there'll be no consequences. Nobody moved. But understand this clearly. If nobody leaves, and afterwards there is a problem because somebody could not follow instructions, I let my eyes go down the room, one face at a time. I will not let him off lightly. They signed without reading, which I noticed, and then I split them into 8 groups with a leader each, and the leaders got the names, and everybody got 3 days to settle their family affairs, and then moved into the building next door, which was then sealed. And then, before any of that started, I held a party. The fundraising reception was at the Peninsula, because it is always at the Peninsula, and I had a specific reason for the guest list that had nothing to do with money. Chief Superintendent Li Zhengxia of the Hong Kong Police was there, and in the world I came from, he became Commissioner of Police for the whole of Hong Kong, and then went and ran security for Li Ka-shing, and personally handled the most famous kidnapping case in this city's history. He came because I asked him to. He was not the only man in that room with a government salary. Wang Qi ran the evening, and the entire evening rested on 2 numbers. Weizhong number 1, said I Luen from the platform. Established 3 months ago with 100 million Hong Kong dollars. As of yesterday, total assets 131.5 million. Profit 31.5 million. Return on investment 31.5%. There was about a second and a half of complete silence, and then the room came apart. 31.5%. In under 3 months, which is better than the annual return of 90% of the private funds in the world, and I watched 40 men in that ballroom do the arithmetic on 12 months at the same rate and go slightly pale. Weijin number 1, said Jin Jiajun, who was annoyed because his was lower. 200 million at establishment. Total assets today 258 million. Profit 58 million. Return 29%. Somebody near the front said out loud that 29 was worse than 31.5, and an older man 3 seats away told him to be quiet because Huijin was running twice the money, and moving twice the money is more than twice as hard, and everybody in that half of the room knew it. Jin Jiajun heard that and stopped being annoyed. Then Wang Qi announced the 3 new funds. Weizhong number 2, run by I Lewen, 400 units at 500,000 each. Huijin number 2, run by Jin Jiajun, 100 units at 2 million each, and Chongqing number 1, run by Wang Qi himself, 2,000 units at 100,000 each, 200 million cap on each, 600 million total. It was gone in under an hour. Chongqing was the only thing I did that year that was pure defense, and it was also the coldest. Chongqing had the lowest entry price of the 3, $100,000, which is nothing to a tycoon and is exactly one thing to a senior civil servant, a police commander, or a customs official with a family. It is the largest number they can find without anybody asking a question. Wang Qi worked out what it was for while he was still on the platform and told me afterwards in one sentence. If a man in the government has his own money inside our fund and someone asks him to lean on us, he can't. Because he'd be leaning on himself. That is exactly what it was for. I was 2 months away from attacking the largest British conglomerate in Asia, and I was not remotely afraid of them in the market. I was afraid of what 130 years of that family's telephone numbers could do to me outside it. So I sold 2,000 units at $100,000 to men whose signatures could ruin me, and made every one of them a shareholder in my survival. Interest is the strongest bond there is. Everything else is decoration. 600 million cleared into the account inside 2 days, and that same week, $1.3 billion of my own money moved out of Switzerland into Guanggan Bank, and was broken up across a very large number of anonymous accounts inside a bank that nobody in Hong Kong knew I owned. Everything was in place. The 8 teams started on the Monday. Groups 1 and 2, Jardine Air Cargo Terminal. Groups 3 and 4, Jardine Machinery Group. Groups 5 and 6, Jardine Insurance. Groups 7 and 8, the Wharf. 2 of those 4 were real, and I did not tell a single person which 2. While 8 teams bought quietly, 2 other things came to the boil, and both of them arrived in the same week. Kayi Television went bankrupt at the end of August, exactly on schedule, having spent $10 million in July to gain about 4 ratings points. Wang Sai-chu had his list ready. Over the following month, Rediffusion Television took most of Kayi's on-screen talent and, more importantly, most of its writers and producers, and the management at Kayi could not stop a single one of them because they were spending every hour of every day trying to keep their own shareholders from walking out with the furniture. They also assumed that Rediffusion could not afford anybody because Rediffusion had a British parent famous for its meanness. That British parent had sold the entire station 11 weeks earlier and nobody in Hong Kong knew. The second thing was that Comic Home opened 10 flagship stores in one day in 5 territories. Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, the new territories, Macau, North and South Taiwan, Singapore, and 3 in Japan. About 200 square meters each, which in a trade where a bookshop is 14 square meters is not a shop, it is a landmark. And every single one of them bought, not rented, all 10, outright. Ma Tengdong asked why, since the rent would have been a fraction of the capital. 3 reasons, I said. 1. Rent is a cost forever, and land is an asset forever, and in this decade, in this part of the world, land goes up while you sleep. 2. A landlord can decline to renew you in 5 years when your shop is famous and worth taking. 3. In 20 years, the property will be worth more than the business, and I intend to still be here in 20 years. And then we did the thing that nobody in Hong Kong had ever seen. Cosplay. That word did not exist. It would not be coined for another 6 years by a Japanese animator at a convention in Los Angeles, and I brought it forward because it was the single cheapest marketing weapon I had. Outside the Kowloon store, there was Xiao Wu and Tang San from Soul Land, and the rest of the Shrek 7 behind them. There was Luffy, there was Son Goku, and there was Pikachu, and Pikachu did not survive the morning intact because approximately 400 children found out at the same time that there was a large yellow animal on Nathan Road that made a noise. The traffic stopped in 3 streets. I mean that literally. I could not get my own car within 200 meters of my own shop and had to walk. Mummy, Mummy, it's Pikachu. Look, it's a really big Pikachu. Is that Xiao Wu? She's so pretty. Luffy, I want a photograph with Luffy too. Lin Ji got her photograph taken with the yellow animal and came back extremely reluctantly and did not stop smiling for an hour, and she was 21 years old. Day 1, across 10 stores, 334,000 Hong Kong dollars. Day 2, 458,000. Day 3, 515,000. 1.307 million in 3 days, at roughly 50% gross, which is $660,000 of margin from a business that had not existed on Friday. And the highest grossing store of the 10 was in Japan. That is the number I actually cared about. Hong Kong is small and I own it. Japan is enormous and I own nothing, and on the first day of trading, in the country that invented this industry, my shop outsold my home market. There was exactly one embarrassment in the whole launch, and Ma Tengdong came to tell me about it with his ears red. Boss. The Rubik's Cubes. In 3 days, across 10 stores, we sold 365 of the low end, 34 of the mid-range, and 15 of the high end. 414 cubes, 10 shops, 3 days, 14 a day per shop, and falling. He looked like a man waiting to be fired because he knew what I had spent on that patent and the laboratory and the worldwide registrations. I laughed at him, which did not help. 414? I didn't expect more than 100. That's a good result. Boss. Tengdong, think about what you just told me. We put an unknown object with no instructions, no advertising, no explanation of what it even is, on a shelf, and 414 people worked out on their own that they wanted one. That's not a failure. That's a market. Then I gave him the fix. Put it in Dragon Ball. He blinked. Where are we in the serial? Goku hasn't climbed to the lookout yet. He's supposed to train up there, so write the training. God gives him a puzzle cube brought from a planet of wisdom to train his mind and his spirit as well as his body, because strength without a mind is a beast. Ma Tengdong stopped breathing for a second. Design the sequence however you like. I have exactly one requirement. When a reader closes that issue, he must believe, without ever having been told, that solving this cube develops the brain. Because everything that follows is automatic. The moment a child believes it is a toy, his parents will not buy it. The moment his parents believe it is educational, they will buy it at $50, and thank you. Cost per unit at scale, 20 cents. Retail price, I set, $5. Ma Tangdong had proposed $1.50, which is a threefold margin and perfectly respectable, and I understood exactly why. He could not see what I could see, which is that this object was going to sell hundreds of millions of units on this planet, and that the number on the sticker was going to be decided this month and never revisited. 20 cents to $5, 25 times. And I told him that afterwards we would put 4 professors on television explaining the 7 cognitive faculties it trains, which is not even a lie, because it does train them, which is the beautiful part. Then, in the same fortnight, Yan Wenhan came into my office nearly at a run. Boss, great news. Tsingtao News Corporation can't take it anymore. Han Shu wants to sell the company. I put my pen down, because that was not what I expected. Han Shu is not a woman who sells. She had held that company through 9 years of grief and 1 triad war, and had never once given an inch of it to anybody. How bad is it? He laid it out, and it was worse than I had thought. 3 things had happened at once. The banks were calling. Multiple banks, $23 million in total, and every account frozen. The advertisers had turned. Around $7 million of claims, and a number of them were sitting downstairs in her lobby in shifts, demanding refunds, and several of them were threatening prosecution for commercial fraud, which is a prison sentence, and not a fine. And the government had ordered the company to suspend operations for rectification, which meant no papers, no revenue, no advertising, and because the accounts were frozen, no salaries. The staff won't hold, Yan Wenhan said. 2 more weeks and there won't be a company left to buy. And here's the part you'll want. Go on. She didn't leak that she's selling by accident. I think she leaked it on purpose. Why? Because the British are squeezing her. Some of those advertisers who won't settle are being told not to settle. They want the price on the floor. And I'm told she has been shouting about the British in her own office. I sat back, because that changed everything. Then we buy it, I said. Yan Wenhan physically leaned back in his chair. Boss, buy it? Why? It's finished. It's not a competitor anymore. Our position is completely secure. And even if you wanted it, I doubt Han Shu would sell to us. We're the reason she's in this. How will you know if you don't try? What if it's possible? And the cost? It's worth it once it's in our hands. As for the cost, we won't know until we've talked. And we'll keep talking until it is worth it. Then I gave him the real reason. And this is the one that mattered. Think about who else can buy it. Not who wants it, who can carry it. 23 million of bank debt, 7 million of claims, a fraud investigation, a government suspension, and a name that everybody in this city now associates with lying. There are perhaps 4 buyers in Hong Kong for that, and 3 of them are British. He got there. If Jardine Matheson takes Tsingtao, he said slowly, if Jardine Matheson takes Tsingtao, then in 2 years they will have rebuilt it, because they have the money to and the patience to, and I will be fighting for my own throne again with a conglomerate behind the man opposite. I am not spending 2 years doing that a second time. I would rather pay for the corpse than meet it again in 3 years wearing a new suit. Then I told him to go and test it, and he went, and he came back before lunch with an expression I enjoyed enormously. Boss, she didn't refuse. She wants to meet you. Now, while all that was happening, there was a party in a hotel on Hong Kong Island for the sons of British Hong Kong. They held one every few weeks, the heirs of the 4 conglomerates and everybody who wanted to be near them, and it worked exactly the way you'd expect. 3 or 4 small sons and everybody else in orbit. George Hastings was having an excellent evening. His family had just given him a directorship at Jardine Insurance, which was the beginning of a real position, and about 11 people had congratulated him in an hour. And then Alex Fraser came over. Alex Fraser was of the Swire family, and Swire was slightly smaller than Jardine Matheson, which did not matter in the least, because Alex Fraser was first in line, and George Hastings was second in line, and everybody in that room knew which of those 2 facts was permanent. He asked pleasantly why George's elder brother hadn't come. Then he congratulated him on the directorship, and listened to the modest answer, and let it sit for a moment. And then he said, with a small smile, in front of the 11 people, by the way, George, I hear you want to get into the media business. That nouveau riche boy has finance and media in both hands, and he's been jumping about all over Hong Kong. Are you confident you can hold him? Every head within 4 meters came round. George Hastings' plan to buy Tsingtao News Corporation had just become public property in a room full of his competitors before he had bought anything. An insurance company does not primarily make money on the difference between premiums and claims. It makes money by investing the float, other people's premiums, sitting in an account, waiting. And George Hastings had just been given the seat that controlled that investment. So, buy a newspaper. Use the newspaper to move share prices. Use Jardine Matheson's resources to be on the correct side of the moves, media and finance in the same hand, which is precisely, exactly, item for item, what I had spent 11 months building. He had watched me do it, and he had understood it perfectly, and he had decided to copy it, and I have never held that against him for a second. It is the single most flattering thing anybody did to me that year. Corey, he said, nothing is impossible, don't you think? Quite so, said Alex Fraser, and raised his glass. Then I wish you success. I don't like that nouveau riche either. And he went away and left George Hastings standing in a small crowd of people who now all knew. George went home that night and decided to move immediately before somebody outbid him. He was about 11 hours too late. The tea house was on Hong Kong Island, softly lit, with music playing quietly, one of those places designed so that people who have had a bad day can pretend they haven't. I got there first, and then Han Shu came in, and I stood up, and for a few seconds, I could not think of one single thing to say. I had never met her before. I had spent 11 months in a war with a photograph. She had dressed carefully. That was the thing that got me. She had clearly spent a long time in front of a mirror, and it had not worked at all, because there is a point past which makeup is simply a thing on top of a face. Gray skin, bloodshot eyes, colorless lips, and an exhaustion between the eyebrows that I have only otherwise seen on my own father after a bad season. This was the queen of the newspaper industry. This was the woman who had held Tsingtao together through 9 years alone and had made Chen Wenguang's life miserable every single week of it. Neither of us said anything for a while, and it was not tactics on my part. I had come in ready to negotiate with an opponent, and I had been given a person. She recovered first. Ms. Wu, I said, I've admired you for a long time. I'm honored to finally meet you. She smiled at that and shook her head, and it was the worst thing I have ever had done to me at a table. I should say I'm fortunate to have met Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia is young and accomplished and extremely busy. His time is precious. She looked at her cup. Unlike me, I can only barely survive. Huh. I sat with that, and I understood immediately that if I did not take that resentment off the table, the entire negotiation would be conducted through it, and she would lose the company on purpose to spite me, and I have seen people do exactly that. Miss Wu, everybody knows you're a woman who does the work of any man in this business, and that among the women in Hong Kong commerce, nobody stands near you. Why talk like that? She laughed without any warmth and cut straight to it. Mr. Xia, let's not discuss anything unrelated. You want to buy my company. Do you honestly think that's possible? Would you have come if it weren't? I thought. Ms. Wu, I said. Nothing in this world is impossible, don't you think? But everybody knows why my company is where it is. She looked directly at me for the first time. I expected a great many people to come to my door. I did not expect you. So I asked her 3 questions. I had never planned anything more carefully, and the order is the whole thing. First, we are competitors, so of course we have competed. But apart from ordinary commercial competition, did we ever once use any other method against you? I stopped and let her answer that one internally. Second, if you sell to somebody else, who in Hong Kong can actually take this on? Who would dare? And of those, who can also solve your problems? And if it goes to the British, is that what your father would have wanted? That one landed. I watched it land. Third, given the state of your company today, who in this city has the ability to save it and give it a chance to recover? Then I picked up my cup and drank tea and shut up. I have described a number of negotiations in this account. That is the only one I won without saying anything else, and I did not win it. She did it herself, in silence, over about 4 minutes, and I watched her face do all of it, because the answer to the first question is never, not once. Juding Daly never fabricated a story about Tsingtao. We never bribed her distributors or threatened her staff or sent anybody to a car park. We published better newspapers at a better price, and we bought 4 titles legally on the open market. It was she who had decided Juding was a rival and built a news agency to fight it. It was she who had mortgaged a quarter of her father's company to do it. And it was she, alone, in an empty boardroom, at 10 at night, who had told a man to falsify the numbers. The answer to the second question is the British, and her father, Ah Boon Ha, had founded an English-language paper in this city for exactly one reason, which was to have something to put against the South China Morning Post. Selling his life's work to the people he built it against was the one thing she could not do. The answer to the third question was sitting across the table drinking tea and was 16 years old. She looked up at last. Mr. Xia, it isn't impossible to sell the company to you, but I have conditions. If you can meet them, everything else is negotiable. Please. She told me the whole position without hiding one line of it, which I respected enormously, and which is also why the deal took 20 minutes instead of 2 weeks. 23 million owed to banks, all accounts frozen. Around 7 million in advertiser claims, several advertisers refusing to settle at the direction of the Jardine Matheson Group, threatening prosecution. And Jardine Matheson wanting to buy the company at a price she described accurately as an insult, with the alternative being an indefinite government rectification until the company died and she went to prison. First condition, she said, if I sell to you, you will do your best to save the company and the newspapers. You will develop Singtao Daily and the English paper the way you develop your own. You will not strip it. Agreed. I'm not in the habit of buying things to break them, and resources are shared across all my titles. That one cost me nothing, and I'd have done it anyway. Second, and here her voice changed, Jardine Matheson has decided they want this company. If you buy it, you take all of it, the debt, the claims, the lawsuits, the pressure from them, and you protect me. She put both hands flat on the table. And if I still end up in prison, you will pay my family 5 million Hong Kong dollars. And that clause goes in the contract. I looked at her for about 4 seconds. She had just told me, in front of a witness, exactly how frightened she was, and had converted it into a number, and had put it in writing so that a stranger's self-interest would be forced to protect her. That is what I would have done. It is precisely what I would have done. Agreed, I said. The price was 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Her total assets were down to 32 million with the working capital gone and 23 million of liabilities, which is 9 million of net assets, and after 7 million of advertiser claims, about $2 million for the second largest newspaper group in Hong Kong. That sounds like theft. It wasn't quite. The risk was real. If I could not get Jardine Matheson off her, the rectification order would sit there indefinitely, the assets would shrink every week, she would go to prison, and I would owe her family 5 million on top of everything I had put in. That is a genuine downside in the tens of millions. But I knew 3 things she didn't. The banks would not be a problem. The moment my name was on the shareholder register, every one of those banks would climb over each other to keep the loan alive, because a debt owed by a boy with a failing paper and a debt owed by Juding are not the same instrument. The advertisers would not be a problem either, and this is the part I enjoyed. They did not want money. Nobody who buys newspaper advertising is short of cash. They wanted their products in front of people, and they were buying space in Singtao because they could not get into Juding Daily, where the slots were auctioned and capped and had a waiting list. I intended to offer every one of those advertisers an equivalent value of space in my own papers instead of a cash refund. Every single one of them took it. Not one held out. Several of them thanked me. And Jardine Matheson I was going to deal with anyway in about 6 weeks for entirely separate reasons. We signed the following morning with lawyers and my legal department present, and the moment the last signature went down, Han Shu put her hand over her eyes and could not speak for some time. That afternoon she stood on a platform in her own building in front of her own staff, and I stood beside her and she bowed to them. I'm sorry everybody. I have not been a qualified director. Then she straightened up. From today, Singtao News Corporation is merged into Juding Newspaper Company. Mr. Xia will be your boss. Please welcome him. I had never been applauded like that, and none of it was for me. Those people had not been paid in 5 weeks and had been reading about their own prosecution in other people's newspapers and had just been told they now worked for the largest media company in Asia. The news left that building faster than I could get to my car. At Mingpao, Feng Yan and his deputy Song Yuan stared at each other, and Song Yuan telephoned a friend inside Singtao to confirm it and put the phone down and said, "Old Cha. It's actually true." And Shen Long sat there for a long time and then said the sentence that got quoted in 4 newspapers the next morning. From now on, Juding Newspaper Company's position cannot be shaken. That mountain is too big. All of us will simply have to look up at it. Because look at what one company now owned, on one masthead list, on one morning. Fengyun Daily, Juding Daily, the South China Morning Post, Tintin Daily News, Nanyang Shengpao, Sinchu Daily, Singtao Daily, and the English Tiger. Add up every other newspaper in Hong Kong and you did not reach it. And on Victoria Peak, in an office, George Hastings, who had gone to bed the previous night intending to buy Singtao News Corporation in the morning, took his own office apart with his hands. I am told the desk did not survive. George Hastings was reaching for the telephone to have Singtao destroyed on general principle when the telephone rang first. It was Jardine Air Cargo Terminal, and the share price was coming apart. I had opened with 2 knives on the same morning, and neither of them mentioned the company by name. The first was in Juding Daily, a full research feature on the global transport industry, the shipping cycle from 1966 to that morning, tonnage, freight rates, second-hand hull prices, all of it properly sourced, arguing that the shipping market had bottomed and a recovery was starting. And then, in the second half, the consequence. Sea freight and air freight are substitutes. When shipping rises, air freight is squeezed. The cargo terminal at Kai Tak had been open 2 years, had not repaid its capital, and was already announcing an expansion. And Hong Kong manufacturing, which is what actually fills an air freighter, textiles and electronics, was being squeezed out by property and was declining as a share of the economy. Every fact in it was true. The conclusion was slanted about 15 degrees, and I'll come back to that because a man is going to catch me on it in 3 weeks, and it is going to be the best conversation of my life. The second knife was the Securities Research Institute of Juding Securities issuing a formal report on Jardine Air Cargo Terminal with a sell rating and a downgrade. The first knife was for the public. The second was for the professionals, and it was the one that did the damage, because the institute had been running for 4 months and had not been wrong yet. And in a market that small, a research house with a perfect record is not a research house, it is an oracle. Share price $9.60 by lunchtime. 20 million of market capitalization gone in a morning, down to 480 million, and still going. The board met that afternoon, and the finance director had to say the sentence. The company had about $14 million in its accounts, which was not remotely enough to defend anything. Everybody in that room turned and looked at George Hastings, because Jardine Pacific owned 35.85% of that company, and the Keswick family owned Jardine Pacific. Now let me show you the machine, because this is the part I am actually proud of, and it is not the part anybody remembers. By that morning, I already held 18.5% of Jardine Air Cargo Terminal, quietly accumulated over 11 weeks. And I had hit the wall. The free float was gone. Everything left was either inside the boardroom or in the hands of retail investors and small institutions who liked the stock and were not selling. So I did something that made no sense at all to anybody watching. I attacked my own position. Chengqing number 1, Wang Chi's fund, the one full of policemen and civil servants, went into the market and drove that share price down, loudly, obviously, under the Juding Securities name, where everybody could see it. The entire market drew the obvious conclusion. The god of stocks is shorting Jardine Air Cargo Terminal. And a great many people who had held that stock for years decided that they did not want to be on the other side of me and sold. And every single share they threw away was picked up quietly through 50 anonymous accounts inside a bank nobody knew I owned by Galaxy Fund. Galaxy Fund was the vehicle Wang Chi had registered offshore months earlier, holding my football money, and it was a crocodile. It did not move and it did not surface, and it ate everything that was dropped. Left hand and right hand. Every dollar Chengqing lost, pushing the price down. Galaxy saved buying at the bottom. Net cost to me across the whole operation, approximately nothing. Price, $9.34, $9.28, $9.15, $9.07, $8.87. Peter Watson, the chief executive, held a press conference to stop it and denounced Juding Securities for maliciously suppressing the share price and Juding Daily for publishing misleading articles, and stated that the company was operating well and was not overvalued. I read the Wire report of that press conference and told Wang Chi to triple the pressure. The price collapsed again while the man was still on the platform. A reporter from Commercial Daily stood up and read him the current quote out loud in front of the room, and he had to end it early. That is when the institutions broke. Mingding Fund sold me 2.6% in one block at $10. Starlight Securities sold me 1.8% at $10.25. Both of them at a premium to the market, both of them delighted because they believed they were escaping a short squeeze from the god of stocks and were extremely pleased to get out at all. I was not shorting anything. I have never shorted a share of that company in my life. I simply moved the price down and let everybody's own assumptions do the rest, and it cost me a premium of about 7% on $20 million, which is the cheapest information asymmetry I have ever purchased. At the close of that session, my statistician stood up in the sealed building with a clipboard. Boss, we hold 14.8 million shares of Jardine Air Cargo Terminal, 29.6%, 18.5 to 29.6 in one day. Jardine Pacific held 35.85. Stop suppressing, I said. Buy everything at any price immediately and announce it. Galaxy Fund and Juding Securities jointly declare 29.6% and a takeover offer for Jardine Air Cargo Terminal. Meanwhile, George Hastings had gone home to his father. William Hastings was 62 and in bad health and had been for 6 years, which is the reason he was still there at all. He had taken the group over from his cousin and built it into the largest British conglomerate in the Far East, and he had 2 sons, neither of whom was ready, and he was not going to hand 135 years to anybody outside the family. So he had put his own man in as president of the group and was running it from a chair by a window. He also happened to be the man who, 20 years earlier, had hosted the governor of Hong Kong at dinner and come away with the exclusive right to operate air cargo in this territory, which is why Jardine Air Cargo Terminal existed at all. George asked for $50 million. His father shook his head, which is not what George expected, and then said, "You're thinking too simply. Don't count on the other directors. It is foolish to put your hopes on other people." Then he gave him $100 million. Put it into the cargo company's own account in Jardine Pacific's name and have the company buy the stock. Tell the market it's a buyback and contact every other shareholder personally and take their shares off them today. George wanted to ask why the complication. Go back to the company, do as I say, report anything unusual immediately. And when his son had gone, William Hastings picked up the telephone, arranged $100 million in about 90 seconds, put it down, and sat there with his eyes narrowed. Because he had smelled it, and his son had not, and it had taken him under 4 minutes. 35.85% is a comfortable position and not a safe one. Safe is above 50. And if this was not a raid but something worse, then the difference between 35 and 50 was 14% of a company whose price was about to be driven through the roof, and 50 million was not going to be enough. He also knew that Juding Securities had raised $600 million 11 days earlier because it had been in every newspaper in Hong Kong. I hope, he said to nobody, that this is not the worst case. At Eddy Securities the next morning, George Hastings refused leverage because he did not want to wait for the paperwork and because he wanted to be able to say he had not needed it. 100 million is more than enough. Harry Green put his people on the buy side. 90 seconds later, he stopped and frowned. Mr. George, something is wrong. Institutions are snapping up shares, and the sellers have vanished. They've run? Not necessarily. Harry Green had 30 years in that building and got there before anybody. It's possible that the people buying now are the same people who were suppressing the price this morning. Then the telephone rang in the dealing room, and everybody's head came round, and Harry Green listened for 4 seconds and said, Mr. George, Mr. Barton, Galaxy Fund and Juding Securities Company have just made a public announcement. They hold 29.6% of your company, and they are launching a takeover. There is a specific noise a man makes. 29.6? 6 percentage points behind Jardine Pacific. 6. They're stealing my company, George Hastings said, and then he shouted at Harry Green to buy at any price, which was the correct instruction delivered in the worst possible way, because everybody in that dealing room heard the way he said it. The price went 10.18, 10.28, 10.47, 10.65, 11, 12, and the market capitalization went through 600 million. Out on the floor of the exchange, there was a crowd around the board, and a man had brought a table out from somewhere, and there were people sitting around it eating melon seeds and watching, which is the most Hong Kong thing I have ever heard of, and it went on for 2 days. The people who had sold to me at $9 the previous morning worked out what had happened at about 11:15, and there was an audible noise. I sold my shares yesterday. I've lost a fortune. Me too. We were played. And 2 seats along, a man who had held on to 2,000 shares out of sheer stubbornness, telling anybody who would listen that he had known all along. The morning session closed at 13.98. In 1 day, the market capitalization of Jardine Air Cargo Terminal had nearly doubled, and my telephone did not stop. Pao Yue Kong, Li Zhaoji, Wen Yutong, Jiang Desheng, Xu Dehui, and Li Ka-shing, who called twice. Every single one of them said the same 3 things in a different order. How interesting this is. Do be careful. And if you need anything at all, funds, connections, anybody's telephone number, you only have to ask. Lin Jai counted them and said quietly, That's the 6th. Li Wei, you're amazing. I took her hand and told her the truth, which was less flattering. These old foxes all have their own accounts to settle. They say they're worried about me. What they actually want is for me to run at the wall first and find out how thick it is. Because here is what was really happening, and it is bigger than me. Hong Kong was run by British capital and had been from the beginning. Not out of malice, out of arrangement. The vital industries were shut. Chinese money went into textiles and garments and property, and everywhere else there was a ceiling you could feel with your hand. And by that year, Chinese capital had quietly become as large as British capital in total. It simply was not organized. British capital had 4 conglomerates and 2 banks, and they all knew each other. Chinese capital had 40 families who had been competing with each other for 30 years. Everybody had thought about attacking a British company. Nobody had done it because nobody wanted to be the first, and nobody wanted to find out what happened to the first, and there was a general unspoken agreement that you could touch an ordinary British firm, but you did not touch the 4 houses, and then a 16-year-old had gone straight at the biggest of the 4, in public, on the front page, with a takeover offer. If I won, every Chinese businessman in Hong Kong would know the wall could be broken, and there would be 6 more attacks inside a year. If I lost, they would find out what it costs at my expense and adjust their plans accordingly. Either way, they wanted to watch, and either way, it was worth a telephone call and an offer of help. Li Ka-shing was the keenest of all of them, and he had a specific reason, which was that he had been looking at Hutchison Whampoa for a year and had not dared. Day 2 opened at 14.80. George Hastings had bid 14.50 to frighten me and had been outbid before his own order landed, and it was the wrong way round, and he knew it. Then he found out that a shareholder holding 3.5% had already sold to me and started calling the others, and by the third call, nobody was picking up the telephone at all. That shareholder had not wanted to sell to me. He was the owner of a listed company. Juting Securities held 13% of that listed company quietly because I had bought it 2 months earlier for exactly this purpose. Wang Qi telephoned him and offered a swap. My 13% of your company for your 3.5% of the cargo terminal. He took a loss on the trade. He knew it was a loss while he was agreeing to it. And he did it anyway, because offending Jardine Matheson might cause him trouble in a few years, and offending Juting Securities was going to cause him trouble on Monday morning. And a securities house with $1 billion can take a company with $100 million and hold its head under the water for as long as it feels like. He was right about that, which is why it worked, and I have never enjoyed telling that part. We announced 33.3%. Jardine Pacific announced 40 and stated publicly that nobody could take the company from them. We answered with 36.7 and said we would not fail. The stock closed the second day at exactly $20. The market capitalization had doubled in 2 sessions, and Jardine Pacific did not hold 40%. They held 38.5, including everything George had scraped up in 2 days, a lead of 1.8. That evening, I gave Wang Qi the instruction that explains the entire operation, and nobody outside that room heard it. Keep watching the scale. Whatever we actually hold, our public number stays just underneath theirs. Close, but underneath. Don't overtake them. He frowned. Boss, if we take the largest position, we can call a board meeting. I know. Then why? Because I don't want the company. He stopped. Wang Qi, if I overtake Jardine Pacific and then do not call a board meeting, what does old William Hastings conclude within about 6 hours? He worked it out. That you were never acquiring. That I was never acquiring. And the moment he knows that, the price stops going up because he stops being frightened. This entire thing runs on him believing I want it, so we stay one step behind and we look hungry and we let him pay. That is what the whole operation was. Not a takeover, a holdup. And then Pao Yue Kong invited me to dinner and the whole thing turned inside out in 3 hours. He was standing outside his own front door when we pulled up with his second son-in-law beside him. I had my driver stop 5 meters short because a car door that opens directly in front of a man that age is a car door that has arrived, and a car door that opens 5 meters away means you walk the last part yourself. Li Guangzhong was there because Pao Yue Kong had no sons and had been training the younger son-in-law as his heir for 3 years and took him absolutely everywhere. We ate, and we talked about nothing, and afterwards his daughter took Lin Ji away to look at something, and then the old man refilled my cup and said, Mr. Xia, I invited you here to ask for your guidance. And then he asked me the question I had been dreading, because it went straight to the 15 degrees. I read every issue of your Juting Daily. Your analysis of the shipping market this week was detailed, and I benefited from reading it. But I have a question. The global shipping market has been terrible for years. On what basis do you predict a recovery? He said it politely. What he meant was, I own 200 ships. I have spent 4 decades in this trade. My own judgment says the winter has another decade in it, and your newspaper says the opposite, and one of us is wrong. So I told him the truth, all of it. Mr. Bao, that article is both right and wrong. He put his cup down. Shipping is cyclical. Roughly a decade, boom to crisis for 200 years, and it repeats with an almost embarrassing regularity. You know this better than I do. You lived through the last one. He nodded, because he had. I laid it out for him anyway, because I wanted him to see that I actually knew it and had not simply been handed a research note. The Suez Canal shuts in 1967 for 8 years, and every hull that used it goes round the Cape instead, which is an enormous artificial demand overnight. World seaborne trade goes from 1.8 billion tons in 1966 to 3.23 billion by 1973. A second-hand hull cost $26 million in 1970 and $73 million by 1972. Then October 1973, the embargo, crude oil more than doubles. Tanker rates fall about 75% inside 2 months. And a 200,000-ton tanker that was worth $52 million in 1973 is worth $5 million in 1977. 90% in under 4 years. Pao Yue Kong had survived that on scale alone by being large enough to have the lowest costs in the world, and he had come out of it with a settled conviction that the whole industry was finished and that he should get off it. So, he said, on what basis? And I asked him a question instead of answering. Mr. Bao, you travel constantly and you go through the Middle East several times a year. What is your impression of that place? He looked at me for a long moment. And then he did all the rest of it himself, which is why I asked it that way, because a conclusion a man reaches by himself is a conclusion he owns. You mean the Middle East is unstable? You know that region better than I do. He went quiet. Then he said slowly, no, it rises. He was talking to himself now. If the Middle East burns again, oil goes up and tankers get worse, not better. But the factories of the world cannot stop, and if they cannot afford to burn oil, they burn coal, and coal is a dry bulk cargo. He looked up. And coal is harder to move than oil. The ports will jam. Dry bulk rates go up and stay up while the congestion lasts. Then his eyes narrowed. But that boom will not last long, a few years at most. That is exactly right, I said. Which is why I said the article is both right and wrong. It rises, but not in tankers and not for long. And I did not need anybody to print that part for me. Mr. Bao, you understand why. He nodded, and he did understand, and this is the moment I would like on my headstone. He understood that I had written a slanted article about the air cargo industry in order to move a share price, and that the shipping half of it was true and the balance of it was not, and that I had just told him so, at his own table, unprompted, when I could very easily have taken the compliment and said nothing. And Li Guangzhong, who had worked it out about 10 seconds later, sighed out loud without meaning to. Then Pao Yuekong asked me the second question, which was the real one, and he asked it with both hands flat on the table. Mr. Xia, the shipping market has peaked and it is a swamp. I want to come ashore. I have not decided which industry. The largest ship owner in the world, 60 years old, asking a boy of 16 where to put the rest of his life. So I gave him the 4 pillars of Hong Kong's economy, honestly, with the disadvantages of each. Manufacturing, over 31% of output, textiles and garments, safe for a decade, and full of houses 30 years ahead of you. Property, enormous and completely carved up. The only entry is acquisition, and acquisition at your size means a war. Finance, safe for 40 years. And you already own 2 financial companies and cannot make either of them matter because you have no specialists. And trade and logistics. Hong Kong has a geography nobody can copy, with a mainland behind it that will open. Shipping is a subsector of that industry. Everything you already own, the ports you know, the men you know, the freight you already move, transfers directly into any other part of it on the first day. Then I told him about the manufacturing article and the 15 degrees, and why I had emphasized the decline in its share of output and not mentioned that in absolute terms it was still growing, because I wanted him to have the true version. He thanked me and thought about it for a while, and then said something that surprised me and which set up everything that followed. Mr. Xia, if you are optimistic about logistics and you want to make your name in air freight, then I won't compete with you. I couldn't beat you anyway. And I sat there with my cup halfway to my mouth as an idea arrived so hard that I actually put the cup down. Mr. Bao, I said, Jardine Air Cargo Terminal has a monopoly on air freight in Hong Kong, granted by the government in a territory with a geography that cannot be copied. Are you interested? He looked mildly puzzled. Mr. Xia, do you mean I might have the honor of taking a stake? No, I said. I mean all of it. Would you be interested? Pao Yuekong looked at me for about 4 seconds and then started to laugh. Mr. Xia, he said, it seems we have all been fooled by you. I'm impressed. I am genuinely impressed. He had got it in one look. Not the takeover, the holdup. He understood that I had spent 2 days making a British conglomerate believe I wanted its company and that the $50 million a day of value that had been added to that share price was a thing I had manufactured out of nothing but other people's fear. Honestly, Mr. Bao, the cargo terminal is a target I can take or leave. The prospects are excellent, and I do not have the attention or the people to run an air freight monopoly. If you want it, I'd rather it stayed in the family, so to speak. Interested? Of course I'm interested. Then we haggled, and it went backwards, which has never happened to me before or since. Today's close was $20, he said. I'll take your position at a 50% premium, $30 a share, and I'll commission you to keep buying for me. Anything you get below 30, I pay 30. Anything above 30, you take a 20% commission on the excess. I tried to cut it to 25. Mr. Bao, there's no need for 50%. Let's have it. 25. The price will be around there tomorrow anyway. And Pao Yuekong put his hand flat on the table and said in a voice that ended the discussion, Mr. Xia, at $30, Jardine Air Cargo Terminal is absolutely worth it. If you refuse again, you are slapping my face. So I stopped. Of the entire population of Hong Kong, there were exactly 2 men I genuinely admired. The first was Fok Ying Tung, who during the Korean War organized a fleet in this harbor and ran supplies through a Western embargo to the mainland while the colonial authorities were conducting armed anti-smuggling operations, and who at the very beginning of the opening up, when everybody else was terrified, went in first. He gave away 9 billion Hong Kong dollars in his lifetime. He was punished for all of it, quietly, for decades, by an administration that never forgot, and if he had simply kept his head down he would have died richer than Li Ka-shing. The second was sitting across the table from me, refusing to pay me less money. Pao Yue-kong built a university and a port in his hometown in Ningbo. He put his own money into the country's schools and hospitals. He worked personally for years on the question of Hong Kong's return, and he did not live long enough to see it. And in the world I came from, the wharf belonged to him. That was his. That fight was the making of him, and it is the reason his name is what it is. And I had spent 4 months quietly buying it out from under him, and I was not going to stop, because I am not a saint, and I never claimed to be one. I had taken the single largest opportunity of that man's life out of his hands, so I gave him a monopoly instead. Not out of guilt exactly. Call it a settlement of accounts that only one party knew about. Because here is the difference, and it is the only piece of morality I have ever bothered to have. Robbing an ordinary man of business is business. Robbing a pure capitalist like Li Ka-shing is a pleasure, and I have done it twice. But taking the making of a man who spent his life giving it back to a country that had nothing, I could not get that down. With an air freight monopoly, he could walk on 2 legs. Better than 2, because on the sea he had 3 serious rivals in this city alone, and in the air he would have none. Good luck to you, shipping king, I said to the inside of my own car on the way home, and Lin Ji asked what I was smiling about, and I said we'd closed a deal, and she put her head back on my shoulder and didn't ask anything else. He signed the next morning and then said he would like to transfer the money at HSBC immediately because it was ready. $600 million. Overnight. From a standing start, at 11 o'clock at night, by a man of 60 who had not known this deal existed at dinner. 20.15 million shares. 40.3%, because we had picked up another 3.6% overnight from 2 small holders once I no longer had to stay behind Jardine Pacific. Almost all of it had been bought under $10. Total cost, $196 million. Sold at 30, $604.5 million, a profit of $408.5 million Hong Kong dollars, and a further $15.5 million in commission over the following week, buying more for him, $424 million out of one company in about 3 weeks on a company I had never intended to own. George Hastings telephoned Juding Securities that morning and asked to talk. Wang Qi refused him and hung up, and then came in looking slightly worried about it. Don't pay any attention to them, I said. We don't have any shares to discuss. There's no point talking. They'll understand when the news comes out. The news came out at 11. Pao Yue-kong announces a 40.3% holding in Jardine Air Cargo Terminal, the largest shareholder, larger than Jardine Pacific. George Hastings was in his father's house when the telephone rang, and he answered it, and he got about 4 seconds in before he said, "What? How is that possible?" out loud, and William Hastings got up out of his chair and took the receiver off him. Then the old man listened, and his face moved once, and he put it down. "Father," George said, "that damn Chinese boy has sold his shares to Pao Yue-kong. He holds 40.3%. It's more than ours. Be quiet." And George Hastings shut up and did not speak again, because his father's face had gone somewhere he had never seen it go. William Hastings was the best opponent I ever had. He understood the whole thing in about 11 seconds, and what he understood was worse than losing a company. He could have fought me. I was 16, I had no reputation with the old families, and every Chinese businessman in this city would have watched from the window. Pao Yue-kong was of his own generation. They had done business for 20 years. He knew exactly what the man was, and he knew his own son could not beat him at anything, and he knew that every Chinese family in Hong Kong who would not lift a finger for a boy from Kowloon would open their books for the shipping king. He was right about that too. Chinese capital advances, said the morning headlines. The shipping king comes ashore. The god of stocks and the shipping king join hands against Jardine Matheson. Pao Yue-kong made a public offer for Jardine Pacific's stake, was refused by George Hastings in person, applied to the Securities Commission for a trading suspension, and then started announcing his holdings in public like a drumbeat. 40.9, 41.8, 43.6, 45.7. Every announcement a slap, and old men all over Hong Kong were selling him tightly held stock in exchange for a favor to be named later, because that is a currency I did not have and he had spent 40 years accumulating. 49.9. And at 9:30 on the third morning, at a press conference at Worldwide Shipping, Li Guangzhong announced 50.1%, and the room came apart, and every Chinese reporter in it cheered out loud, and the British reporters looked as if somebody had died. The shipping king had come ashore. Meanwhile, a man I had never met telephoned me to warn me that somebody was trying to destroy me. His name was Philip. He was the number 2 at the Hong Kong Press and Publication Administration, and he had bought units of Changqing No. 1 at $100,000 each, and George Hastings had gone to his superior, asking for the Tsingtao fraud case to be pursued to the fullest, and for an investigation to be opened into Juding Newspaper Company for the same offense. His superior had agreed on Sing Tao and gone quiet on Juding because the superior was not a fool. And Philip, who disliked his superior the way every number 2 in every government department on earth dislikes his number 1, telephoned me to say so and to promise he would obstruct it from inside and to make sure I knew who had helped. Interest is the strongest bond there is. Changching number 1 had been open for 11 days. I told him to let it run. George Hastings had a limited amount of attention, and I wanted him spending it on a case that was going nowhere. Juding Daily sold 1.3 million copies that week, reporting on my own war, and while the entire city watched an air cargo company, Wang Chi bought an insurance company. Groups 5 and 6 had been quietly accumulating Jardine insurance for 11 weeks, in silence, at the pace of a man crossing a frozen river, 27.2% between them. I already held 6%, given to me at a lunch in London by an old man with a cane. And in 4 days, while nobody in Hong Kong was looking anywhere except at the cargo terminal, Wang Chi went to 3 large holders and several small ones and bought 12.3 million shares, 20.5% die, for $124 million, $10.08 a share. A premium of about 20%, which for a block of that size is nothing at all, and the reason it was nothing is that nobody leaked it. Not one of those shareholders picked up a telephone, not one of them tried to auction it. Every single one of them could have made a fortune by leaking it to Jardine Matheson and letting the price run, and not one of them did, because they had all just watched what happened to a man who had a company Juding Securities held 13% of, 6% plus 27.2 plus 20.5, 53.7% of Jardine Insurance. Absolute control of a core financial company of the largest conglomerate in Hong Kong bought in 11 weeks for $259 million in total silence while the Keswick family fought a war on the other side of the board. I telephoned London at 2 o'clock in the morning their time. Jinfeng, it's Li Wei. Oh, you were asleep. Sorry, I forgot the time difference. He was extremely happy about it anyway, which tells you what kind of man he is. Then I told him, and there was a pause, and then, you own 53.7% of Jardine Insurance? You're the largest shareholder? My God. Jardine Holdings still has 30. I'm announcing the holding this morning, calling a board meeting and applying to delist and take it private. I need your support. Silence. But your shares aren't affected. Not one of them. After privatization, that company will have exactly 2 shareholders. You and me. He took a long breath. Li Wei, do whatever you want. I'm with you. I'll instruct my people this morning. My 10% of the voting rights are yours to use. Then he went out onto his balcony in Hampshire at 2 in the morning and looked at the sky over the hills and could not go back to bed. The Wu family had wanted the Jardine name back for 135 years. They had never had the resources to do anything but watch. And a boy he had met 4 months ago by falling off a bridge had taken a piece of it in 11 weeks. Thank God, he said out loud, that Li Wei is my friend. And then, grandfather was right. But even grandfather can't have expected it this fast. Now here is the day, both halves side by side, 400 meters and 90 minutes apart. At 11 o'clock in the morning, in the boardroom of Jardine Air Cargo Terminal, there were 6 people in a room built for 20. Every shareholder except Jardine Pacific had already sold. There were 3 independent directors who owned nothing and were perfectly relaxed, and there were 3 men from Jardine Pacific: Peter Watson, the finance director Zhou Mingtao, and George Hastings. Pao Yue Kong came in with Li Guangzhong, and everybody in that room except George Hastings and Peter Watson stood up. He did not make Peter Watson move down the table. He looked at the empty chairs, said, "There are plenty of seats, I'll sit anywhere," and sat down halfway along like a man arriving at a wedding. Then he put his share certificate on the table and had it passed round. I convene this meeting as the largest shareholder. Please check the documents and tell me if there is any problem. George Hastings looked at the copy and said, "There is no problem," and told him to get on with it because he wanted it over. And Pao Yue Kong, who had been all warmth up to that second, put the paper down, and something came out of him that filled the room, and it was the first time I understood why that man ran 200 ships. We have absolute control. I take the chairmanship and 4 seats on this board, and the deciding vote. Then, Mr. Barton, I'm sorry. From today, I am chairman of this company. Peter Watson said, "All right," with a face like a closed door. And the finance director, Zhou Mingtao, sat there while Pao Yue Kong looked at him and then stood up on his own and said, "Mr. Bao, I resign from the finance department of this company," and walked out with his back straight, which was a kindness on both sides, and everybody in that room knew it, and it is the only decent moment in the whole afternoon. Li Guangzhong became finance director and a board member, 4 seats filled, every department reassigned before lunch. At the door afterwards, Pao Yue Kong stopped George Hastings and invited him for tea, which is how you ask a man to sell you the rest of his shares. And George Hastings turned round and said, "Mr. Bao, you Chinese have a saying, know when to stop," and walked out. Li Guangzhong started forward, and Pao Yue Kong put a hand on his arm and smiled. "Let it go. We have the initiative. Let things develop." George Hastings came out of the front of that building and stopped on the pavement and looked up at the sign with his own family's name on it, on a company that had been built by his own father out of a dinner with a governor, and which he had regarded since he was 23 as his personal base inside the group. It was not his anymore, and neither was anything else, and he had nothing left to compete with his brother for the family with. And then one of his own people came round the corner at a dead run and had to stop and put his hands on his knees. Manager, something bad has happened. Juding Securities Company has announced they hold 53.7% of the insurance company, and they have just called a board meeting, and they require your attendance. George Hastings took him by both shoulders and shook him and made him say it again. Then his knees went, and Peter Watson had to hold him up on a public pavement, and after a moment he took his own briefcase and slammed it against the side of a car and started shouting in the street, and passers-by moved away, and a few of them stopped to watch, which in that district is what people do. 4 floors above, Pao Yue Kong had gone to the window to look at the view of his new company and saw the whole thing. And he was curious, because he had just watched that same man sit through a board meeting in which he lost a company without once losing his temper, which takes an enormous amount of breeding, and now the same man was destroying a briefcase on a pavement. Mingzai, he said to his assistant, go and find out what is happening in Hong Kong at this moment. The assistant came back in about 6 minutes and was not entirely composed. Boss, while you were holding your board meeting, Juding Securities announced 53.7% of Jardine Insurance Consultants Group and called a board meeting as the controlling shareholder. Pao Yue Kong, who had not been surprised by anything in 9 years, put his hands together and laughed out loud. Good, good. Mr. Xia is indeed Mr. Xia. So this is where the trick was hidden. Jardine Insurance. What a fine company. Absolute control without making a single sound, and then a killing blow. Impressive. And then he thought about an old friend and his face changed, and he said something I did not hear about until much later. Old William, this is a double deadlock. I wonder how you intend to handle it. George Hastings drove to his father's house and ran through the door shouting, and his father told him to calm down and then said flatly, I know, Colin Miller telephoned. You know? What is the use of being anxious? It's too late. And George Hastings sat down on the sofa in his own family's house and put his hands over his head, and William Hastings let him do it for a while and then said, get up, learn to face reality. Do not let difficulties defeat you so easily. They did not attend the board meeting. There was no point. The arithmetic was not in dispute. I held 53.7%. They held 30. Zhao Jinfeng held 10, and the free float left over was well under the 10% minimum, which meant the exchange was going to force a delisting whether anybody voted or not. I took the company, changed the name over the door from theirs to mine, filed for delisting the same afternoon, and started buying back the last of the float. 3.78 million shares still outstanding, 6.3%. Repurchase at $10, a 20% premium, which is fair and which I set deliberately because I have taken enough that year, and there is no need to be ugly about the small holders. There were queues at the exchange and queues at my own building for 2 days, and every share came in, $37.8 million, which left me holding 36 million shares, 60%. Galaxy Fund, 60%. Jardine Holdings, 30. Zhao Jinfeng's company, 10. But William Hastings did one thing in that house that afternoon that I did not learn about for another 2 months, and it is the reason none of this was over. He gave his son a task: take Colin Miller, pull the share registers of every listed company the group owns, and go through 1 full month of trading activity on every single one of them, line by line, because there had been an air cargo terminal, and then there had been an insurance company, and both of them had been done by the same 2 entities, and a man who has been doing this for 40 years does not believe in 2, and there was a third. Jardine Machinery Group, market capitalization $1.1 billion. Jardine Holdings owned 37.1% of it, which is 13 points short of safety. Groups 3 and 4 had been in that stock for 11 weeks. The Wu family compound, north of London. 3 days later, Zhao Deming sat in a rattan chair in the courtyard with the ginkgo over him and let his grandson talk for a very long time. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, he said at the end of it. And then, to dare to attack the Jardine Matheson Group, and to succeed, 400 million in one battle, a powerful ally gained, and Jardine Insurance swallowed whole. Unbelievable. He had met me 11 weeks earlier, and had thought he was aiming a weapon at a target 20 years away. Jinfeng, did he touch your shares? No, grandfather. He telephoned me at 2 in the morning to tell me before he announced it. He said that after privatization, the company will have only him and me in it. The old man smiled and did not say anything for a while. Keep close to him. Maintain the relationship. After a storm like this, the Hong Kong business world is going to break open. The contradictions between British capital and Chinese capital will be catalyzed and opportunities will multiply. See whether you can get a piece. If he is willing to bring you in, you are a very lucky man. In Macau, Kwok Yukai brought the newspapers to his father over lunch, and Kwok Ling Ling took a paper up to her room, which is a thing she had never done in her life until that summer, and which her parents had both noticed and both decided to allow. Father, Kwok Yukai said, his power has grown again. At this rate he could be the richest man in Hong Kong. Kwok Jitong put his cup down. By showing his edge and provoking the Jardine Matheson group directly, it will not be as simple as that. The Keswick family is not to be trifled with. Push them too far, and they may not be able to bear it. And then he said the sentence that I did not hear for a long time, and which turned out to be the most accurate thing anybody said about me all year. You must understand, having money is one thing. You have to be alive to spend it. His son asked whether they should warn me. There is no need to help, and we could not help anyway. We watch. If somebody should have reminded him, somebody already has, and if nobody has reminded him, then he is not well liked, and it is his fate. Then, after a pause, and if he falls, his companies will still be there. There are a great many people who would like to see that. I did not need warning, as it happens, because 2 days later I got it from the one man whose warning I would take. Before that, though, there was a table at the peninsula. I invited William Hastings to dinner. Courtesy first and force afterwards, and the courtesy has to be genuine, or the force does not work. 7 o'clock. Wang Qi and I sat there. At 5 to 7 Wang Qi asked whether they were coming, and I said I had no idea and looked at the ceiling decoration for a while and told him that if they were not there at 7 we would leave. At 7 exactly I stood up and straightened my jacket, and the door opened, and it was not George Hastings, it was William Hastings, in person, with his son behind him. A man who by that stage of his life sent his group president, or one of his sons, to everything. Mr. William, I said, it's an honor that you came yourself. Please, sit down. They ordered 2 Blue Mountain coffees and said they had already eaten, which is a message all by itself. I ordered a mocha, and Wang Qi ordered a mocha about a quarter of a second later, and he has never lived it down. And William Hastings opened with, I had no choice but to come. My son isn't as capable as you. Which was aimed at me and landed on George, and George took it without a word, in front of 2 strangers, which told me a very great deal about that household, so I answered it. Mr. William is joking. Mr. George is very capable. Perhaps you simply haven't seen it. And I looked at George Hastings while I said it. His face moved, only slightly, and only for a moment, and he had it back inside a second. But his father saw it. I watched a man of 62 register that his second son had a secret and file it and go on smiling, and I did that entirely on purpose, and it cost me nothing, and it is the meanest thing in this account, because I was never going to be able to prove that George Hastings had commissioned my murder in an English field, not to a court, not to a newspaper, not to anybody. But I could put one sentence in front of his father at a coffee table in a tone of perfect politeness and let a man who has run an empire for 40 years spend the rest of his life wondering. Then we got to it. Mr. William, your judgment is excellent, so I'll be direct. I want to buy your shares in Jardine Insurance. What do you think? George Hastings came off the sofa before his father could speak. Impossible. He steals my company, and now he wants to buy our shares. Does he think the Keswick family is easy to bully? Mr. George, I said without looking at him, there's no need to be agitated. Why don't we hear your father's view? And I turned back to the old man, which was the second cheapest thing I did that evening. William Hastings set his cup down very precisely and changed. It is a thing I have seen perhaps 4 times. The pleasant elderly gentleman went away entirely, and what was sitting in that chair was what had been running the largest British conglomerate in Asia since before I was born. Young man, do you think the Keswick family is easy to bully? How could that be? I have always respected your family and have never had such a thought, which was a complete lie, delivered without embarrassment, and he knew it, and I knew he knew it. Young man, there is no need for so much talk. I can let the cargo terminal go, bygones, but you will return Jardine Insurance. I won't let you lose on it. I will pay you 300 million Hong Kong dollars for your entire holding, and we will consider everything settled. He let that sit. With what you made on the cargo terminal, that is more than enough. Don't be too greedy. I stopped smiling. Mr. William, acquiring shares is normal commercial activity. It is unreasonable to ask me to hand them back. Is it that only you are permitted to acquire other people's companies, and we are not? He looked at me for a moment and then eased back very slightly. Very well. There is no point arguing. I have given you my suggestion, and I hope you will consider it properly. I'll consider it properly, I said. And I picked up my glass. In this city that means one thing, and he was 62 years old and had lived here most of his life, and he understood it perfectly. Tea has been served. The guest is being shown the door. He got up without another word and went, and George Hastings went after him with a smile on his face that had nothing behind it. And I said from my chair without standing up to their backs, "Goodbye, and don't come back." Wang Qi did not breathe for a couple of seconds. "Boss," The talks broke down. What now? Their reaction was inside the expected range. Don't be discouraged. I turned my glass around on the table. But I need those shares. Without them, I cannot integrate that company. So if they won't hand them over, we proceed with the original plan and make them hand them over. Because the third target was still sitting there, untouched, with 11 weeks of quiet accumulation behind it, and Jardine Holdings owned 37.1% of it, and 37.1 is not 50. Sell me the insurance stake, or watch the machinery group go the way of the cargo terminal. That is the whole of the next chapter, and I did not have to say a word of it out loud. On the Monday, the market opened quietly, and everybody who had brought melon seeds was disappointed. I went down to the Juding Securities seat at the exchange to look at the board myself, and I saw Pao Yue Kong across the floor coming out of the HSBC Securities office. I did not go out to him. Two names that had been on every front page in Hong Kong for 4 days meeting in the middle of a trading floor would have produced a photograph, and a photograph would have produced a week of speculation I did not need. So I sent a man, and he came in and shook my hand and laughed. Just as well you didn't come out. I'd have been surrounded, and I wouldn't have got out until lunch. I asked how it was going. So. He shook his head cheerfully enough. We control the company, but the Keswick family's holding is very large, and they refused my offer. It's still a problem. I think they'll let go eventually. Then I'll accept your kind words. He drank some tea. And you, Mr. Shia? You're doing considerably better than I am. I hear you met old William the other night. Same as you, I said. They won't sell, and he'd very much like me to sell to him instead. That's normal. Old William doesn't give things up easily. Before he retired, he was always the one doing it to somebody else. We'll wear him down. Then he stopped and put the cup down, and everything about him changed, and this is the reason I am still alive. Mr. Shia, listen to me for a moment. Yes. The Keswick family are not simple people. I have known old William a long time. He is not a rigid man, and when he was young, he had a reputation for methods that were, he chose the word carefully, effective. He has asked you to sell to him. That means he still wants something from you. Be careful. I understand. You don't yet. He was not smiling at all. If you keep going at them, be completely prepared. Doing it once is business. Doing it 3 times in a row can push a family like that past the edge of what they can bear. And when a house like that runs out of moves inside the rules, he let it go there. If you run into any problem, he said, any problem at all, telephone me immediately, at home, at night, it doesn't matter. I have been given a great deal of advice in my life, most of it by people who wanted something. That one cost him nothing and gained him nothing. I stopped smiling too. Thank you, Mr. Bao. I'll be careful. He nodded, satisfied, and started talking about the market again, and left 20 minutes later, and I stood there and watched him go. Because he was right, and I had known he was right in an abstract way, and there is an enormous difference between knowing a thing and having a man of 60 who has known your enemy for 40 years say it to your face in a quiet voice. Old Kwok Jitong had said the same thing in Macau that week, and I never heard it. Pao Yue Kong said it to me directly. 135 years. Since the Opium Wars. Through 2 world wars and a Japanese occupation and a civil war on their doorstep, and they did not merely survive all of it, they got larger. Nobody does that clean. Nobody has ever done that clean. And I had taken 2 of their companies in 9 days and was 11 weeks into a third. It seems, I said out loud, in a room full of ticker tape, that we need to be a great deal more careful. Then I thought about the third target and about the fact that I was going to hit it anyway, and I got into the car and told Li Wuming to drive. Where, boss? The valley. There is a road on the boundary of Kowloon and the New Territories that runs out into nothing, and at the end of it there is a gate. It is a large iron gate, closed, with a shuttered window in the middle of it, and on either side of it, a wall 3 meters high that goes off into the hills in both directions and does not appear to stop. The window opened. Somebody looked at the number plate. The gate came open with a noise like a ship. The man who had opened it saluted me. I knew his face. His name was Wang Yang, and 8 months earlier he had been hauling cargo on the pier at Kowloon City with Li Quan and the others. On duty today? Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, boss. I stood there and looked at a guardhouse that had not existed the last time I thought about this place, and at unpainted concrete. When was the wall built? He thought about it. The guardhouse was finished 7 days ago. The wall, 10 days ago. How long is it? About 100 men on it, boss. 4 days. The instructor said it's 1.2 kilometers. 1.2 kilometers of 3-meter wall in 4 days by 100 men. Which tells you what Cheung Kong infrastructure can do when Li Ka-shing is still feeling warm about a cement company. Then something came down the track towards us making a noise I did not recognize, and it turned out to be a jeep painted in black and green camouflage. Zhao Long had asked for 2. I had bought 4. He got out of it in a training uniform and came over and stood in front of me and reported, and I looked at him properly for the first time in about a month. The man who had knelt on the floor of a hospital corridor and offered me his life was gone. What was standing in front of me was an instructor. "Boss, I'm sorry I'm late. You look completely different in that uniform. You bought the clothes, boss." They were doing physical training, so I said, "Show me," and he put me in the Jeep because half the site had no road surface yet, and we went round the back of the hill. There were 200 men out there doing frog jumps in rows. The Jeep arrived, and not one of them looked up. "Fall in." They stopped and came in at a run and formed up 3 meters in front of him in about 11 seconds. Right dress. Eyes front. 200 heads snapped forward together, and the sound of it went off the hillside. 10 platoons of 20. They counted off, platoon by platoon, and every platoon leader reported his number, and it took about 90 seconds, and I stood there with my hands behind my back watching a private army form up in a valley I had paid for. "Boss, everyone is present. Please give instructions." "Very good," I said, and then I did what I had seen leaders do on television in a life that had not happened yet, which is stand with your hands behind your back and look at people, and I want it noted that I had absolutely no idea what I was doing and that it seems to work regardless. 200 men in black and green camouflage and combat boots, most of them dockers and porters 8 months ago, standing at attention on a hillside in the new territories. "Hello, my name is Li Wei. I'm Xiaolong's boss, which makes me yours." I kept it light on purpose. I did not want to be imposing. I wanted to be a person. "You've been training for about half a month, and this is the first time I've come. You probably haven't seen me before, but you'll have heard the name." And Xiaolong saluted and said loudly, "Reporting, boss. They all know you." I raised an eyebrow because I had never set foot in that valley in my life, and Xiaolong turned round on his heel and shouted, "Do you know the boss?" And 200 voices came back at once. "We know him." And then, without any prompting at all, without him saying another word, in perfect unison, with the fluency of something said 100 times a day, "The boss gave us food. The boss gave us clothes. Our boss is our provider. Protecting the boss is our mission. Train hard and clear every obstacle for the boss. I would die for my boss." I got gooseflesh from my neck to my wrists. I turned and looked at Xiaolong, and he was standing there looking back at me completely calmly, with his eyes absolutely steady. In the other life, I would have found that repellent. I would have had opinions about it. I have watched people chant things in unison on a screen and thought exactly what you are thinking now. And I stood in that valley and understood, in about 4 seconds, 3 things at once. That Xiaolong had built this deliberately every morning since the first week, that he had built it for me out of loyalty and had never mentioned it and had known perfectly well what I would think of it, and that I needed it. Because in 9 days, I had taken 2 companies off a family that has been in Asia since the Opium Wars, and I was about to take a third, and a man of 60 had just looked me in the face at the stock exchange and told me to telephone him at night if anything happened. You do not get to be appalled by your own army and also keep it. You pick one. So I picked, and here's what I said, and I have kept every word of it. "All right, if you're going to serve me, I am not going to treat you badly." 200 faces, red from the frog jumps and from the shouting. "I promise you this now. As long as I am alive and not bankrupt, if you are injured, I will pay for whatever treatment exists anywhere in the world, and I do not care what it costs. If you lose your ability to work, I will keep you until you are old, and if you are unlucky enough to die for me," I stopped and made sure I could say it properly, "then your parents are my parents, and I will look after them until the end of their lives, and I will raise your children until they are grown." There was a silence about a second and a half long. Then the noise came back off that hillside so hard that I felt it. "Thank you, boss. I will die for you." They believed it instantly and completely, and the reason is not that they were simple men. It is that they knew exactly what I was worth, and they knew there were 200 witnesses. I put my hand up, and they stopped dead. "Very good, and since I've made the promise, let's implement it today, not next year." I held up 2 fingers. "I am putting 20 million Hong Kong dollars into a guarantee fund. That money has exactly one purpose, which is to keep the promise I just made. It cannot be spent on anything else, ever, by me or anybody. The regulations will be finalized within a week, and every one of you will be able to read them. There is a specific noise 200 men make when they all inhale at once, and I heard it, and several of them swallowed. Because $20 million in 1978, in that valley, in front of men who had been carrying sacks for $4 a day 8 months earlier, is not a number. It is a physical object. Afterwards, Xiaolong put them back to training, and I stayed and watched for 2 hours. Frog jumps, then push-ups, then 100-meter sprints, then a combination circuit, and I had never seen men train like that. They were competing with each other over which platoon could hurt more. And Xiaolong, on the training ground, was not the man who taught his son to fish. He was cold. He never smiled once. If a man's form was wrong, he kicked his legs into position without a word of explanation, and then when one of them genuinely could not go on, The whole thing came off him instantly, and he sat the man down himself and stretched a cramping leg out with his own hands and wiped his face and put water in his hand, and then stood up and was cold again. Carrot and stick, executed perfectly by a man I had assumed for 8 months was a bodyguard who liked cooking. At noon, he formed them up and shouted, "Attack the enemy!" and 200 men set off at a run in one direction, platoon by platoon. "What's that?" I said, Zhao Long, deadly serious. "Boss, it's lunchtime. They're going to the canteen." I had to turn away for a moment. "It's part of the training," he said when I had recovered. "If they obey an order about food, they will obey an order about anything. It works on the small things, or it doesn't work at all." I stopped laughing and patted his shoulder and said, "You'll do." In the canteen, there were queues of black and green stretching back from 4 windows, and on the wall there was a color photograph of my own face, about 1.5 meters high. I looked at Zhao Long. "Boss," he said, entirely unrepentant. "I decided that on my own. I felt you should be everywhere, so they always remember you." He tried to take me round the back into the kitchen. "No, we'll queue." He blinked and then said yes and got in line behind me, and the men in front of us went rigid and started trying to give up their places, and I told them not to be nervous and that I was only standing in a queue, which the whole canteen watched. That cost me 9 minutes of my time, and I have never spent 9 minutes better, and I knew exactly what it was worth while I was doing it, and that does not make it untrue. 4 dishes and a soup, steak, braised pork trotters with soybeans, stir-fried pork with greens, bok choy, egg drop soup, and a tray of hard-boiled eggs at the end that anybody could take as many of as they wanted. I asked the man next to me what he thought of the food. He came to attention with a tray in his hands, which I could not stop him doing. "Boss, it's delicious. I've never eaten this well at home." "Is it always this standard?" "Yes, boss. The dishes change every week, but the standard is the same. Eat more. You'll need it for the training." Then I sat down at a long table with 8 of them and talked about nothing at all for half an hour, and they were rigid for the first 10 minutes and human for the last 20. The dormitories were still prefabricated huts, which is fine in a Hong Kong summer and cooler at night than the concrete would have been. I put my head into one of them and stopped. There was a photograph of my face on the wall above every single bed. Every bed. So that it is the last thing a man sees before he closes his eyes and the first thing he sees when he opens them. Even Li Wuming's mouth moved. He looked at Zhao Long with an expression of frank reappraisal, as though meeting him for the first time. I found that genuinely uncomfortable and said nothing about it, and if I had told him to take them down, he would have taken them down that afternoon, and that I did not tell him. I patted his shoulder instead. There is not much to add to that. On the way out, I gave him 3 instructions. The guarantee fund charter is his to write, expanded along the lines I gave that morning, with the single objective of leaving those men nothing left to worry about. I would open a separate account and put the money in when I got back. The company that will hold all of them needs a name, and I asked him whether he'd thought of one. He had. He had clearly been carrying it around for weeks waiting to be asked. "Boss, what do you think of shield security?" I turned it over. The shield of a god. Which, if the shield belongs to me, implies something about me that I would never say out loud and that a certain kind of man will hear anyway. And on its own, simply, plainly, absolute defense. "It's a good name," I said. "I'll have it registered, but not in Hong Kong. Offshore. It will be more convenient later, and there will be fewer constraints." He did not ask what that meant. He said, "Boss, arrange it however you like." And then the third thing, and I stopped walking to say it, and he saw my face and stopped smiling. "You know I've been acquiring companies. You know I now have a conflict with the Jardine Matheson Group. There is no guarantee they will keep to business methods." I looked at him. "I may need you and your men at any time. Be ready. Accelerate the training and get their capability up as fast as it can be done." "Understood." "Then keep working. We're leaving." I patted his shoulder again and got in the car, and Li Wuming nodded to him and gave him a thumbs up, which from Li Wuming is a speech. We drove out through that gate, and I looked back once. All 200 of them, Zhao Long had told me, had been recruited from the very bottom. Dockers, porters, men who had carried other people's cargo on the Kowloon City Pier for $4 a day and had never once been offered anything. He had done that deliberately, not because they were cheap, because a man who has spent 5 years at the bottom of a city like this one and is then handed clothes, a bed, 4 dishes, and a soup, and a promise about his mother, knows exactly what he has been given, in a way a man who has always eaten cannot, and because a man who has hauled sacks for 5 years can be trained harder than anybody. Zhao Long really did think of everything. Now, let me finish where I started. 14 months earlier, I was 16 years old in a shack in a Kowloon fishing village with a roof that leaked into a pot, gutting fish beside my mother, with 1 egg on the table, divided 4 ways, and a jar behind the stove that my parents thought I didn't know about. That morning I had walked into a stock exchange to look at the board of a company I owned, in a city where I owned the newspaper that reported on it, the wire service that told the newspaper, the bank that held the money, the magazine that decided who was rich, and a television station that had not yet been told who its owner was. That is what happened in 14 months, and every number in it is real. And here's the part that keeps me up. I did not build that army because I wanted one. I built it because, at some point in the last 9 days, in a house on Victoria Peak, a very old and very tired man of 62, who has run the largest British conglomerate in Asia since before I was born, sat down in a chair by a window and worked out that there was no move left inside the rules. Pao Yuekong knew it and drove across town to tell me. Kwok Jitong knew it in Macau and decided it was not his business, and William Hastings himself had sat opposite me at the peninsula 3 nights earlier and offered me $300 million in a perfectly pleasant voice, and I had picked up my glass and told him not to come back. 200 men were shouting a promise in a valley that afternoon because of that. I have thought since about how much of that was my doing, and the honest answer is all of it. There is one other thing, and then I'm finished. Somewhere in Macau, there is a girl who is 16 years old, who has started reading newspapers she never used to read, and who took a jade maitreya off her own neck on a beach at sunset to give it back to me, and did not, because I got hold of her first. She asked me a question on those rocks with the tide coming in, and her brother came across the sand before she could finish the sentence, and she went home, and the telephone in her room was taken away, and I sat in a tea house in Macau 400 meters from her front door and was told to come back when I was big enough that nobody would laugh. I never found out what she was going to say. That is the only thing I lost that year, and it is the only one I still think about, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. The rest of it I took, and I would take it again tomorrow.